Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly call on your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats as our high-level delegation is about to enter the venue. So we kindly ask you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, one final call for you to kindly take your seats. We are delayed. We are behind time. We kindly ask you to take your seats as we will start shortly with our official program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask you to please rise for the arrival of our high-level delegation and remain standing for the singing of the Namibian national and AU anthems. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. I'm going to try that one more time. Good morning. That sounds much better. Well, good morning, esteemed delegates and panelists, our distinguished guests, industry leaders, members of the media, and of course, our friends of Namibia's oil and gas sector. My name is Rochelle Locke. I am deeply passionate about connecting people, sparking meaningful conversations, and creating spaces where ideas can turn into action. I am delighted, and it is my absolute pleasure to be your Director of Ceremonies for the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025. This, of course, is proudly hosted by the Economic Association of Namibia in partnership with the Namibia Investment and Promotion Development Board, or NIPDB in short, and the Hans Seidel Foundation, together with our strategic partners Namcor, Rhino Resources Namibia, and SNC Incorporated, and officially endorsed by the Ministry of Mines, Industries and Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend a special word of welcome to our special delegation this morning. In no particular order, I would like to welcome with us this morning Madam Cornelia Shilunga, who is the the Special Advisor and Head of Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Presidency, also proudly representing Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia. Let's give her a warm round of applause. We would also like to welcome to this special morning the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy of the Republic of Namibia. Please give yourselves or put your hands together for Honorable Natangwe Ithete. Welcome to the SWAPO Party Secretary General, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa. We'd also like to welcome the leader of the main opposition party, IPC, Dr. Panduleni Itula. Please give a warm round of applause. Your Excellencies, ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps, a special word of welcome to the Secretary General, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, His Excellency Eng Mohammed Hamel. Let's give a warm round of applause. Executive Secretary, NCD-MB of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please welcome Enger Felix Omatsolo Ogbe. Right from the soil, Namibian soil here, please welcome the Acting Managing Director of the National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia, NAMCOR, Ms. Victoria Sibeya. The Chief Executive Officer of the NIPDB, Madam Dr. Nangula Nelula Iwanja. The CEO of Rhino Resources Namibia, Mr. Travis Smithford. We would also like to extend a warm welcome to the host this morning of this wonderful conference, Mr. Jason Kasuto, Chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia and Managing Director of Monasa Advisory and Associates. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel most welcome. If I have accidentally missed out anyone, please forgive me. We can have coffee later. I promise I'll pay for it. But all protocol observed. And once again, a very, very warm welcome to you all. Now, over the next 2 days, I'll be your guide, keeping us on time, setting the tone for our sessions, and most importantly, helping create a space where ideas can turn into action. It is truly an honor to stand here before you alongside the brilliant minds and visionaries who are shaping Namibia's energy future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive in, just a few quick housekeeping rules. As you know, those cell phones or any mobile devices, any other gadgets, kindly put them on silent during our sessions. For those that will be posting on social media, we kindly ask that you share your insights using our official conference hashtag NamibiaOGC25. That's hashtag NamibiaOGC25. We'll have dedicated Q&A time after selected sessions, so we kindly also ask you to keep your questions concise and relevant. And finally, let's respect our speakers and each other's time by returning promptly after breaks so that we can keep the program flowing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that, well, before I get to that, I think it's important that we just do an appreciation note to our sponsors, and that is Total Energies for sponsoring the coffee this morning. If you haven't yet grabbed yourself a paper cup, that is proudly sponsored by Total Energies. These paper cups are recyclable, so please do get yourself one. Then we'd also like to thank Azul Energy for last night's cocktail reception and being the water sponsor for the next 2 days. Who attended last night's cocktail? A few. Don't worry, there's lunch coming up and there's another one this evening as well. Then we would also like to thank Gulp for sponsoring today's lunch, Rhino Resources Namibia for the masterclass yesterday, and of course MTC for being the technical sponsor today and tomorrow in the technical room. Let's give our sponsors a big round of applause. I just want to make sure, is my handheld mic on? My handheld microphone? Can't seem to hear anything, is it? There we go. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that oil and gas is serious business, and it should be. But also, it is about people, it is about partnerships, and it is about new ideas. So, if you'd work with me, let's just do a quick pulse check. How many of you are here from the oil side? Oil only. Okay, the room seems to be filled with oil. How many of you are here from the gas side? Do we have a problem? Houston, we have a problem. No, it looks like we have a good number here. How many of you, and you don't have to be shy, are only here for the coffee, food, and networking? Really? Be honest, the pearly gates will be waiting for you. Well, I hope that you feel most welcome. I can already feel the energy in the room rising, and that's exactly the spirit that we need to carry through the day. Now, without any further ado, today we dive straight into the heart of strategic and technical conversations that are shaping Namibia's place on the global energy stage. Now, whether you are here to explore new investment frontiers, forge partnerships, or share innovations, this is the room where decisions that shape tomorrow are born. So you're in the right room. It is thus my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to call on our very first speaker this morning. Allow me to introduce you to our host, who is an economics and development finance expert with over 15 years experience in this field. As the chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia, Jason Kasuto has been instrumental in building the EAN as a leading think tank in Namibia that hosts, among others, the annual Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. Jason Kasuto is also the founder and managing director of Manasa Advisory and Associates. Manasa is a leading Namibian strategist firm specializing in transactional advice, research, and management consulting. Manasa has been a principal advisor across industries such as oil and gas, renewable energy, green hydrogen, mining and infrastructure, few recent projects which include the Namibia Oil and Gas Industry Baseline Study, which is commissioned by Shell and Total, developing Namibia's green hydrogen strategy, establishing a commercial arm for the mining and energy workers that is listed with the transfer secretaries of the Namibia Stock Exchange. In 2019, Jason was appointed as a member of the high-level panel on the Namibian economy. In 2024, he was appointed as a commissioner on the Law Reform and Development Commission of Namibia, with a focus on legislative economic reform. In 2025, Jason has been appointed as the commissioner on the National Planning Commission of Namibia. He's a keynote speaker at various national and international platforms on issues pertaining to economics and development finance. Jason holds a master's degree in development finance from the University of Stellenbosch, a postgraduate diploma in development finance, also University of Stellenbosch, a master's degree in public administration from University of Western Cape, and a BA Honours in Development Studies, University of Western Cape. Now, in the interest of time, I'll direct you for our future speakers to the website, but it's important that we give our host the proper introduction which he deserves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming the Chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia and Managing Director of Manasa Advisory and Associates, Mr. Jason Kasutu. Let's give him a warm applause. Jason, I hope I did justice there. That's a mouthful. You are indeed a very smart gentleman. I shall learn from you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, but as a welcoming host, it's equally important. I think the pressure is on us to ensure that the protocol is observed, and so I will do the necessary to acknowledge the protocol here. Our Honorable Natangwe Ithete, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Mines, Industrialization, Mines and Energy, welcome. His Excellency Mohamed Hamel, Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, welcome to you. Engineer Felix Ogbe, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, welcome. Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Special Advisor and Head of Upstream in the Office of the President of the Republic of Namibia. Mr. Carlo McLeod, Deputy Head of Upstream and in the Petroleum Unit, Presidential Advisory Office of the President. Our co-partner, Dr. Nangula Wanja, Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. Victoria Sebeya, Acting Managing Director of the National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia, NAMCO. Welcome. Travis Smithard, CEO of Rhino Resources. Let me also welcome our other partners, especially SNC Incorporated, Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, who's the managing partner of SNC Incorporated, but also the president of the Association of International Energy Negotiators. Welcome, Shakwa. Dr. Clemens van Dordere, the country or resident representative of the Hans Seidel Foundation. Leader of the official opposition, the IPC, Dr. Itula, welcome. Don't know if we've missed out any governors of regions, but I definitely see mayors. So mayors of local authorities, welcome. Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, some of whom I met as well today, fellow Economic Association of Namibia board members and our CEO, Mr. Kons, distinguished speakers, panelists, presenters, moderators, welcome. Our sponsors, as highlighted by Roche, thank you so much for your contribution. Exhibitors, delegates, both local and international, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I think if I can start off, I just want to really say that I'm very happy to see so many familiar faces as well as so many new faces today attending the NOGC. I just wanted to see as a sign of hands, who is attending the oil and gas conference, Namibia Oil and Gas Conference for the first time? Sure. Thank you. And out of all of you, who has come from across the borders and traveled all the way to Namibia for the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference? Thank you. You're very welcome. our mission as the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025 will be to make sure that you feel right at home. I think from my own personal experience, when traveling abroad to similar industry conferences, I often feel a sense of stiffness apart from the speeches, the small talk, and the exchange of business cards. It sometimes doesn't feel welcoming. I'm sure some of you can relate to some of the conferences. But I'm sure that you will agree that people do business with people that they trust and people that they are comfortable with. Hence, there is power in hosting. Therefore, before I get into the crux of my speech, I'm already looking forward to welcoming you all to this evening's Namibian braai. For those that don't know braai, it's a barbecue, right? To give you all a sense of Namibian hospitality when you look at the program as we end of the day after the main proceedings. But before I get to that, we first need to get through the exciting program and my brief welcoming speech. My inclination is often to align to the wisdom of nature's metaphors. Now in this room, we have diverse experiences, and I take it that a very good number of you are familiar with the story of the bamboo tree, right? So I promise not to bore you, but please bear with me, and for those who don't know the story of the bamboo tree, please listen attentively. Once the seed of a bamboo tree is planted in the soil, for the first 4 years, there's no visible signal of growth above the soil or above ground. It is only in the 5th year that something miraculously happens. And within an 8-week period, the tree shoots up and springs to over 27 meters, or for those of you who use feet, 90 feet, within a period of 6 to 8 weeks after deep preparation under the soil. In those 4 years, I almost used the word underground, but it is underground. In those 4 years underground, the seed is really doing a number of things. Developing an extensive root system, a network of roots that will provide stability and nourishment for future rapid growth. It's undertaking preparation and patience to achieve rapid advancement given the right conditions. It's building resilience and strength through a strong root system in order to withstand the environment, wind blows, and so forth once it grows. Now, I want us to park that lesson on the bamboo tree. It is my firm conviction that Namibia is building a foundation. Although at times it may seem that the country is dragging its feet in concluding key policy, legislative, regulatory, incentives, infrastructure requirements for the oil and gas industry, we take and acknowledge that. What Namibia is doing is building the roots that will establish a solid foundation for the eventual accelerated and sustainable but inclusive growth of the oil and gas industry. The proof is in the track record. This means that despite Namibia being one of the last countries to gain independence on the African continent, it has been amongst the top sustained, stable democracies on the continent. And that is because its roots have been formed during the liberation struggle, created the preparation, the values of peace and stability, thus creating the right conditions to thrive. We are the bamboo tree. I think Namibia deserves a round of applause. On a more personal note, it has always been, and my team that is here know it very well, that it's always been my purpose to transform from scarcity to abundance the socio-economic landscape of the African continent. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be able to build strong roots. The strong network of roots for a resilient Namibia that grows beyond expectations. Therefore, at times, I'm very amazed when I am asked the question, are we not having too many conferences? What makes this conference different from another? The answer is straightforward. We are complementary roots. We are complementary roots building a network of roots that together can establish a strong foundation for Namibia and its people to thrive. And that's the simple terms of it. We are learning from the bamboo tree. The mission of the Economic Association of Namibia bears some key words and phrases. Drive economic development, thought leadership, public policy engagement, and inclusive economic growth. Post the conceptualization and the planning of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference, the EAN watered the roots to naturally grow, and through that we cemented partnerships with the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, the Hans Seidel Foundation, NAMCOR, SNC Incorporated. And we said we can co-organize on a few conditions. One, that we maintain our values. And those values are broad access, local empowerment, and industry development. We are pleased that this year, the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025 is seeing from 885 delegates in 2024, we now stand at 1,161 registered delegates for 2025. From 39 exhibitors in 2024 to 73 exhibitors in 2025, an 87% increase. From 27 sponsors in 2024 to 36 in 2025. So, thank you. To make this all possible, we are really honored to have a distinguished list of local, continental, and international industry leaders as speakers, presenters, and moderators that will impart knowledge, insights, and lessons of experience over the next 3 days. We are extremely honored to have the support of key policy decision makers from the highest level of the Namibian government. Her Excellency could not make it today due to equally pressing issues, but well represented in the speech. The Deputy Prime Minister, who's also responsible, the Minister of Mines, Energy and Industrialization. Our Right Honorable Prime Minister will be doing the closing of the conference. The Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, as well as members of Parliament and leaders in the different organs. Honorable Kolnia Shilunga, Special Advisor, and the Deputy, Mr. McLeod, your leadership is commendable, forward-looking, and supportive of the industry's growth. In conclusion, what's new for Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025? We have this year, due to the demand and due to be able to accommodate more of our businesses, including our small to medium enterprises. For those of you who were here last year would take note that we had used the rooms next door for the exhibition, but we've allowed a marquee tent to allow for more exhibitors to be able to showcase how they can contribute to the value chain that is both local, continental, Pan-African, and international organization. That area has been dedicated for that, and it is free for the public to enter. We did that and done that sticking to the principles and the values that we speak to around access, local empowerment, and industry development. Another new feature, thank you. Another new feature this year, and thanks to the NIPDB, is a dedicated business matching platform taking place throughout the 3 days. I hope you have downloaded the app. As soon as you are a registered delegate, you get to download the app that also allows matchmaking and your arrangement of meetings. But specifically for this year, there will be the last day on the 15th of August being entirely dedicated to business matching at the exhibition floor from 9 to 1 o'clock, so that suppliers, potential suppliers, our local value chain, our potential local businesses are able to engage and be able to connect. The business matchmaking will facilitate a business-to-business service to be able to bridge connections between investors and companies interested in engaging in Namibia's oil and gas industry, access, local empowerment, industry development. With those few, but not so few words, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, sponsors, speakers, the leadership of the Republic of Namibia, welcome to the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025. I thank you.
Thank you so much to Jason. I am sure that you feel most welcome. Can we give him another round of applause? And by the way, Jason, I love the story of the bamboo tree. Absolutely, I'm sure you'll agree with me. Absolutely beautiful and thought-provoking. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call to the podium, and with your welcome, the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, a driving force behind our country's investment narrative. Please welcome Dr. Nangula Wanja.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This side greeted me. That side did not greet me. So I am going to say it again. Good morning, that side. Thank you very much. I feel greeted. So I've got two speeches. There's this one, there's another one, and then I think I'm going to say something else. So I am now encouraged by Jason here to also tell a story. But before I do, of course, I need to recognize that we've got honored guests in our midst today. We've got Meme Shilunga, who is representing Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. We've got our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy. We have got our Secretary General of the ruling party. We have got our President of the official opposition party. We have got the Presidential Advisor and Deputy Head of the Petroleum Unit. We have got the Secretary General of Oil Exporting or Gas Exporting Forum, and many, many diplomats, and also distinguished captains of industries, and let me stand on the protocol observed. So I'm going to read something different, but before I read it, my father asked me a few months ago, what do you really do? And I thought I've been telling him for 4.5 years what I do. So I thought I must explain to him, and then I was stuck on the word investment. And I said, Shivambo, what does the word investment? Because I must explain to him in my vernacular. I could not find that word. The word I could find was for saving. But anyway, I came to work and asked my colleagues who speak Oshiarero, Damaranama, I said, what does the word investment in your language mean? They couldn't find it either. They were always telling me the word for saving. So I said, okay, let's explain it. I think the right word to explain investment in my culture, it will be sowing. You know, like when you sow and reap. And I think this is where you were. So I say, there's a time for everything. There's a time for sowing. There's a time for reaping. And yes, we have been sowing, and it looks like we will continue to sow a bit more before we will start reaping. We are saying from exploration to action, and maybe exploration is the time to sow. And then I'm sure the investors in this industry are saying we need now to move towards the type of getting some of the fruit. Of course, there are always risks attached, but I think we have moved a little bit beyond that. Now, I want to read something for you, and this is something that was issued today by FDI Intelligence, and they issued their 2025 Greenfield FDI Performance Index. So I'm now departing from my speech, and I want to read that because I think it captures whatever I wanted to say this morning. So it says, Namibia ranks first in Africa and second globally in the 2025 reading of the Green FDI Performance Index. Do we want to clap for Namibia? The sub-Saharan African country moves up 10 places from previous year, outperforming its due portion of FDI projects by almost 8 times. Recent offshore oil discoveries have dramatically changed the country's economic trajectory. Fields in Namibia's offshore Orange Basin, where Total and Shell drilled multiple exploratory wells, hold 11 billion barrels of light oil and 2.2 cubic feet of natural gas reserves, according to U.S. International Trade Administration. That will put Namibia's reserves on par with those of frontier oil sensation Guyana. If proven commercially viable, the finds could unlock an unprecedented revenue windfall for the Namibian government, more than doubling the country's GDP by 2040. Somebody said that. Oil service companies of the likes of US-based Baker Hughes and Halliburton have been developing their presence in country and so forth. Beyond the extraction of natural resources in mining and oil and gas, the country has been able to diversify foreign investment inflows into sustainable energy, as well as manufacturing, notably Coca-Cola Beverages Africa's 50 million commitment to install a new bottling line and so forth. Stability, rule of law, including an independent judiciary and openness to investment, have all been conducive to attract foreign investments. An annual survey by Fraser says Namibia is 4th in investment attractiveness in Africa. I will read 2 more paragraphs maybe. With FDI on the rise, the country's authorities have to put inbound investment to work for the wider economy and population. The apartheid structure the country experienced during 1915 to 1990 left deep scars in Namibian society. Despite abundant natural resources and only about 3 million people, the country regularly features among the world's most unequal countries, with 1 in 3 labor force unemployed. Let me move on a few things. It says, of course, NIPDB looks to leverage investment promotion and also fast-track investment through supporting small businesses. We have to make sure the labor force meets the needs of the economy, which also means making sure that those needs are known and communicated to universities. We have to bring small businesses into the value chains. And then, of course, we are creating those databases. What is the last word here? While the Namibia economy continued to expand, mainly thanks to foreign investment in its mineral wealth, Job-rich private sector-led growth has remained elusive, and so forth. So maybe 2 or 3 words from that. I was having a recent conversation with members of the private sector, and they were saying, but the president says they want this in what, they want that, and so on. How can we make it work? I say, okay, it's important to hear the words of the president, but important to listen to what is behind that words. So if you are, whether it is in a relationship, you need to understand, sometimes somebody says, this one, but you don't listen to me. He said, but you said this. No, but you are not hearing me. So we need to hear what are our leaders saying. Our leaders are saying Namibia has been for the many, many past years. We're saying our mining sector, we've got minerals, diamond, uranium, so on. But we are the second most unequal country in the world. Our unemployment rate, when it is broad, it is 50-something%. When it's strict, it's 30-something%. Our poverty levels, they say there's many, many Namibians that still go to bed hungry. That is what the president is trying to solve for. That is what the government is trying to solve for. So whether they say A or B, the point is, yes, A is important, B is important, but what we are trying to solve for is what is critical. So as we come together and we gather here, I know that there's a lot of things that we agree on. We agree that we need stability in Namibia. If there is no stability, the private sector will not flourish, the government will not flourish. We need stability. There is many other things that we agree, that unemployment cannot persist. Inequalities cannot persist. So, if those things that we agree on is 1%, let us give them 100% of our attention. Because if we focus on what we need to achieve, then the way of getting there becomes easy. Then building the trust that we are all asking for to achieve those objectives becomes very, very easy. So, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to all of you. Let us try to make sure that when we are having our conversations, we are considering Namibians that are going to bed hungry tonight. How can we make sure that when the oil and gas industry moves from exploration to action, the very Namibian person who is in a deep, deep village is also able to benefit from this industry? Thank you.
Thank you once again to Dr. Nangula Wanja. Now, before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to express our deep appreciation to our sponsors. Your generous support has not only made this conference possible, but it has also shown a strong commitment to the growth, innovation, and sustainable future of Namibia's oil and gas sector. We value your partnership and the confidence you place in the vision we're building together. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's show them some love with the loudest round of applause. Our diamond sponsor this year, Azul Energy. Let's show some love for our gold sponsors, FNB, RMB, McDermott, Modec, Momentum, MTC, and SIPEM. Of course, we'll acknowledge our generous sponsors throughout our program today, but once again, we thank our sponsors so much for making this possible. Next, from the operator's perspective, we're going to hear from the CEO of Rhino Resources Namibia. Please put your hands together for Mr. Travis Smithard.
Good morning. I stand on all protocol observed, distinguished dignitaries, honored guests. It's wonderful to be speaking here this morning. I must just say, Mr. Kasuto, Dr. Wanja, those metaphors really hit the mark, and I'm so glad I haven't spoken about them in here, because the analogy of growing roots a deep foundation was really something that we were very much thinking about, speaking about today. So thank you for touching that. Dr. Wanja, I think the sowing, reaping, time for everything under the sun, I think hits exactly where Namibia is right now, is where are we under the sun. So thank you very much for those. So it's an honor to stand before you today at such a pivotal moment in Namibia's history. Not only as the CEO of Rhino Resources, but one who shares in the responsibility that we all have in stewarding well the discoveries that can really alter the trajectory of this nation and can define a generation. For those joining us from abroad, you have been well welcomed by our hosts. In Africa, we believe in the heart of Ubuntu, or in Oshiwambu, we would say Uvantu. And what that means is collectively, I am because we are. The individual is because the collective is. So it reminds us that no discovery, no progress, and no legacy can exist in isolation. Everything is required for collaboration. Our company, Rhino Resources, Namibia, is because Namibia is. So today I'd like to share with you this moment in Orange Basin, specifically for ourselves, and how that can be a catalyst for the rise of Namibia. Not just in GDP or in barrels, but a rise in dignity, a rise in prosperity, and a rise in Namibia's fortune as the leader of the African nation. As a testament to this moment, we're incredibly proud as Rhino, on behalf of our operating committee, Azule Energy as one of our partners, Namcor as our government partner, and Cora's Investments. We've made some wonderful discoveries in Sagittarius and Capricornus, and right now we're drilling the Valence 1X exploration well. God willing, that's a discovery as well. I've been convinced by my partners it will be. In saying this, I'd also like to just take a moment to speak to these gentlemen in front of me here from Shell, Total Energies, and Gulp. We really do stand on your shoulders today. Without your investment, without your belief, without the risks that your companies took in Namibia and wanting to see her future come to bear, I don't believe conferences like this would be taking place. So can we just give them a round of applause? So my professional connection to Namibia is interesting. I'm not used to podiums. I'm actually a geoscientist by background. So I'm normally one of the guys looking for the rocks and looking for the oil. And I see many of my colleagues in the background here. But I can say that over the last 13 years that I've been studying Namibia, both onshore and offshore, this is a country full of potential. And I think it behooves us to start to move from the sowing, from the potential to the realization. And I can tell you, as somebody who was looking at our block 2914A almost 10 years ago, the country has this incredible geological history that has been from the form of creation to today, been waiting, almost hidden, for those of us that are seated in this room to unlock. So what I can say is that belief that Namibia holds extraordinary promise stayed with me through some quite tough times, to be honest. We've all remember COVID. Times where the industry felt that maybe oil was only in the outboard and everything on the inboard was gas, thanks to kudu. But really the belief guided the search. The entrapment of this oil has really been something that we have been trying to seek out. And I think really it's been 7 hard years of determined and collaborative partnership that have brought us to this moment. I can also tell you that through our partnerships with Namcor, Cora's, and recently Azule, we've built a very strong unity when it comes to exploration in Namibia. We also thank our teams from Exceed and Halliburton, because as you will all hear later today, as an independent oil company, and somebody that maybe most companies wouldn't have heard of, or some of you are hearing for the first time, we do not have the breadth necessarily as a Shell or Total in-house. But what we do is we build partnership. And we build partnership with Halliburton, build partnership with Exceed, and we've leveraged their specific talents to make sure that these transformational outcomes can be made in an efficient way. As an independent operator, Rhino challenges convention. Our asymmetric approach, both technically and operationally, as well as our capital deployment and the agility thereof, allows us to write a new narrative. As an oil and gas company, of course, we have to balance business imperative, but we do that by being a good corporate citizen as well. So we've shown our belief and commitment in this block and the potential thereof back in 2022 when we sole-funded what was meant to be a multi-client in the Orange Basin. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get the level of enthusiasm at that point, but we managed to self-fund that 3D, and the 3D is now the basis upon which these discoveries have been made. We've also now drilled 3 different geological targets, or drilling Valence right now as we speak. We're also the only company right now drilling in the wintertime. And through our collaboration with our friends at BW, our drilling today allows them to drill tomorrow. And that really is the ethos of Rhino, is how can we collaborate with our industry? How can we collaborate not just with industry, with government, but with the citizenship to make sure that our influence has a force multiplier effect? Alongside that, I'd just like to claim on my technical team's behalf, our non-productive time, as far as we have the data, so apologies to Total and Shell, is the best in the industry, in the Orange Basin. Just like to say thank you to them for that. But what I think it does, it also proves that new doesn't necessarily mean dangerous. New doesn't necessarily mean second guess. New sometimes means adapt. New sometimes means harvest even when it doesn't look like it's ready. New sometimes means wait because that shoot will come. But let's be clear, our ambition, if I may speak on behalf of our partner group, is to be the joint venture company that brings first oil. But this is not simply for the sake of technical achievement. For us specifically, and if I may speak on behalf of my joint venture partners, I really believe this is about setting a generational monument for the prosperity and for the security of supply in Namibia. But in achieving this ambition, we are passionate about harnessing local Namibians. One of the greatest resources we find in Namibia is her people. We don't also just subscribe to the term local content. I think those of you, Mr. McLeod, Honorable Shalunga, you would have heard me say, I don't like the term local content. I like the term local upliftment. Because it's more than just compliance. It's about more than just building skills and knowledge transfer. It's making sure that Namibians meaningfully participate in whatever phase that they can, qualified, in the industry, so that Namibians are the first beneficiaries of Namibian oil. In saying that, at the Rhino Halliburton Technology Center, which we set up in our partnership with Halliburton, at the University of Namibia's Southern Campus in Keetmanshoop, we have Namibian students who are training in the geosciences on high-end workstations using landmark software. The fact is those students are the future-proofing of our industry. They are the future workforce that we require to make sure that the successes we have today and the plowing and the sowing and the reaping that we do tomorrow actually comes to fruition. The character of Namibia's people is quite incredible. This is known as the land of the brave. I think it's both a statement to who Namibians are as brave people, but it's also a call to action for those of us who are coming into Namibia to invest, to partner. You have to be brave, because Namibians are brave, and they will run at things that sometimes don't make sense, but in the long run, they make sense. I think one of the stories that's really captured me is my chief operations officer and I were very excited about our second discovery, and we decided we were going to go to Saldanha Bay and do offshore survival training, which is quite terrifying, if I may say to you. It's, getting in the helicopter being rolled is quite a daunting experience. But what we found there was more than just survival training. We came across 3 exceptional individuals, all 3 Namibian, all 3 very young. Miss Evie, who was an aspiring QHSE manager, Mr. Hiskey, who was a boilermaker, and Mr. Job, who was a welder. These 3 Namibians and their families paid an incredible financial sacrifice to come to Saldanha Bay and to be trained in offshore survival training under the premise that maybe one day they will have the opportunity to work on the rigs offshore. Those of you who've done offshore survival training know that is not a cheap course to undertake, and yet all 3 of these individuals were positioning themselves with no certainty of work to make sure that if at some point down the line an opportunity arose, they would be able to grasp it, and they would be able to claim ownership of that opportunity. Needless to say, Rhino has been actively promoting Mr. Hiskey and Mr. Job to all of our service company providers, trying to encourage them about the quality of these two characters. We've actually brought on Miss Evie as our QHSE trainee, and she now sits in Swakopmund and has been involved in the loadout of all our equipment for Valence 1X, and I believe is going offshore very, very soon. It is their courage and boldness that really struck me. It is in the face of uncertainty that they decided to invest themselves without anything to show for it, without anything to securitize against it. They took the brave and courageous approach to sow when it didn't seem right, to wait when you didn't see a shoot. But it's not about direct employees. This is all about adjacent industries as well. To illustrate this, in our current campaign for Valence, we're employing about 60% of our operational workforce as Namibian nationals. My deputy country manager had a wonderful speech yesterday where he outlined how 80% of our cost and our spend in the Namibian supply chain goes to Namibian registered companies, and that's around 3.8 billion Namibian dollars. Every dollar that we invest, it is my expectation, and my team knows this about me, is that it has to be a force multiplier. They hate the term. I love the term force multiplier, because what it implies is it's not about you. It's about the individual. It's about making sure that the individual has what they need in order to grow. So at the end of the day, Rhino believes that national prosperity in Namibia is not which company is drilling in Namibia. It's to utilize those moments, capture those carpe diem, capture that moment of when the operator is drilling, when the operator is active in exploration work at all, that Namibians can participate meaningfully in those processes so that when the drill rigs leave the shore, as you start to digest the data, as you start to understand what the discovery is, that those entrepreneurs are upskilled and have built service companies that can actually outlive the rig's existence in Namibia. 3.8 billion Namibian dollars is a sizable investment. I think, Doanja, you would agree with that. But this demonstrates that resource development, even in the early stages, is meaningful and can, quite frankly, given the right investment conditions, provide prosperity even today. And we as Africans, let's be honest, have both the right and the responsibility to sustainably develop our resources for our people. So looking forward, we as Rhino believe with the leadership that we see today, Namibia will use its hydrocarbon resources for economic security and economic growth. At the same time, we do believe Namibia will play an important regional leadership role in making sure that other countries around you, I won't mention names, but I'm sure you can understand from my accent who I'm referring to, champion the opportunity for a just energy transition. An energy transition or an energy economy that is future-proofed, based on ownership, based on accountability, and based on hard work, not entitlement. As we look to the future generations, what is the model that we're setting? As we explore and produce these oil reserves, what is the legacy that we're leaving? We have a responsibility to, while we pursue these oil and gas resources, to continually examine ourselves and trying to decide at what point do these lower carbon resources start to play a greater mix. I think we've talked about a master gas bill in Namibia. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think it's something that really needs to get a lot more airtime. And I think it'll be a key unlocker for multiple avenues that we're not even considering yet based on the oil realm. I think we were asked who's oil and who's gas. The reality is they often come together, but they need each other in order to actually be developed properly. So the new energy economy that we're seeing today has been supported over the last couple of years through technological development. And around the world, technology really is reshaping industries at an unprecedented rate. AI and decentralized systems have disrupted and replaced old power systems, enabling transparency, efficiency, and inclusive participation. These tools are reshaping industries, they're democratizing access, and they're ensuring value flows to where it is earned. So outdated systems, entrenched ways of thinking, and obsolete processes are holding us back. We need to look forward. We need to look at what is today's technology bringing us? What are the innovations? What are the opportunities? And how do we harness all of that? How do we harness all these new ideas to achieve better outcomes? Independent operators like Rhino do bring fresh approaches to unlocking Namibia's energy future. Being agile, transparent, and aligned with national goals is part of our existence. By culture and aspiration, Rhino is inherently African. Like our namesake, we move with strategic intent. We are calm, calculated, and I'm running out of time, it seems. So not prompt, I guess. But as an independent operator, we're deliberate, guided by the values of agility, partnership, relevance, and integrity. And we'd like to commend the Namibian government for reinforcing the tenets of a stable, transparent investment environment. Underpinned by the rule of law, the sanctity of contract, this partnership built on trust and servant-hearted leadership can lead to great outcomes for this country. I'm going to skip now all of the lovely things I was about to say about the president, so that's on you, huh? So Rhino Resources is honored to be a long-term partner in Namibia's growth journey. Namibia's moment in the Orange Basin is now, it's here, and I'm sure that there are other basins to be unlocked by our friends and partners at the other oil companies. But let me leave you with this. If we lead with courage, if we lead with boldness and a heart for collaboration, we can create in this country a beacon for responsible development for the African nation and for the world. So may this conference, may this week catalyze each one of us to seize the moment and to move forward in the heart of Ubuntu, together for Namibia. I thank you, and may God bless you.
Travis, I didn't mean to become the unpopular one to you on the first day of meeting, but clearly you have personified the phrase, seize the moment. So well done on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly ask our speakers to keep it short and compact as we are behind time. Travis, this is not aimed at you, even though it is. We'll talk about it later. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome now the Acting Managing Director of NAMCOR, Ms. Victoria Sibeya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think without wasting time, I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Cornelia Shulunga, the head of upstream unit in the Office of the Presidency, also representing Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, the President of the Republic of Namibia. I would also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Natango Isete, the Deputy Prime Minister of Namibia and the Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, as well as the Secretary General of SWAPO Party, our Sophia Shaningwa, and the President of IPC, Dr. Itula, and allow me really to observe the protocol already established. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, as a Namibian, I'm proud to see the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference growing from being hosted from one room to 2 rooms, and this year spilling over to the market tent. So join me to warmly congratulate Mr. Jansen Kasuto, the founder of the National Oil and Gas Conference. So it is a privilege to welcome you to Namibia Oil and Gas Conference on behalf of the National Oil Company of Namibia, NAMCO, We gather here at a time when decades of sustained hydrocarbon promotion have begun to bear remarkable fruit. The Orange Basin has emerged as one of the world's most exciting new frontier, thanks to the groundbreaking discoveries in the Orange Basin. Therefore, Namibia has entered a new chapter. The recent Orange Basin discoveries have turned our offshore acreage into one of the most sought-after investment opportunity globally. So embarking on the long road to breakthrough in Namibia, Namibia's oil and gas exploration journey began in 1974 with the first discovery in the Orange Basin, which was drilled just on 2D seismic in an era when the risk was high and the reward was uncertain. Since then, it has taken us 48 years, 26 exploration wells, and just over 160,000 line kilometers of 2D seismic data, as well as 24,000 square kilometers of 3D seismic data, alongside the cutting-edge imaging and modeling to unlock today's successes. The multiple deep to ultra-deep discoveries of 2022 were the results of persistent, good partnership, as well as improved technology. So today, we speak of Rhino Resources, together with NAMCO, Azule, and Chorus, drilling a well in Orange Basin called Volans 1X exploration well, which was funded 31 July 2025. And the pressure is on Rhino and all the partners. We are waiting for positive results with great anticipation. So across all the licenses where NAMCO is participating, there have been advancing working programs that are undertaken by different operators. So in license number 56, we are working together with our partners led by Total Energies to develop the Venus discoveries, targeting the first investment decision, final investment decision in Q1 of 2026. So that being said, we are also still working hard in Pearl 39 in a partnership led by Shell, doing studies, post-well studies, for us to further plan on future exploration and appraisal activities. And with our partners, Gulp in Pearl 83, we have acquired 3D seismic data last year over the Mopani complex, and we are really working to study the data produced from the wells in order to us to work on development framing of those discoveries. In addition to that, as mentioned, on our discoveries on Pearl 85, mostly on Sagittarius and Capricornus, we are also working on really incorporating the lesson learned and data obtained on those licenses in order for us to advance the licenses in that regard. So on license number 3, known as Kudu, we are preparing to drill the Karas appraisal well by Q3 2025. And beyond that, we are also working together with other operators in other sedimentary basins like Ludres, Valvis, and Namib to advance the exploration activities while drawing the learnings from the Orange Basin successes. So exploration in these regions has proven key petroleum system elements, including oil recovery from the Wingard 1 well. Our focus now is to address uncertainties around some of the geological challenges like the charge of the reservoirs as well as reservoir qualities, while integrating lessons from the Orange Basin to de-risk new prospects in the northern part of Namibia. Not forgetting the onshore activities with our partners Recon Africa and BW Energy. We are currently drilling a well called Kavango West 1 well. And in addition to that, we have also acquired 2D seismic data with our partner Monitor on PEO 93, which have increased data coverage onshore up to 6,400 line kilometers of 2D seismic. These data sets, combined with geochemical and stratigraphic wells, are refining our petroleum system models and opening new chapters for Namibia's onshore exploration story. So our responsibilities as Namibians is to collaborate with investors to ensure that our oil and gas resources are developed responsibly, sustainably, and for the long-term benefit of our nation. Our vision is to create fully integrated oil and gas value chain that delivers upstream success, midstream infrastructure, downstream growth, and domestic energy security. We see opportunities in refining, LNG, petrochemicals, and regional energy trade. From a commercial perspective, Namibia offers a unique combination of factors that create a highly attractive investment environment. To mention but a few, we do have world-class petroleum systems, the geology have spoken, we have competitive physical terms and stable investment frameworks, strategic location with access to global export markets through our ports. We also have a government committed to local content sustainable energy development for Namibians. So that being said, NAMCO, as your national oil company, commits to ensure that this once-off generation opportunity creates a lasting prosperity alongside our partners. I thank you.
Thank you once again to Madam Victoria Sibeya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment again to acknowledge our generous sponsors today, and of course our sustainable energy partner being Total Energies. Thank you to them. Let's give them a round of applause. In our silver sponsor category, we'd like to also express our thanks to Contango, Gulp, Halliburton, you may applause, Hayes Energies, Kenyan Logistics Support Services, as well as Sonangol, and then also our main media partners for this conference, Future Media and The Brief. Let's give them all a round of applause. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, that we are streaming the conference on Facebook as well as on YouTube on the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025 page. Don't forget the hashtag as well, should you make use of social media, that being Namibia OGC 25. Our next address, ladies and gentlemen, comes from a very experienced man. And Namibia is honored to welcome this global energy leader whose voice carries weight on every continent. His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Hamel, Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, from shaping international gas policy to building bridges between the world's top producers, His Excellency has been a driving force for cooperation, energy security, and sustainable future. Namibia, let's give a warm round of applause to His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Hamel.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister Natengwe Itete, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Honorable Madam Cornelia Shilunga, Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Unit at the Office of the President of Namibia, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with all due protocol observed, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the leadership of the Republic of Namibia for its gracious invitation and warm hospitality. I would also like to congratulate the Namibia Economic Association of Namibia and the sponsors for putting together such a wonderful event. It is indeed a profound honor to address you today in this extraordinary land of Namibia, the land of the brave, a country of vast horizons, deep-rooted heritage, and rising energy ambition. This is my first time on Namibian soil, but it was long before, as a student in Algiers, the capital of Algeria, that I first heard of the heroic struggle of the Namibian people for their independence. I am thus deeply honored to pay tribute to your proud national legacy from the leadership of Chief Samuel Maharero and Jacob Moranga to the courage of Anna Mungunda, whose stories continue to inspire generations across the African continent. Namibia's long and dignified journey to freedom and sovereignty, achieved only 35 years ago, stands as a powerful reminder that the right to develop natural resources is inseparable from the right to chart one's own destiny. Today, as Namibia enters a new phase in its energy history, it does not so merely as a site of exploration, but as a pathway to opportunity, to justice, and to shared progress. Excellencies, I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, an intergovernmental organization that unites the world's leading gas-producing nations to foster cooperation, promote energy dialogue and market stability, and uphold the sovereign rights of countries over their natural resources. With 20 member countries from Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and Eurasia, the GECF represents over 70% of the world's proven gas reserves and half of global gas exports. 9 of these members are from Africa. In fact, the 3 most recent countries to join the forum, Mauritania, Mozambique, and Senegal, are all new African LNG exporters. And I have no doubt that Namibia will soon join this family of natural gas exporters. Excellencies, we meet at a time of profound shifts in the global energy landscape. Demand continues to rise, growing, and market dynamics are being reshaped by geopolitics, innovation, trade policies, and climate imperatives. And amid this transformation, natural gas has emerged as a stabilizing force, a fuel that is available, reliable, affordable, low in emissions, with a critical role in meeting the world's rising energy needs and development aspirations. At the GECF, we are convinced that natural gas is not just a bridge fuel, it is a destination fuel. It is not just a bridge to the future, it is an integral part of the future. It is indeed a pillar of energy security and sustainable development. And according to our recent Global Gas Outlook, global energy demand is projected to increase by 18% by mid-century, underpinned by economic growth and a population surge of 1.8 billion people, with 1 billion of those in Africa alone. And natural gas demand is expected to rise by 34% by 2050. Africa's energy demand is expected to nearly double, yet per capita consumption is expected to remain stagnant, a stark reminder that access to modern energy is not keeping pace with population growth. Today, 630 million people in this continent still lack access to electricity, while more than 1 billion depend on wood and charcoal for cooking, a situation that disproportionately affects women and children who shoulder the burdens of fuel collection and face exposure to harmful emissions. So natural gas offers practical, scalable solutions for reliable electricity, for clean cooking, for fertilizer production, and to power industrialization. And our projection shows that Africa's gas demand will grow 3 times faster than the global average, reaching nearly 400 billion cubic meters by 2050. At the GECF, we remain firmly committed to supporting Africa's energy development journey. The Algiers Declaration, adopted at the 7th GECF Summits of the Heads of State and Government, held in March of last year in Algiers, reaffirmed the sovereign rights of countries over their natural gas resources and expressed resolute support for African countries in eradicating energy poverty, advancing industrialization, and ensuring equitable and inclusive socio-economic development in line with the United Nations 2030 Development Agenda and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Namibia's natural gas resources position this country to become a clean energy hub by developing gas, investing in LNG infrastructure, and integrating gas into local manufacturing, transport, and electrification. And the recent offshore discoveries have placed Namibia firmly on the map as one of Africa's most promising energy frontiers and one of the most promising oil and gas producers in the future. So Namibia stands today not only as a new energy player, but as a symbol of what is possible when vision meets leadership. With natural gas as a pillar, Namibia can accelerate its development, strengthen its sovereignty, and inspire a continent. The Gas Exporting Countries Forum wishes you every success in your new energy journey and stands firmly with you as a partner and friend during this bamboo roots expansion period and well into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Hamel. Let's give him another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure and honor to call on our next speaker, the Executive Secretary of the NCDMB of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Engineer Felix Omatsola Ogbe. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay. Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, President Ndimila Nandi, ably represented by Cornelia Shilunga, Honorable Minister Natangwe Ifethi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies, Engineer Felix Obe couldn't make it in person, but he has asked us to represent Nigeria, represent NCDMB with the full complements of service companies in this forum because of the importance that we attach to partnership with Namibia. It is a privilege to be with you today at the 3rd Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. We bring warm greetings from the people of Nigeria and the NCDMB. Let me commend the government and the good people of Namibia for your bold strides by tapping into your hydrocarbon resources and for convening the third edition of this conference. Dr. Nagula, it's not only Namibians that listen to the president, Nigerians also listen to the president. We're inspired by Her Excellency's commitments to prosperity when she said that Namibia aims to swiftly move from oil and gas discoveries to full-scale production, positioning the energy sector as a central pillar of national development and economic diversification. This is consistent with His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's commitment, where he said, in our drive towards industrialization, we will begin converting our oil and gas output into industrial products, feedstocks, and aggregate demand in industrial clusters. So our two presidents have a common aspiration to use the hydrocarbon resources in their respective countries to drive economic development, social integration, and prosperity for our people. So can we appreciate our presidents for this commitment? With that clear understanding that we have the political support at the highest level of leadership, it is our responsibility as technocrats in government to ensure that we drive this aspiration to the expectation of Africans. In coming to this event, we came with our Petroleum Technology Association, where we have the full complement of engineering, fabrication, marine services, oil drilling services capabilities, manufacturing capabilities. And I'm happy to note that since we came in yesterday, there have been constructive engagements between our service companies and the Namibian service industry. And we're excited about what we have seen, though we are still at exploration stage, but I believe that you're well positioned to take the advantage of local content in driving in-country value addition. So it is our intention that this engagement will not just stop in this conference, but will progress it to ensure that the B2B platforms that have been provided really results into tangible agreements where Namibians and Nigerians can foster partnerships, do business in Namibia, but also come to Nigeria to also do similar transactions. The local content program in Nigeria started as a policy in 2001 when we decided that we need to change the narrative, where Nigeria was more focused on revenue from oil, but we realized that there was significant capital flight over time. So we needed to change that model to focus on in-country value creation. So a policy was developed by the then president. The local content program was domiciled with the National Oil Company, the NNPC. The success of that program led to the enactment of the Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Content Act in 2010. So we have been very consistent in terms of our commitment to local content. Today, Mr. President has seen the benefits of local content in the oil and gas industry, and expanded the local content program to include other sectors. Recently, he signed a policy called Nigeria First, where all the sectors in the economy, in their procurement plans, they must include the local content philosophy. So that is an excellent illustration of how a policy that starts from a sector and seen to be successful can be expanded to other sectors. And I urge Namibia to also look at local content beyond just the oil and gas sector. You have a very solid and rich mining sector, so it's important that you integrate local content into these sectors, because there are cross-sectoral opportunities that you can take advantage of. There are mobility opportunities, and there are also cross-functional opportunities that you can take advantage of. So don't leave just one sector for local content. Take a holistic approach to it, and it will be more impactful. Again, the message from the NC Nigeria is that local content has to be structured In Nigeria, we defined local content around 6 success pillars. First, to ensure that you have a regulatory framework. I'm happy to note that as far back as 2023, I had some engagements with some Namibian technocrats where we were reviewing the policy online, and that indicated that there's a solid document that defines what local content is. So it's important that you set the parameters, you set the targets, there is predictability in terms of what is local content, there's predictability in terms of how to measure local content. There's also dedicated funding to support local content because it requires significant funding to build local capacity. And then it's also important for us in Nigeria, what we have done is to create a distinct entity for local content implementation in the oil and gas industry. So that way accountability is better assured. It's also important that you conduct periodic gap analysis in your local content program because you need to know where you are as a country in terms of your supplier base, and then you set aspirational targets on where you want to be. That way you're able to know the gaps, and then you focus your capacity building programs around closing those gaps, be it in skills, be it in infrastructure, oil field services, and other requirements, input requirements as you move from exploration to production. Funding is also very important, but beyond that, you need to partner with your development finance institutions. The supplier industry, sometimes, especially for developing countries like in Africa, they suffocate from the huge interest rates associated with bank loans. They cannot compete when you compare with what is obtainable in developed countries where there are single-digit interest rates. So we have been able to create a single-digit funding mechanism for our local suppliers in partnership with our Bank of Industry and the Nigeria Export-Import Bank, which is a major vehicle that we can use to support indigenous service companies from Nigeria that want to do business in Namibia, assuring them that they have a funding through Nexim Bank. NCDMB is also in Nigeria. We're also very strong in our support with the Africa Energy Bank. I'm happy to note that Namibia joined the APO in 2022. So that shows that we are already collaborating even at the beyond just these engagements. So the Africa Energy Bank, we're hopeful that it will materialize. It will be launched this year. So that way, again, it provides additional funding mechanism for our business. Access to market is also very important, not just within Namibia, but across Africa. And I'm happy that the AFTA protocol has made substantial provision for us to be able to trade among ourselves. One requirement for AFTA is this has to be a demonstration of substantial transformation of raw materials to finished products. And I believe it is doable. So I take a case study of a valve where you have different components, but the major material there is steel, which is iron ore. And iron ore can be found in Namibia, Nigeria, South Africa, and so on. So if we can create a model where we focus on transforming our raw materials to semi-finished and finished products, and then each part of Africa is able to develop some components of a valve, for instance, be it the body, be it the wheel, and then we have a hub where manufacturing can happen, where we can actually do assembly, and then we have the seal of quality. That way, we're able to produce our own hardware, which is an important cost element in the oil and gas industry, harnessing our natural resources to deliver on that. So that's another message for us. Nigeria has also built significant capacity in ability to deepen our manufacturing capabilities. The recent major project in Nigeria is LNG Train 7. And we're happy to announce that the cables, over 2 million meters in length of cables, low voltage, high voltage, fiber optics, instrumentation and controls was sourced from Nigerian cable manufacturers. A significant shift from the original, from what it was in 2010, where we were just doing low voltage cables. We have pipe coating capabilities, so you don't need to go to Europe for pipe coating. You can come bring your pipes to Nigeria for coating. machining capability also exists. We've been able to also export paints from Nigeria to Korea for the painting of the hull of some of our tankers, and so many other capabilities that we've been able to develop. And I'm sure during the business-to-business engagements, you hear a lot on these areas. So we are happy to be part of these engagements. We believe that we can foster stronger collaboration in the areas of manufacturing, which is very important, oil field services, data exchange. We can exchange data in terms of the capacities that exist in Nigeria and what exists in Namibia. Also our skills, the skill pool. We can create a skill pool database and take advantage of the AFTA protocol so that we can have exchange programs, develop the requisite capacity. We're here till the end. We believe that a lot will come out of this engagement. NCDMB has arrangements with PETAN, whereby after every of such engagement, we sit down to look at what has been achieved and how we can discuss government to government to ensure that we have a solid follow-up action. So that will be done, High Excellency. And I also wish to take advantage of this forum to also invite you to the Practical Nigeria Content Conference hosted in Abuja, in Yenagoa, towards the end of the year, so that similar arrangements can be made. So where some of these engagements have matured, we can come to Nigeria and solidify it. You also have an opportunity to speak at the conference and share your own aspirations for Namibia and for Africa. So we thank you for giving us this platform, and we look forward to a mutually beneficial partnership between Nigeria and Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Abdul Malik Halilu, representing Engineer Felix Omatsole Ogbe. Please take note that you can also make use of the official app, the official Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025 app. If our technical team can maybe just display it on the screen as well. There you can also book business-to-business meetings, so please take note of that. You can also email for any potential matchmaking meetings, and the venues will also be allocated there on the app, so please do make use of that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a leader who is helping shape the very backbone of Namibia's economic future, driving industrialization, unlocking the full potential of our mining sector, and powering our nation through bold energy policies. With a vision for sustainable growth and prosperity, stands at the helm of one of Namibia's most strategic ministries. Please give a warm and enthusiastic welcome to the Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Natangwe Ithete.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremony. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nempelila Nandi Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, represented by Madam Cornelia Shilunga, the Presidential Advisor and Head of the Upstream Unit in the Presidency, and your Deputy MacLeod, Carlo MacLeod, our Secretary General, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the ruling party SWAPO, the President of IPC, Dr. Panduleni Itula, ministers, former ministers, members of parliament, senior government officials, Madam Nangula Wanja, the Chief Executive Officer of Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, Your Excellency, the diplomatic corps, representative of Economic Association of Namibia, Comrade Jason, Kasuto, the Hans and Seidel Foundation, NAMCO, represented by Vicky, and SNC Incorporate, industry's leaders, investors. I've seen Miriam Dow from Senegal. I've seen Sanangol from Angola, and many other companies. I've seen McDormand from Angola as well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third edition of the Namibian Oil and Gas Conference, and to the land of the brave, for those visiting from across the border. Today, we are gathered at a defining moment in our nation and Southern Africa history. Our recent offshore discovery, an estimate of 11 billion barrels of oil and 2.2 trillion cubic feet of gas, represent a generational opportunity to shape the destiny of our economy, empower our community, and establish Namibia and Southern Africa as one of the most prominent energy frontier on the continental and the globe. The theme, from explorations to action, positioning Namibia as the next energy frontier, it is very true. I, however, want to expand it and say, from explorations to action, positioning Southern Africa as the next energy frontier, because the hope and excitement that Namibia oil and gas discovery brought is not just hope for Namibia. It is a hope for Africa, especially Southern Africa. If managed well, those resources can be key enabler for industrialization, infrastructures, growth, skills development, and poverty eradication in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm emphasizing on Southern Africa perception because I believe it is now time to replicate our forefathers' unity of purpose that liberated our nations politically, to liberate the same nations economically. Our President, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, demonstrated the importance of the united Southern Africa in her visit to the neighboring country as her first undertaking in office. This discovery demands collective actions, discipline, long-term vision, and discourage from all of us, because development is not a one-man show, it is rather multi-faced. The big turnout of participants here today is encouraging indeed. Let us foster working relations, collective, strategic, planned, and actions toward the realization of Namibia and Africa as leaders in the oil and gas industry. I am calling on unity of purpose. I was actually impressed by Travis when he said, Omuntu Babantu. Amens es amens, namens mense. Omundu morovandu. Ontu morwantu. Yes. The big turnout. I am calling on unity of purpose because we have seen it before. Nation rich in oil and gas that become poorer in spirit, divided in society, and became a victim of their own resources. The resources cause destroys economic, collapse institutions, harm environment, and leave the people, the rightful owners of the resources, worse off, than before. Namibia will not follow that path. We refuse to become another cautionary tale. We must take a stand to manage, guide our offshore discovery jealously, and be a model country that translates oil and gas discovery into catalysts for peace, unity, and prosperity. Let our future generation sing song of praise to all of us here today for putting in place legal framework and operations tools that will ensure there is no mismanagement of those precious resources. It is important to note that oil and gas have a potential to generate up to 7.7 billion per year in government revenue through royalties and taxes. Our government pledge, it's very clear. Every barrel, every cubic foot must translate into jobs, infrastructures, and opportunity for Namibians. The revenue will not be squandered. They will build schools, power our houses, and seed our renewable energy future. Local content will be the heartbeat of this industry. Our businesses, our skills at the center of value creation. To investors, I say, Namibia welcome you. Please feel welcome. But you must partner with us on our terms that protect our environment, respect our community, and share the benefit fairly. To Namibians, I say, this is your oil, your gas, your future rise. Prepare and take your place in this new frontier. To my fellow leaders, I say, let's govern with foresight and integrity. Well, money can vanish in a decade, but nation building lasts forever. Colleagues, at the Ministry and the relevant institutions, we have one chance to get this right. Therefore, failure is not an option. We must succeed so that the oil benefit our sea fuel prosperity long after the wells run dry. If we fail, history will judge us harshly. Ladies and gentlemen, let us choose wisely. Let us move from explorations to action with discipline, with unity, and with the unshakable belief that Namibia and Africa best days are now and tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to Honorable Natangwe Ithete. Let's give him another round of applause. It is now my great honor to introduce the main speaker of today's session, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. President Nandi-Ndaitwah has been and is a steadfast leader, championing national development, advancing sustainable energy initiatives, and guiding Namibia's strategic growth on the global stage. Today, her address will be delivered on her behalf by a distinguished public servant and expert in Namibia's energy sector, Madame Cornelia Shilunga, Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Presidency. Please join me in warmly welcoming Madame Cornelia Shilunga.
Madam Rochelle Roque, our Director of the Proceedings, thank you for the floor. Honorable Natangwe Ithete, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy. Comrade Sophia Nahango Shaningwa, the Secretary General for the SWAPO Party. Mr. Carlo MacLeod, the Deputy Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit and a Special Advisor to the President. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Mr. and Dr. Panduleni Itula, the President of the Official Opposition, Members of Parliament, Excellencies, Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Madam Dr. Nangula Wanja, the CEO for NIPDB, Mr. Jason Kasuto, from the Economic Association of Namibia, Dr. Duoder from the Hans Seidel Foundation, and together as organizers. Madam Vicky Sibeya, our Acting Managing Director for NAMCOR, Captains of Industries, distinguished delegates, development partners, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Are you well? It's a greeting from the President. It is my honor to stand before you this morning on behalf of Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Her Excellency had been scheduled to deliver a keynote presidential welcome at this conference. However, due to other equal important national commitments requiring her urgent attention, she is unable to be with us today. She has therefore entrusted me with the privilege of delivering her keynote address to you on her behalf and to convey her warm greetings, best wishes, and full support for success of this gathering. I need water. Can I get a cup of water? And it reads as follows. It gives me a great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the 2025 Namibia Oil and Gas Conference held under the theme From Exploration to Action, positioning Namibia as the next energy frontier. This year's conference comes at a historic moment for our nation, not only because of the remarkable progress in the oil and gas sector, but also because it is taking place in the same year that I assumed the high office of the President of the Republic of Namibia on the 21st of March, 2025. In my inauguration address, I spoke frankly about the oil and gas industry being new to Namibia, that it is an industry in which we all are learners, but one that carries immense promise for our national transformation. I emphasize that such a strategic sector demands proper monitoring, effective governance, and careful stewardship. If we are to ensure that these resources benefit all Namibians and contribute meaningfully to national development and shared prosperity. It is for this reason that early in my presidency, I made the strategic decision to place the upstream petroleum portfolio under the direct supervision of the Office of the President through the establishment of the Upstream Petroleum Unit. This move was not about centralization for its own sake, but about ensuring accountability, effective coordination, and alignment of the sector with our highest national development priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, Namibia's oil and gas sector stands at the threshold of extraordinary possibilities. The world-class discoveries made in recent years have placed our nation in the spotlight as a potential leading energy frontier. But I want to be clear. The true measure of our success will not be in the number of barrels extracted, but in the number of lives uplifted. Our guiding frameworks, Vision 2030, the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan, 2025 to 2030, and the 6th National Development Plan, NDP6, all place people at the center of development. From Vision 2030, we draw the imperative to transform our economy into a knowledge-driven, diversified, and sustainable one, with oil and gas serving as a catalyst and not a crutch. NDP6 will prioritize strategic investments in infrastructure, human capital, and local enterprise development, ensuring that our resource wealth support industrialization and broad-based economic participation. The SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan makes it clear. National resource must be harnessed in ways that create jobs, enhance skills, and strengthen local ownership. This is why local content development is not just a policy on paper, it is a non-negotiable pillar of our oil and gas governance. Esteemed delegates, we welcome industry players who come to Namibia with sincerity, transparency, and a long-term partnership mindset. But let me also caution, our government will always closely monitor all activities in the sector to ensure that international oil companies and their contractors adhere strictly to our laws, our regulations, and most importantly, our local content policy. We will not tolerate practices that undermine the Namibian people's rightful share of the benefits. Our natural resources are national assets, and their development must always serve the public good. I therefore call on all industry stakeholders to conduct their operations with honesty, integrity, and full transparency in a manner that respects genuine respect for Namibia and her people. The oil and gas sector must uplift and not divide. It must empower and not marginalize. Government will remain open and welcoming to investors who share our values, respect our sovereignty, and partner with us to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, our national vision is clear. Oil and gas development must do as follows: create decent jobs for Namibians across the value chain, build domestic capacity through skill transfer and technology sharing. Stimulate economic diversification by linking with manufacturing, logistics, energy, and other sectors. Safeguard our environment and uphold our commitment to a just energy transition. And generate revenues that are wisely invested in the well-being of the current and future generations. The spirit in which we move from exploration to action. This is how we will position Namibia as the next energy frontier, not just in words, but in deeds. As I officially open this conference, I encourage all participants, whether from government, industry, academia, or civil society, to approach these discussions with openness, creativity, and a shared commitment to Namibia's long-term interests. Let us challenge each other to think beyond the immediate. Let us explore models of cooperation that put Namibia on the map, not only for resource endowment, but for governance excellence. Let us leave this conference with concrete actions that reflect our collective will to turn opportunities into lasting prosperity. Distinguished guests, in closing, I wish to reiterate that my government will stand firmly on the side of the Namibian people. We will safeguard their interests. We will protect their resources and ensure that oil and gas become a tool of genuine transformation. Those who will work with us in honesty, transparency, and goodwill will always find a partner in Namibia. With these words, I welcome you all to Namibia, and it is now my honor and privilege to declare the 2025 Namibia Oil and Gas Conference officially open, and I thank you.
Thank you, Madame Cornelia Shilunga, on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. I would now like to call to the stage all our speakers of this morning's session. We would also like to invite the media for an official group photo as we hand over some special gifts. And with that, we'd also like to invite Mr. Cons Karamata to join the speakers of this morning. Kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we are pressed for time and that you'd probably want to grab a coffee or tea, but please remain in the venue as we will go straight into our first session. And we promise that we've got a very exciting session lined up with some of our international oil companies. So please remain seated while we call on all our speakers to please join us on stage. The media, if you would also kindly take your place. All right, so now that the gifts have been handed over, we've got our media ready to capture this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, again, a kind request. Please do not leave the venue. We will not have an official break as we are well behind time, and we really want to make sure that we have an efficient afternoon. So please do remain, and then we will now move over to the MOU signing. We kindly ask our delegates, please remain seated. Thank you. Can we please hold back on the networking for now so that we transition to the MOU signing? And for that, our first signing, I would like to call on the representatives of RMB FNB and Petrofund. To my left, we have the table there, ready for you to take your seats for the official signing ceremony. That is RMB FNB as well as Petrofund. The media, if you can also take your position to capture that photo moment. By way of hand, can we have our representative of FNB RMB? Can we please ask our representatives of FNB RMB and Petrofund to kindly take their seats? Ladies and gentlemen, a final call for you to please take your seats. We'd like to get back some order in the venue so that we can proceed with the rest of our program. Please take your seats. It's quite a difficult crowd to handle today. May I kindly ask you to take your seats? So I believe that that picture has been captured. Can we have our signees please join us for a short remark? Very, very short. To the rest of our delegates, please take your seats.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, who is represented by Honorable Shilunga, who is the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit and Special Advisor to our President, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Honorable Natangwe Ithete, senior leaders of government and stewards of our democracy and governance, fellow industry captains, friends of our country and investors, Chairperson of the Petrofund Board of Trustees, Mr. Moses Pakote, our host and partners that I'm going to sign commitments of MOUs with today, FirstRand, Namibia, represented by Conrad Dempsey, as well as Mahesh Swaminathan from McDermott, who is the Senior Vice President, Subsea and Floating Facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocols that are firmly established by speakers before me. Petrofund is one of those seeds that were planted by the government in 1992, which speaks to the analogy of some of my friends who spoke before me, that we are now that tree which has grown and is bearing fruits. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted and happy that I have 2 MOUs to sign, and these MOUs will join other MOUs that we have previously signed. We have so far, as an institution, signed 10 MOUs. The ones I'm signing today will bring that number to 12. However, today's one, the one that I'll sign first, is very, very special. It's very special because it was driven by Namibians themselves who believed that it was important to equally not be bystanders, but strategic partners in building skills for our country. And today I'll be signing an MOU with FirstRand Namibia and its partners. It's a historical moment because we are going to formalize a strategic partner with a banking institution which has gone above and beyond the call of our mission, and they have pledged to contribute $1 million Namibian dollars towards building capacity for our industry. And I'm proud and pleased to say that they've not just made the commitment, they have transferred half of that million in our bank account. This generous contribution, ladies and gentlemen, is going to assist our people, of which I'm one of them, to meaningfully participate in the oil and gas sector in Namibia, and it aligns very well with the vision of our president of making sure that local content is a part of the journey to maximize retention of wealth in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this commitment by FirstRand Namibia is a commitment of shared vision. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a full speech to read, but I will not do that. But I want to conclude by saying that the petroleum industry in Namibia is not going to be measured by the barrels in revenue, but how we are going to empower Namibians so that we leave a generation of people that will enjoy the benefits of our hard work today. Ladies and gentlemen, with these remarks, it's a 3-page of talking, but I've summarized, and I look forward to the signing. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and please allow me to stand on the protocol already observed. I think for 2 reasons, I'm going to really keep to the highlights in short. The first one is I saw how Travis was nudged off the stage, and I don't want a repeat of that, and I've misplaced my glasses so I can't read my full speech. I think today for us and the partnership with Petrofund, the announcement is really around possibility. It's We are by nature extremely positive and optimistic people about the country, her people, and what we can do. And today is about the real energy that we're trying to build in this story. It isn't oil, it isn't gas, it's people, it's human energy that we believe we can drive forward with this. There's a lot of talk already this morning around local content, there's a lot of talk about skills development, and this fits squarely into that narrative. The human opportunity that we unlock is only possible through partnership. And when I look around the room and the various players in the industry, it's been a narrative that's been coming through quite strong on how partnerships will take us forward. And earlier this morning, it was quite encouraging to hear how the the Chamber of Mines is also looking to partner with the oil and gas industry and form a bigger collaborative extractive industry body. So this, what we do today, we believe it matters. We believe it helps to circulate benefit through into the economy. And I'd really like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Petrofund for your courage, your belief in Namibia, your vision, and the energy on what we can achieve together. So I'll conclude on that basis, and really thanks a lot Petrofund for the partnership, and I believe this is just the start of many more enterprises to come forward and to help to build out the much needed skills and capacity that we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Conrad there. May I ask Petrofund to remain on stage, and we would now like to invite McDermott to join for the MOU signing. Now, distinguished delegates, you heard me earlier. I really don't want to make myself unpopular, but you've got to work with me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to use this little red whistle every time, and I don't think it will be kind to your ears. Can I ask our ushers maybe just to close the door for us? The doors, as there's a bit of noise coming through. Do we have McDermott, our representative, together with Petrofund? For the MOU signing, the media is there to capture that moment. And then immediately after that, I'm going to call on Engineer Wole Ogunsanya, Chairman of PETSAN, for a short speech and official announcement. I would just like to reiterate and kindly request our speakers to please stick to your allocated time. I actually have these, so I hope it's going to help me. I hope you're going to help me. I'll indicate 10 minutes when you have 10 minutes left, and I'll turn it around to say stop. And if you do not stop, then we shall be whistling. Is that okay? Thank you so much to McDermott and Petrofund. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while the signing takes place, I now call on Engineer Wole Ogunsanya, Chairman of PETSAN. Please give a warm round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, our Minister for Industries, Mines and Energy, Republic of Namibia, Honorable Natangwe Itete, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, duly represented here by Her Excellency Cornelia Shilunga, the Special Advisor, Head of Upstream Unit, Namibian Presidency. We actually met, ladies and gentlemen, we met with Her Excellency yesterday that we set up an organization in Africa that we call African Local Content Organization. When NCDMB from Nigeria was presenting yesterday, they mentioned something about value creation. The oil and gas industry, when you produce a barrel of oil and you sell it at $70 as crude, that barrel of oil will be turned into 4 times what it's worth, to about $280 by refining, by using the petrochemicals and everything midstream and downstream of that. So this association we're presenting today is to ensure that Africa keeps the two rather than keeping the $70, which was the experience in many African oil and gas producing countries, including Nigeria, including Algeria, Congo. This is what we've been doing for probably in Nigeria for 50 years. So we came up with a concept that, look, how can we in Africa ensure that we retain as much value in oil and gas in this continent and grow the GDPs of every member countries that are producing energy in Africa. The association as well that we are presenting to you will be launched at the African Union next year. And we're including even the mining sector. Today, all the phones, we all have our phones with us. Some of the materials that these phones are made of are coming from Africa, from the hinterland. And we're exporting the raw materials and not retaining as much value as we can in Africa. So this organization that we are setting up and launching and presenting to you today is to ensure that Africans will come together across board to ensure that we can retain this value in Africa. We will learn within ourselves. I heard the Deputy Prime Minister talking about regional integration, and we want to do that across this organization. Here in Namibia, the closest oil and gas environment to you is in Angola. Angola is part of this association, so if the upstream sector services that is required in Namibia, and in Namibia needs the support from an Angolese company, you get it from that Angolan company. If it's going to come from Senegal, you go there and get it, all for the purpose of retaining the GDP within Africa. So this association, we're launching it today. We have about 14 African countries that are already members, from Congo, even as far away as Morocco, joining this association to ensure that we are collaborating among ourselves. We're doing training, we're exchanging equipment and know-how across the continent, and it's already happening. Today we have African companies working across Africa. We're already doing, even here in Namibia, we have some companies from Senegal, from Nigeria, from Ghana that are here supporting the formation of Namibian companies. What we are doing, this is a private sector led. In Africa, we have African Petroleum Producing Organization, which is a government led. What we are doing to back that up is to ensure that we have the private sector integrated within Africa and ensure that we're able to retain maximum value within Africa. So I'm going to be calling our members. I'm the interim chairman of this association. I'm going to be calling all our members from different countries, from Senegal, Ibrahima, if you can come forward. Angola, please come forward. Nigeria, please come forward. I think we have other people from Ghana. Please, everybody will come forward to ensure that you can see that the representation of this organization is across Africa. And I think it's something that is unique that we're able to do here in Namibia at this conference, to ensure that as Namibia develops its local content, you can count on your African brothers to come and support you. I have an analogy that I exchanged with Her Excellency yesterday, and I said, look, there are service companies in Africa that have been here for 70 years in Africa, providing services in oil and gas. And some of us that are in the business today as African companies, we learn from these companies. So it took us 70 years to develop that know-how that we have today. Namibia will not have to wait for 70 years with this association that we have formed. And as I said, we'll be launching it at the AU in 2026 General Assembly. So I'm going to ask everybody to step forward one by one to introduce yourself. Ibrahima, please.
Thank you very much, Interim Chairman, Honorable Special Advisor, and the distinguished attendees. We are honored to be before you to present our organization, African Local Content Organization. We believe that local content is the only way the nationals can benefit from the resources beyond government revenues. And the way we are running local content development, we have opportunities we can piggyback on, we can leverage on within the continent. And those are the opportunities we want to showcase. If you know about Nigeria, Angola, Ghana, they have skills that can be used in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Namibia to enter into partnerships and create value together and retain value within the continent. And that is what we want to push. We want to enable a forum for the local content policymakers to exchange their best practices, benchmarks, and case studies. We want to enable a platform where local companies can find their ideal partners online and join their forces to deliver the work in the field. And we want to enable a forum where all the local content matter will find a tribune to be expressed. So thank you very much for having us, and we believe that we are going further with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ibrahima is our interim secretary. He's been leading this effort for over 3 years. Today we have a platform where African companies can link up together in a mutually beneficial way. If you're developing any service, you have African companies already existing that you can link up with on this platform. And we explained that to Her Excellency. Because of time, I will not be able to introduce everybody to you. We'll do a picture, ceremony with Her Excellency. Your Excellency, if you can step forward to please join us on the stage. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Dear delegates, we are deeply aware that we are behind time, and we thank you for your patience. We are trying to speed things up and stay on track of our program. So next on the agenda is a special cultural display, it says. Now this is, and this is what we would love to see, would love our delegates to see, and of course our minister as well. And the next performance now is by Big Ben. So let's please give Namibia's national music icon a big, big round of applause. Big Ben.
People in suits make me nervous. Yeah, they also don't smile a lot. But I think that's about to change, isn't it? So let's start with a little smile in the room. Yeah, I can feel the smiles. Yes, right there. Yeah, it doesn't have to be so serious, you know. So in Namibia, as you have seen, if you've been here before, there's always a song or a dance in almost everything. It's a beautiful culture. So art is probably also, look at where we are. Oil and gas. I'm on stage. It can get better. You know what I mean? Isn't that amazing, right? So now every company needs to hire an in-house band to play every Friday. You know what I mean? You just imagine. But it's all over the place. We even have oil paintings. Can you imagine? I didn't know oil has anything to do with painting, but there are oil paintings. That's how deep oil runs in our lives. More African music is performance music, it's interactive. I'm going to teach you something and you're going to do it with me. It's a call and response thing. And you respond and say, here. Here. Yeah, but you've got to do it like you are here, really. Like really, really. Right? Give it some oomph, right? All right, now you are a part of the performance. Your part is coming, and you will know when. Please jump in. And now here comes your part. I can't hear you. I like it. Here you go, choir. Here we go again. And this is how we welcome you in Namibia, ladies and gentlemen. Moro, moro, moro. We are really saying moro. Good morning, Kore, Shike, how are you? Now help the music with your hands, will you? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You see, oil and gas is not all that boring after all. You know, please keep it in mind if you're going to. One of the biggest questions was always, all right, so don't forget to dance when you're in Namibia. That's all we are going to say for now. Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you, Big Ben. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving swiftly. I would like to ask now and invite the following persons for the ribbon cutting ceremony at the exhibition stand. Jason will be leading you together with Cons and of course Mark. The media, if I can ask you already to move out with Mark. Mark, just, there we go, Mark at the back. If the media can already move to the exhibition space so that you take your position. And then we would like to invite, we have mentioned Jason will be leading together with Cons, Dr. Wanja, Travis Smithard, Victoria Sabaya, Honorable Natangwe Thete, Madam Cornelia Shilunga, Mr. Clemens von Dordera, the resident representative of the Hans Seidel Foundation, Mr. McLeod, if you can also join us, and Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, managing partner of SNC Inc. Kindly follow Jason. We'll give 15 minutes for the exhibition, for the ribbon cutting ceremony at the exhibition space. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to take a quick comfort break, we will start at exactly 12:30. Exactly 12:30, we'll resume with our first session. Thank you. Dear delegates, we have 2 minutes left before we resume with our first session. May we kindly ask our delegates, our panelists, and speakers to please move back inside the venue. We will start at 12:30 sharp. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly make your way back inside the venue as we are ready to kick off with session 1. At this juncture, we would once again like to acknowledge our generous sponsors. In the bronze category, Baker Hughes, Copier Group, also Geoenergy, Inspec, Hanwha Ocean, Sommels, Standard Bank, as well as Yinson Production. Again, we would like to thank our valued sponsors for making this possible. Kindly move back inside the venue. We are ready to start with session 1, which promises to be an electrifying one, I'm told. Ladies and gentlemen, final call to please take your seats. We do thank you for your patience. We cannot start our first session without our speakers and moderator and panelists. So hopefully they are making their way back to the venue. In the meantime, kindly take your seat for all of, if they can hear me, all our delegates outside in the foyer, please make your way back inside the room. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are ready to kickstart session 1. Please take your seats as we are ready to resume with our program. Well, I must say that trying to get this audience on time is like herding cattle. Each one has their own pace. Well, before we begin with our first session, a quick note for our esteemed panelists. We have a packed and exciting program, and to ensure that every voice is heard and every session gets the attention it deserves, I kindly ask that we strictly keep to the allotted time. To help us stay on track, you've heard me earlier, I'll give you a friendly yellow flag. That's when you have 10 minutes left. And then the red flag when your time is up. And if all else fails, then we shall go the route of the whistle. And be reminded of that last Titanic scene of Rose calling for help, because I'll be going. All right, session 1, ladies and gentlemen, is proudly sponsored by McDermott. Let's give them a big and a warm applause. Let's show them love, McDermott. The theme for session 1, Unlocking New Opportunities, the next stage of development. Please welcome our first speaker, starting with Mr. Carlo McLeod, Special Advisor and Deputy Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Office of the President. Thereafter, he will be followed by Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, Managing Partner of SNC Incorporated, and an expert panel that Mr. Nyambe will introduce. Let's put our hands together for Mr. McLeod. Okay, so we are 12:50. We're finishing at 12:10. Is it 15 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. Watch me.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, hereby duly represented by my senior Honorable Cornelia Chilunga, the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit and Special Advisor on Oil and Gas, Honorable Natangwe Itete, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable Ministers, Dr. Nangula Wanje, the CEO of NIPDB, Mr. Jason Kasuto, CEO of the Economic Association of Namibia, to the organizers, distinguished guests, industry leaders, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at this important gathering, and this is where minds and voices are shaping Namibia's oil and gas future. I would like to thank the organizers of the Namibian Oil and Gas Conference for the opportunity to deliver this keynote address under the theme that could not be more timely, from exploration to action, positioning Namibia as the next energy frontier. Indeed, Namibia stands at a turning point in its economic history. Our recent offshore discoveries have captured global attention and placed us firmly on the map of emerging frontier energy nations. But as we all know, the mere existence of resources beneath the earthly surface is no guarantee of national transformation. What matters most is what we do next, how we shape the sector, and whether we succeed in creating a sustainable, inclusive, and future-ready petroleum industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Namibia, under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, has taken a decisive stance. Oil and gas development must be approached as a strategic pillar of national development. It must not be detached as an extractive activity. Rather, it must be integrated into the broader framework that guide our country's progress, namely Vision 2030, the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan of 2025-2030, and the 6th National Development Plan, NDP6. As the upstream petroleum unit, our mandate is to provide coordination and oversight in this critical sector and to ensure that the benefits of the resources are equitably distributed, responsibly managed, and aligned with the strategic vision of the nation. Allow me, therefore, to share with you the core of our government strategy to shape a transformative oil and gas industry, one that delivers value not only to investors, but to every Namibian. At the heart of our approach are 5 key pillars. The first pillar is governance and the regulatory clarity. No sector can thrive in an environment of uncertainty. That is why we are actively reviewing and amending our legislation to provide a clear, transparent, investor-friendly framework. This includes clarity on local content, production timelines, and environmental responsibilities. We are committed to ensuring a regulatory certainty which safeguard not our national interests, but also the interest of the oil sector. The second pillar is local content and national participation. In line with the aspirations of Vision 2030, we aim to empower Namibians to play meaningful roles in the oil and gas sector. This means more than employment. It means ownership. It means capacity building. It means technology transfer. The local content framework currently being developed will prioritize Namibian skills, businesses, and communities. We want Namibians to participate not only at a periphery, but at the very core of this particular emerging industry. The third objective is economic diversification and industrial linkages. Oil and gas cannot become an enclave sector. We must use it as a springboard to drive industrialization, develop new infrastructure, support manufacturing, and build a robust service economy. Through NDP6, we are working to integrate oil and gas with other priority sectors, including transport, marine logistics, energy generation, and downstream petrochemicals, in ways that foster broad-based economic growth. Our fourth objective is sustainable resource management and the just energy transition. Namibia is a champion of climate responsibility. Even as we harness hydrocarbons, we do so with full recognition of our international obligations and our green ambitions, especially in the development of green hydrogen. Our approach is clear. We will extract responsibly, minimize emissions, and invest in a just transition that supports clean energy access and environmental protection for future generations. The fifth and the final pillar is revenue management and intergenerational equity. The government is currently working to strengthen the sovereign wealth fund mechanism that will ensure that petroleum revenues are preserved and invested wisely and not squandered. Our focus is on using resource wealth to invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure so that the benefits of the sector extends beyond the present moment and reach generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to underscore that these pillars are not abstract. They are being implemented in concrete ways, consistent with priorities set out in the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan and Vision 2030. Some of these initiatives include the development of a national petroleum data repository to enhance data governance, the creation of regional training hubs to develop upstream technical skills, and the rollout of a national local content certification system for suppliers and service providers. All these efforts reflect our conviction that a transformative oil and gas industry must be built on a foundation of inclusivity, capability, and shared accountability. But government alone cannot deliver this transformation. We need the active commitment of our partners in the private sector, international oil companies, national enterprises, service providers, and civil society. Therefore, we urge you to invest not only in exploration, but in the people, the Namibians, to support local businesses, to transfer technology, to uphold environmental and social standards, to build Namibia with us. In return, the government will offer a conducive and cooperative policy environment, one that values partnership and rewards long-term commitment. As we move from exploration to action, let us be guided by a shared vision, a vision where Namibia's oil and gas potential becomes a tool for a real and lasting development. Let us shape a sector that is not just extractive, but transformative, not just profitable, but equitable, not just promising, but sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together across government, businesses, and society to ensure that the oil and gas sector truly delivers for the Namibian people. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the fruitful engagements that will emerge from this important conference. I thank you.
Now that's the kind of cattle I want to herd. Thank you so much to Mr. McLeod, and thank you for honoring your time. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, the founder and managing partner of SNC Incorporated, specializing in energy, natural resources, and commercial law. He advises governments, state-owned enterprises, and international corporations on oil and gas, renewable energy, and mining projects. Shakwa is president of the Association of International Energy Negotiators, the period 2025 to 2026, and serves on multiple AIEN committees, as well as on the boards of Debmarine Namibia and Namdeb Holdings. He holds an LLM in Oil and Gas Law, University of Aberdeen, and is recognized by IFLR 1000 and Chambers and Partners as a leading lawyer in Namibia. Please welcome to the podium Mr. Shakwa Nyambe.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. We passed beyond the morning. Rocher, you say I have 15 minutes. Remember last year when I presented, I was on time, I left 10 minutes, so we can add that to my... Thank you so much. Can we load my presentation there? See the one which is here is for McDermott. Okay, yeah, we're ready to go now. So for today's presentation, I'll focus on, I'll have 5 segments. The introduction, I'll look at where are we as Namibia in terms of oil and gas activities, the upstream sector, and where are we going, or where are we supposed to go? Then look at what is it we have to do for us to get there, and then the conclusion. So that's how I will approach this presentation. So Namibia, I think those who don't know about Namibia, I know most of you might be Namibians, but those who are not from Namibia, when it comes to oil and gas projects in Namibia, you know, the exploration started in the 1970s. And then 1974, we had an oil and gas discovery by Chevron, which is the current Kudu gas field. And fast forward, 2022, everything changed with the discovery by Shell, the Graph, and then Total Energies, Venus, as well again Shell, and more discoveries which came. So a lot has changed since 1922, and we've seen a hope of success going forward. But before I go to where we are as a country, I want to look at, show you Namibian acreage, you know, how much size of blocks, land does most of the companies operating in Namibia have. You realize that if you look at this diagram, NAMCO is one of the big acreage holder. So NAMCO will be one of the very instrumental company as we go forward in future. There will be a big deal. We see Eco Atlantic, there's Exxon, Tower Resources, and we have some African companies like Atlas Petroleum, which is Oranto, and we have some Namibian companies also with acreage there. You can see from Vena Gemstone, 8 Offshore, Custos, Cores. So that is sort of the picture in terms of who has how much of the land, how much of the blocks in Namibia. And where are we as a country? Okay, 2022, that's when everything changed. We got the discoveries by Shell, which is the Graph, followed by Venus, Total Energies, against Shell, Laruna. 2023, we have another discovery by Shell, the Yonka, more wells drilled by Total Energies, and then more work again by Shell. And 2024, apart from Total Energies, we got another one now by Gulp, the Mopani discovery, as well as another one by Total Energies, the Mangeti. And 2025, Total Energies obviously still there, but now we get Rhino Resources, the Sagittarius well, as well as the Capricorn as well. So there's another new emerging player apart from the Gulp, Shell, Total, the Qatar. We have Rhino now, which is in partnership with Azul. So that is where we are in terms of the discovery. But now, from what we have discovered, or the oil and gas resources which have been discovered, which company holds how much of those potential discoveries? This is an extract from the Wood Mackenzie Group. You will see that Gulp, according to this analysis by Wood Mackenzie Group, yeah, it has more, looking at around 1.6 billion. Then we have obviously Qatar Energy. That's another player which plays very quietly but very relevant, because they are in most of the blocks. They are in the Shell block, they are in the Total Energies block. Total Energies obviously is there. And you will notice something there that we have local Namibian companies also like Custos Investment as well as Chorus. So that is just a picture in terms of how much each company resources they are having in the country. And now, as we go forward, obviously we need to do comparisons with how other new frontier countries are doing. And we look at Guyana and Senegal. Look at that graph from the Wood Mackenzie Group. And you will see that at around 26 wells drilled, our barrels are estimated to be around 6 billion. At the same time, at 26 wells, Guyana was almost at 9 billion. And then Senegal at 11, they were at 6. So what tells you is that the more exploration, the more wells we drill, if we reach to well number 51, if you look at the graph, we might find itself also at the top at 15 billion barrels. That possibility is there. We just need to put things in place, make sure that the business environment is very conducive for these companies. Now, in terms of the fiscal regime, you have heard from the presentations of Victoria and others that we are one of the most attractive fiscal regime in Africa and in the world, with a very low royalty rate of 5%, corporate tax of 35%, additional profit tax which is fixed at 15 to 20%, and then negotiable from 20 to 25. And then we have obviously the state participation by NAMCO, 15 to 20% in most of the blocks. And NAMCO also operates its own blocks, and perhaps in future we might see them getting more equity in some of the blocks, or operating the blocks on their own, then they bring in the technical and financial partners. So that is just an overview on the physical terms. So where are we going as a country? Because we have to move. We can't just keep talking about the discovery and then bragging and telling the world everything is good. We have these discoveries by Shell and Total, while we don't know where we are going, or we don't know what we have to do. We haven't yet arrived. We just started. So we still need to do more exploration, more drilling of exploration wells and appraisal well, for us to be able to have more chances of discovering more oil and gas. So there is more exploration which is coming. You can see from the slide, BW Kudu have announced they will be drilling. They've already secured the rig. Rhino Resources, they spudded their well already. Total Energies, hopefully, maybe late this year or next year. We have Gulf also, perhaps they might drill in 2026. Onshore, Recon Africa spudded their well also on the 31st of July. So we have activities both onshore and offshore which are happening. And we know there is a momentum towards field development. At the moment, the talk has been more about Total Energies, the Venus well, as well as the Mopani. We've expected that we'll have multiple FPSO, which will be required, over 100 subsea wells to be drilled, and then more further explorations, which might bring more success. So let me also add Rhino Resources there, because Travis said they will be the first to get first oil. So I'm joining you there, Rhino Resources. Yes, that's your partners, and that's all. Thank you. And obviously, with discussion to field development, we will need to deal with the field development plans, which is a document between the licensee as well as the host country. Initially, when you get the license, there's no development project on the horizon, but once you do the discoveries, Then you need to develop your field development plan. How are you going to exploit the resources? What are the conditions, the terms? And then as JV partners, once we've agreed, you submit to the government. There might be some negotiations and alignment and changes which will be done. And then the field development plan will eventually be approved by the government. Then the most important one is the final investment decision. You cannot go forward if there's no decision from the investors indicating that this project is viable. We are ready to bring our millions and billions to spend on this project. So that is very, very important. And you have seen, I just cited it the way it is from the media, from Total Energy CEO, who says we need to be aligned with the government. That means agreeing on how we share costs and manage risk. We don't want to launch a project if the cost of production is too high. If the break-even is above US 20 per barrel, it becomes very difficult, unquote. Obviously, there will have to be some discussion. And I have full confidence with our government. We have our two special advisors, the head of the upstream petroleum unit and the deputy head. I know they've just come in, but I'm sure they're already seized with this. We still have the Petroleum Affairs Directorate with its staff, including the Petroleum Commissioner. We have NAMCO. So we will have to engage with Total Energies and agree on how we go about this. And government must put forward its position. And eventually, we need that Venus well to be developed. So there are three companies which I think they will go to, or which the industry feels they might be the first to get to FID. Total Energies, obviously with its partners, BW Kudu, and then we have Gulp, and then potentially Rhino Resources and Azure Energy. So there's hope, but we need to reach that decision first. The final investment decision, very, very important. Otherwise, we can't go anywhere. But I'm very optimistic that we will get there. All right, so what do we have to do? This is where we need to be very, very open with each other. As patriotic Namibians, we need to give constructive views and engagement, not criticism. But what we are giving you is constructive, because if we don't remind you, as the Namibians, to say, colleague, let's focus there. Look at this. This and this is still missing. We don't have time. Time is running out. Then no one will do that. So the first thing is, let's fast track the establishment of the upstream petroleum unit. I'm very happy that the head of the upstream petroleum unit, Cornelia Shilonga, is here, as well as the deputy, Mr. McLeod. They are still brand new there, so we won't give them much pressure now, but it's very important to have this unit established, which will require some of the provisions of our laws to be changed, so that we align. And I'm sure this is already ongoing. But that is the very, very, very important, because we want to bring certainty to the industry. And number two, obviously, all those necessary review and amendments to the laws we said we want to do, which we've been discussing about for the past years. Let's fast track those amendments, and let's enact those regulations which we are not having. And there's one important thing which sometimes we don't talk about. That is developing a communication strategy. Millions of Namibians have been told that we have discovered oil and gas. They have expectations, isn't it? They're expecting jobs tomorrow. Some are expecting to get contracts already from Total or Rhino Resources. But do they know how the process goes? Do they know the stages? Do they know the challenges, the opportunities? So that's where we would need, more especially as government agencies, together with some of the state-owned prices, We need to come with a good communication strategy. It will have to involve the Ministry of Information Technology and Communication, NAMCO, Office of the Presidency, and then engage everybody. You engage, be it individuals, engage civil society, engage different types of people, and ensure that we have an effective stakeholder communication or engagement plan. So we need also to engage our legislators, because do they understand the potential of this industry? They are sitting in parliament there. So we need to engage them and teach them and tell them these are the stages, this is how it works. This is the potential benefits. Because if they don't understand, they might not understand why Shilunga is trying to do this and this, why Total or Shell is asking for this and this. So it's very important to ensure that we educate and we engage those who are relevant. And finalizing local content framework, this is very important. And you know, this is, without local content framework, we cannot unlock the opportunities for the Namibian entrepreneurs, for the Namibian citizen who wants employment. No? We need to ensure that the framework is done, the regulations are there with the monitoring, enforcement mechanisms, as well as sanctions where needed, and then so that we can accelerate participation of indigenous companies and Namibians. So I'm appealing again to our two special advisors, as well as the Petroleum Affairs Department, Petroleum Commissioners and others, for us to give attention to this, because the expectation of the public, of the people, is to benefit, and this is the tool which will allow them to partake in the industry. And the next one, which is to hire consultants, lawyers, and advisors, there's a lot of work. Our advisors, two advisors, as well as the Petroleum Affairs Department on their own, they will not be able to ensure that all these things which must be done, reforms, are done. They will need assistance. And that's where we need to make provision for the budget, for money for that, so that we get people who can do the right work. And the last one here is we had a break of close to 2.5 years where there was no evaluation of application for petroleum blocks. That has some side effects on the entire growth momentum of the success we are having. Because for the drilling to happen, more wells to be drilled, we will need to award blocks, and then seismic surveys need to be done to survey and identify the targets. That's when the drilling can be done. So we might have a situation where we have a little bit of a gap if we don't fast track approving, evaluating, and awarding some of these blocks. But this is necessary to ensure that we create more ground for more exploration, for more drilling. So that has to be done to ensure that we keep up with the momentum. Obviously, we have a lot of challenges and opportunities. It's not only the good things which are happening, but challenges is with the deep water, drilling in deep water of 3,000 meters in depth. You know, the environment is harsh. You know, some of the companies don't even want to apply or to secure those blocks which are deep water because they don't have the resources and the technology. And then it comes with high exploration costs. It requires more technology. And the distance also from the shore to the wells, sometimes up to 250 kilometers, it's also a problem. We have the issues of the rock formations with the permeability and the high gas to oil ratio. So these are some of the challenges which we should always have in mind whenever we want to create also incentives. You see now the next slide is on the incentives. Some of these countries who are drilling or have developed deep water projects like Brazil and Angola, they've come with incentives for deep water drilling. I won't go too much into it, but it's there on the screen because I see Rocher is looking at me with a corner of his eye. Then obviously we have opportunities, the drives opportunities, and these are advanced technology. If we can just use the best, try to, with research and development, get into the best technology, we will be able to unlock whatever is there in those deep waters in the Orange Basin. And then we need strategic partners. You heard from Travis and others that you need to share the risk as well. You need to share the cost, and then to manage the project. So it's important to have good strategic partners, also important to ensure that there's risk management. And then in conclusion, I'll say that I think we are, as a country, we are on the right trajectory. If we keep our policies, the laws, fiscal regime remain stable, coupled with the demand for the commodity, which is the oil and gas. We have a good demand now, as well as the good prices which we have. We will be able to make a blessing out of our discoveries. And as the president has said, we are too few in Namibia to be poor. And if we just manage this properly, there will be prosperity for everyone in Namibia. Thank you. Okay, I'm back again. I'm not done. So the next session, very, very interesting session now. This one is very important. You have to listen and pay attention. I'll be having the biggest players in the upstream sector in Namibia to update us, to engage them on some of what they are doing, the issues, the challenges, to know where they're going, what is happening currently. So I have the following. I'll call you on stage. Travis Mithard, CEO of Rhino Resources. You may assume the position. Yes. And Mahesh Swaminathan, the Executive Committee Member and Vice President, Subsea Floating of McDermott. Adriano Bastos, Upstream Senior VP Gulp. Maggie Shino, the Petroleum Commissioner, Office of the President of Namibia. Adriano Mugini, CEO of Azul Energy. We have Anthony Chatu, Chief Geoscientist, NAMCO. Eduardo Rodriguez, Country Chair of Shell Namibia, as well as Chairperson of NAMPOA. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, you can have some. Don't worry, they'll get me a seat. Get her one seat. One seat. One chair. All right. I think what I'll want from each of you, starting with Rodrigo, just an introduction, who you represent, give us an update. What is happening with Shell? People have been reading a lot of news articles that Shell, Namibia is not a priority. Please put things into perspective and tell us what is happening.
I didn't know the cost of this seat. Right? So, thank you, Shagwa. So, good afternoon to all. My name is Eduardo Rodriguez. I am the country chair for Shell in Namibia. So, Shell has a long history in Namibia. We were part of Kudu at one point in time, and we returned in 2014. And as Shakwa very well explained, we had our graph well in 2022, where we had the first discovery in the Orange Basin, which led to a very aggressive well campaign. So we've drilled a total of 9 wells, of which 6 have been exploration, 3 have been appraisal. We've done 2 well tests, and it's just an amazing operational campaign. Most of them dealt with discoveries. I'm sure you've read the news. Yes, we have found oil, but we've encountered some technical and mainly geological challenges that at this moment we don't see a pathway to commerciality. Nevertheless, doesn't mean that our interest in Namibia is not there. With our partners, NAMCOR and Qatar Energies, we're working really hard to try to figure out how we're going to continue understanding the subsurface of Namibia and moving forward. And next year we'll be conducting drilling activities again. So that's kind of an update on what's going on in Shell.
Is Namibia still priority for Shell?
Absolutely, exploration priority, yes.
Thank you so much. Travis, just an introduction and then what you are up to now, and then we take it from there.
Good stuff, thank you. Is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah? Yes. So Travis Smithard, the Group CEO of Rhino Resources. I think you've heard enough from me today, so I'll just say we drilled Sagittarius in April 2025, made the discovery, Capricornus in April, and we're busy drilling Valance at the moment. As Eduardo said, we need to keep a close eye on these wells because it is still frontier exploration. And we're just very excited to be a part of Namibia, be a part of this moment, and looking forward to this panel discussion.
Thank you. Mahesh?
Yep.
Just tell us about your company. Do you have presence already in Namibia? What are you looking at?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mahesh Swaminathan. I represent McDermott, so you've seen us sponsor this, and we signed an MOU this morning, and I've been, around the conference. So we are a 100-year-old or 102-year-old, to be specific, company in the oil and gas sector. So we started offshore oil and gas first out of the California coast, and we've been in the business. We are actually a service provider. We fit into the development phase of any project, basically, which means that once these people have found some commercial success, they come to the likes of us to actually develop infrastructure. So we conceptualize, design, build, and install, infrastructure that produces natural resources, particularly oil and gas, for customers, and our customers typically tend to be, your Shell and Total and Exxon and the national oil companies in general. We partner a lot with local companies, and then in terms of delivering the services, so that's where we fit in the overall scheme of things. Specific to Namibia, so do we have work in Namibia? Not yet. So we are present in the neighboring countries. We did some project just now in Nigeria. We just are finishing up with Total in Angola as well. So, but we have already started to, as the saying goes, from the morning, we have planted the seeds, and then the seeds are in operation under the soil. So we will be able to then provide the services in terms of the large offshore oil and gas projects that we expect to see as Namibia, unlocks its potential.
Thank you so much. Maggie, from a regulator perspective and a government perspective, the nation is very excited about these discoveries by Total, Shell, GAP, as well as Rhino. What is the latest which you can share with the people, as well as anything on the horizon within the industry?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shakwa. And very good afternoon to you all. I think it's a lot of pressure on me as a Namibian woman standing here amidst all these men. Where are your ladies? Huh? No.
Come to my office, Maggie.
I know you can handle. You can beat the men.
The zebra style need to be very much implemented here. But with that being said, a warm welcome to all to Namibia, those that are coming for the first time. My name is Maggie Shino, and I'm the Petroleum Commissioner of Namibia. And it's as a Petroleum Commissioner and as a lead of what is formerly known as the Petroleum Affairs Department, it's our role and responsibility to ensure, therefore, that we regulate the industry and we keep all these boys in check. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been an easy task, but it comes with a lot of energy that comes with the expectation and the task of what we carry on our shoulder as a Petroleum Commissioner and also as now a member of the unit. As you are aware, we are now in the 8th administration of the Namibian government, very, very brand new government, very excited about this phase, but also an administration that comes with a lot of hope and a lot of requirement from the sector. And in order for us to shape that, we are now currently going through what we call a small transition period, whereby the directorate itself is now being operated and being managed not anymore from the Ministry of Mines or formerly the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, but now we are operating under the upstream unit within the Office of the Presidency. So you can imagine now the focus that we have in ensuring that this industry yields the results that are needed by the Namibian people. With that being said, we are excited because we are at a stage at a cusp of transformation. Transformation for the Namibian economy, but also transformation for the Namibian landscape as a whole. We're looking at the oil industry, not only an industry that's going to be an enabler for us to be earning revenues, but it's an industry that has an opportunity to provide those additional seeds that are required for the economy to grow in the periphery. With doing that, we are currently very, very busy at a stage where we are now trying to cross over the path of moving Namibia from being an exploration country, a country that is only having exploration wells being drilled, to moving the state into being in a development phase. And the agenda, we only have one agenda on point, is for us to turn Namibia into becoming an oil-producing nation. And the date is still 2029, 2030 financial year. With that target set, we are well on course. Work has commenced for us to start. We are in the initial really phase of looking at what does the field development plan for the Venus field could look like. Very, very early stage where we are with Total. We are also at a very final stage of concluding or looking at putting together what the field development plan for the production of the Kudu gas field will look like. But at the same time, we are also chasing very high on the heels of Gulf. And I'm sure Adriano will speak to it, that how do we appraise those discoveries that we have made within the Mopane complex? As you know, the Mopane complex is still very complex, but the positive news that we have is that it continues to grow and it's getting bigger and better. I don't know why Travis didn't speak about what we are seeing in the Rhino block. And all this work together with then the prospectivity that comes with all the other block, plus then the work that we are doing within the Recon Africa in the Okavango Basin, the drilling that is taking place there of the Kavango West well. We are busy driving or creating a balance between still driving the exploration as we have it, making sure that we cross over into the development phase, and not losing the focus of making that first oil production date to be met. And that's what we are busy with right now.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Now, Adriano Bastos, if you could give an overview of what is happening with GALP, I also want you to touch on the challenges as an opportunity for your project. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Adriano Bastos, and I'm a Senior Vice President for Upstream in GALP. GALP is a Portuguese-based independent company. It's a vertically integrated energy company with strong presence in all the sectors, including refining, distribution, and also on renewables, one of the largest renewables player in the Iberia Peninsula. And we're quite proud to have probably one of the greenest production in terms of CO2 per barrel of the industry. So we like our green legacy, and Namibia plays a strong element on our future. Talk about Mopane, and that's what GALP is. Mopane is this lovely discovery, but before we go there, we need to tell that we are here for quite some time. We've been here for at least 15 years. We are there on the Moosehead. Was not a commercial discovery, but proved a petroleum working system. And that made us stay and continue to look for what we found the sweet spot. We are successful following the activities of Shell and Total, and if I could echo my friend Travis, we probably would not be here if Shell and Total had not made their discoveries ahead of it. So Mopane is large and continues to grow, as we discovered, but does not come without its challenge. The system has some heterogeneity. What we need to understand is how those accumulations, they connect, and how can you best develop and produce in an economic manner. And that's what we're doing today. We drilled 5 wells so far. We drilled 3 exploration wells and 2 appraisal. They're all successful, which is quite uncommon in the industry. We're quite happy with what we found so far. We like what we see with that multi-client 3D link survey. We integrate those results into our model. And we just finished shooting a high-dense 3D seismic all over the complex. We expect the results by year-end, beginning of next year. And with all this new data, we'll be able to visualize what we have. And we also would like to see the results of PW well. We're quite anxious and quite hopeful that they will be successful, and that will help us to do some analogs to what we have on our hands, and that we will continue to unfold the biggest challenge, that is to understand the deposition model of this basin. So, as I say, Mopane is great, but is not an easy development. It has its challenges, but nothing that cannot be achieved with collaboration, time, and also expertise. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Before I let you go, Adriano, it's a well-known fact that GALP is looking for another company to partner or share with them the risk, acquire some interest in your assets. Any update on that process?
Well, is a couple of things. First, some of the numbers that were shown related to GALP is not our numbers, so please don't quote that, okay? Second is 80% in a project of this scale is not natural. So all the industry, we tend to dilute the risk. And if you look, even our large neighbors, Shell and Total, have much lower than 80% of their own block. So we try to normalize the risk level as more or less what we call industry standard. That's what we're doing. We are happy with the interactions we have. but we will not disclose more than that.
Thank you. I'll let you go for now.
Thank you.
Okay, we go to Adriano Mongini.
But if allow me to add, one point is nothing changes on our strategy. So we have the mandate to continue and to explore and develop Mopane. When the natural dilution of our participation will happen. Okay.
Thank you. We'll be waiting for the announcement. Yes. Now to Adriano. I have two Adrianos on the panel. You are a partner with Rhino Resources and this very exciting block where you had success already with the 2 wells. You have experience of operating in Angola. What is on the horizon in terms of plans together with your partner? How are you progressing further or going forward with your projects in Namibia?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Adriano Mongini, CEO of Azul Energy. Just a quick recap. Azul Energy is an international energy company that is based in Luanda. We have 50% owned by BP and ENI, and we are one of the most important operator in Angola. Actually, we are the first equity producer in Angola. And as correctly you said, we started to have our adventure in Namibia when Rhino selected us as operator more or less 18 months ago. We are very, very happy what has been done so far and what Rhino has been operating the exploration phase right now. And we are excited to see what is coming. As we have been already said, there is 1 well under drilling right now. But you are right, with our partners, we are already starting to think for the future, because if I don't know what the other operator will do, but definitely we will keep the challenge to make the other operator to beat us in the first oil. And to do so means that we have to think forward, and what we have is already something that can allow us to think beyond the present drilling phase that we are going now. Of course, we are working together with Rhino, the operator now, and also, of course, with the whole partnership, because it's absolutely important to have a full alignment to go further quick and fast, as we believe that is possible to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anthony, NAMCO, is there any latest, anything maybe I want you, apart from the introduction, just share with us if there's anything to share with NAMCO, any latest? And also, considering that NAMCO is involved in almost every petroleum block, I'm sure over time, as you go through the explorations, the appraisals, and many other things, there might be opportunities and other challenges for NAMCO. If you could also touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Anton Chatu, representing the National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia. We, as NAMCO, have challenges and opportunities in our participation in the oil and gas industry. Because we are partners with everyone, and we need to keep everyone's secrets. We are not supposed to tell the other partners what is happening in the other blocks. So that is one of the challenges and opportunities that we have. And we are the custodian of the petroleum database of Namibia. So if anyone wants to license data, they have to come to us. So we have a very unique position. And with regards to current operation, of course, Rhino mentioned that they spudded the well, and we are partners there also. So we get to see these partnerships, of course, they are guided by the joint operating agreements. And we have opportunities also to leverage on the experiences of the partners that we are working with. So some of our staff gets seconded to these companies, and they help us with upskilling our employees. So I think in nutshell.
Thank you so much. Before you go, some Namibians might not know that NAMCO actually operates some blocks. Can you share with us what are those blocks and what are the opportunities there, just in a summary?
Yes, currently we are operating 2 blocks. We have PEL 79 and also PEL 102. So these, we have also local partners that are in those blocks. So these opportunities are also available for any investors who need to farm in these blocks.
Thank you. Back to Eduardo.
Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of talk about Shell, almost every second week since January. So I wanted to make things clear today. We have heard about challenges for Shell, geological and others. Can you just share that and put into perspective? And then what is it you are doing now apart from those challenges which you are having going forward? Thank you.
So it's a frontier basin, right? So we're trying to figure out how it is, and these are big blocks with many different prospects. So drilling 9 wells, which is more than any other investor in Namibia, it's a big task, and we're trying to understand something that is not known. And what we have seen so far, we don't see yet a pathway to commerciality. Now, so what's next? Well, those wells may not be producing, or they could. We don't know yet, but they do provide a lot of information that has led us to the next steps that we're going to go with our partners. And we will continue to try to fulfill all the possibilities that we can to make sure that we fully de-risk our block. So that's on the subsurface part, no? Now, as I don't know if I will get another chance to talk, I think that it is very important to understand we are in an exploration phase. Also, not only the geology represents challenges, but this is ultra deep water activities, which is expensive as well. The met ocean conditions, so kudos to Rhino, but it's tough. It's difficult operating conditions. Right now, most of us are sourcing ourselves from Walvis Bay, which is 800 kilometers. So it's a challenging and complicated operating environment, which costs are high just by nature, not because of the Namibia itself, but because of the nature of it is. So many things have to go right. All the legislation that was created for Namibia was done 30 years ago, right? So, and that's, there was a famous boxer, which I'm not going to quote his name, but he said, you always have a fight plan until they punch you in the mouth, right? And that's kind of the mentality that we here, all of us that we're here, we need to figure that out. We have rules of the game of how it was supposed to do, and now we have some discoveries. So now we have to sit down, all of us, and it's great to see all great service companies. I see McDermott coming to town. That's great news, but all of them have done a very responsible. We saw yesterday Halliburton, all the work that has done, Schlumberger, etc. So we need to all work together to make it happen, because as operators, we cannot ignore the challenges that the government, that the country has and vice versa. We also have some challenges, so it's important on how we communicate and we all work together to solve the challenges that we have ahead, because it's not easy out there and we're all working very hard. Government, service companies, operators, to really try to make this happen. So I had a very interesting conversation yesterday with Mr. McLeod in the corridor, where we said, you know, the first thing we have to build, is trust. And we need to have those discussions to really, it's not you're right or you're wrong, it's, okay, what's important to you, what's important to us, and how do we make it work? So that's the common goal of everybody, because we are all pushing for that first oil that we're really trying hard to get to that position. That's the name of the game. So that's what we're doing with NAMPOA, the industry association. We're trying to have open dialogue, and we are, with the government, with the service operators, which they are also constituted in an association, and we all need to understand what are the challenges to make this work. At the end, we should be working, what's the Namibia investment case? And if we're able to achieve that, if we have that kind of dialogue, we have, as Namibians, the most significant competitive advantage over the real competition. And what's the real competition? The rest of the world. Yeah. So that's what we have to work together. And I said the word together, and when I came a year ago, and I really mean it, we need to all work together to understand each other's challenges to really make this work.
Okay, thank you. You are wearing two hats here. You're country chair of Shell and chairperson of NAMPOA. What are those issues or things you want to, you have advanced to government? Let me say 1, 2, or 3 as NAMPOA, which are critical to you.
So we have 6, and I'll be very quickly because I'll not explain, but we have a very simple agenda. We had a great meeting with the president and the office of the president, where most of the relevant stakeholders were there, where we explained the good thing is that what we have, it's working okay. It is working for all the operators. As I said, we've drilled 9 wells. We all drilled them in top quartile performance. I need to check your stat, Travis, because you gave an interesting one. I'm checking on that. But anyway, that's great to see the great performance that you're having all these wells. But in NAMPOA, we have 6 work streams, we call them. The first one is local content. It's in the forefront. We need to address local content, the enabling and working together on how to make it a reality. It is important that we are responsible with it and that we do it in a phased approach, and that we are listening to other experiences to make sure that Namibia takes the right path. So we're working very close. The second one is very punctual. It's about more operational efficiency, which is the visas and work permits. The third one is infrastructure. That's more on the midterm to long term, but also we're trying to see if we can incorporate an infrastructure master plan on the development plans of the country. The fourth one, it's all the legislative aspects, and primarily we have 2 about stabilization of fiscal stability and arbitration regulation. The fifth one that we have, it relates to communication, which you were spot on there, Shakwa. And the 6th is about how, as an industry, we understand the social responsibility, the corporate social responsibility, so we can have a larger impact, as not as individual companies or service companies, but as an industry, because the industry needs to have more coordinated work. And we're working on a 7th, which is operational efficiencies, mainly on safety and environment.
Thank you, thank you. Travis, you talked about the very good discoveries by Rhino, and the Petroleum Commissioner even was wondering why you didn't go deeper. Tell us more about the sweet things there. Yeah, what is the extent of these discoveries, and what do you still have to do to get to FID?
So I believe we've got 17 questions for this panel, so I was trying to give us space. I think fundamentally, Eduardo's hit the nail on the head. They've drilled 9 wells, and I really take my hat off to Shell because I think they've done a phenomenal job for a frontier exploration area. Alongside Total as well. I think, reality is, as you said, this is a basin, right? We're not talking about a particular portion of a basin. We're talking about the northern sector of the Orange Basin, but there is a huge amount of complexity. Adriano Bastos has also alluded to it, understanding the sediment pathways, understanding charge and migration history. There's still a lot of work to do to try and unlock the true potential over here. So I think from our perspective, we are obviously very excited after having drilled Sagittarius and Capricornus. The Capricornus well result, as I disclosed and as our partnership has disclosed, flowed an incredible 11,000 barrels a day. That was corrected oil. So, that's a phenomenal result for us. I think where we are right now is trying to understand Volance. Volance, obviously, the well that we just spudded on the 31st of July. It's going to give us a really good picture. If I just put this graphically for people, we drilled Sagittarius in the north of our block. We drilled Capricornus 30 kilometers to the south, and Volance is 15 kilometers north of Capricornus, so right smack bang in the middle. And I think the reality is that we've seen significant changes in the geology and indeed in the discoveries themselves, fluid content, everything else, between Sagittarius and Capricornus. So I think, part of our enthusiasm for this is that clearly there are discoveries to be made here. There is oil to be found in the basin. I think the other side of that is for us to take on the responsibility of managing expectations, to make sure that when I communicate on behalf of our JV to the government, to the Namibian stakeholders, it's something I can say absolutely hand over heart. This is what we believe is there. So I think, under-promising, over-delivering is fundamental, but it all comes down to trust and all comes down to communication. So I think, from a subsurface perspective, certainly there are challenges. Shell and others haven't really drilled in what's called the fold and thrust domain per se. Maybe they've clipped the edges of it. We have drilled now 3 out of 3 in that thrust domain, and we are seeing significant differences. So I think Eduardo pointed to this, and myself and my partner Adriano Mongini have discussed the fact that having access to pressure data, which the folks at NAMCOR have access to, would be very helpful in terms of operators making decisions in how you plan your wells, how much risk do you assign to the geology, how much more exploration dollar can you actually spend versus your prediction, and all of that needs to sort of come together into a business case, as Eduardo said. So, from our perspective, really excited about the discoveries. God willing, Volance the same. Where do we go to from there? I think we very intentionally picked Azule as our partner to join us because of the fact that we want to try and fast-track development. Like I said, getting to first oil sounds like an incredible bragging right, but for our purposes, it's actually just how do we make sure that every investment dollar that we spend today has a shorter lifespan as possible sitting in the JV account before we get to first oil. It's actually an investment case in Namibia, because what we can see today is there are, as you said, 1 in 3 Namibians looking out for work. I heard a stat yesterday which shocked me, quite frankly, was that there are only 700,000 people that are actually part of the workforce in Namibia. And if you look at the scope of the oil and gas industry, if you look at actually what we could potentially be doing as both a direct investment and then its ancillary indirect investment, the oil and gas industry can have a significant impact here. But we need to make sure we take the right steps at the right times, having open, honest conversations around where we're at, where we're hoping to be, and make sure that when we do communicate that, because I think you made that point very well, that the public stakeholder engagement does need to be maybe amplified, so that the Namibian stakeholders, which are the citizens, the beneficiaries of the oil, understand where we're going and understand the timeframes it do take to responsibly get there. Because the last thing we want to do is start drilling wells under promises and find out that our resource base went from X to 1/10 of X. That's a very difficult conversation to then come back from.
Thank you so much. We need to do the right things at the right time, just so that I can climb on that comment. Mahesh, McDermott operates in various countries. You're also in Angola. And what lessons can you share with Namibians when it comes to subsea activities, floating facilities, which we can learn on or ride on?
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it, right, one thing to just step back and looking at it as a service provider. So, for example, McDermott, I don't know if people know that, is the largest fabricator of offshore structures in the world in terms of capacity. So we've got 4 large fabrication facilities around the world spread, which is churning out, maybe 250,000 tons of steel every year. But I think it's important in terms of where they are located. So we don't have a fab facility in the USA or anywhere. So what we have one in Mexico, we have one in outside Dubai, then we have one in China, and then one in Indonesia. So again, these were set up for many years ago, and then the facility in Dubai and the one in Batam, Indonesia, was about 50 years ago, with the view of developing the local infrastructure and the environment around it, right? So that's very important. Why am I bringing this example? So that's the first step in terms of getting into a greenfield location. And there are other things which we've done as we moved along, right? For example, if you see recently in the last 15, 20 years, we tend to become more multi-local, we call it, right? We don't want, I mean, the days of 1970s and 80s where you would have a Western oil company come and, a service provider coming and trying to do all the work is not there. I think, there is development happening around the world. So what do we mean by multi-local is partnering with right people, right institutions in terms of developing local infrastructure. I'm not talking about, just taking 20 people and training them and then, finishing it. We are talking about setting up partnership, and I'll take some examples. I mean, the one we have in Vietnam, we went 35 years ago when Vietnam was starting oil and gas. We worked with the local government. They set up a fabrication facility, which we ran for many years, and then developed the people from there, and then they are now an international player in terms of offshore wind and oil and gas. And they continue to be our partners, right? I mean, and they continue to be all the projects we do, we bring the expertise in terms of technology, and they build the local infrastructure. So that's the kind of vision you need to have when we say, and then talking about Angola, right? Couple of things, and I was giving this example to a few people yesterday as well. So when we went in Angola, one of the things we saw is that there was a requirement for local content, particularly say engineering. So there were a couple of engineering houses that are existing over there, and then all you needed to do was to put some work into them to get a tick in the box. That was an easy job done, but then we saw that it's not actually value adding. So what we decided was to set up our own engineering entity with about 18, 20 Angolan engineers, which we took around. I mean, that was on one project, but the whole hope was that then we use it. And then I'm happy to say that many of these people have been trained and have been absorbed in other projects around the world. So I think where I'm going with that is when we come in as a service provider, I think the few things that we have learned and we can then employ elsewhere is to have a long-term perspective. And it's not just, us as a service provider, but also the environment and then the stakeholders, including the operator, the local government, etc., to have a bit more of a long-term perspective in terms of upskilling, in terms of development, and not look at things on a project-to-project basis. So that's what we think has worked over the period of time in many of the countries. It's painful, it's not easy, it takes time, but going back to the bamboo example, right? If you have to do it, then you do it right? So that's one main thing I would say from the perspective of investing in the future with a long-term perspective. Other things, if you look at it, I think Travis kind of touched upon it, and I'm sure it was there in the presentation as well, in terms of clarity of fiscal terms, not in terms of operations. When I'm talking about in terms of custom duties, when you come in, where you go out, personal income taxes, etc. How do you make it kind of attractive for people to come in and do the work? Because you want to bring people who are technologically enabled, who will come here and focus on building the infrastructure and building the local environment. What you don't want them is to be, fighting day to day in a gray zone. So that's something that we've encountered in a few areas. That's probably the second biggest thing that I would say we need to focus on.
All right, thank you so much. Maggie, local content is a hot topic, and How far are we with the local? First, let's start with the local content policy. When is it likely to be finally approved, signed off by cabinet? And what is happening also with the review of some of the legal instruments? Maybe you can update us on that as well.
Okay. Maybe before I go to the timeline of the policy itself and when do we expect to gazette it, I think the term local content has been used, especially the policy has been used as waiting for that one particular document, probably that is supposed to do it all. But what the Namibian industry keep forgetting is that the local content requirement has been there in our law since 1990. Since the Exploration and Production Act has been enacted, that requirement has been there. And what we are seeing is that there are a number of companies that are really, really moving ahead without necessarily saying that they are waiting for a policy to come in there, and they are making those initiatives. And we are, as an industry, we are seeing the results paying off for those companies that have started to invest early in the Namibian industry, and it's helping the industry. With the petroleum agreement that all license holders here have signed to, there's a provision under Clause 22 and Clause 23 that mandates for the employment of Namibians. Within the same petroleum agreement, you also have a mandate that has been given to all the license holders for training and knowledge transfer and making sure that you build the skills and the capacity of Namibians. Within the same petroleum agreement, you also have the requirement for every activity and every operation that is to be done in conjunction with the participation of Namibian companies and the Namibian people, and to be done making sure that you use the Namibian goods and services. So those requirements, as we have now elaborated them further into the local content policy, are already there. What is lacking a little bit is that the coordination between the license holders and the service providers in cascading that requirement down to their contractors and to their subcontractor until the last participant within the value chain is what is slowly not is being uptaken at a slower pace. And this is where, therefore, we want to say, for Namibia, our law, the way it has been designed, has really been robust enough that it has taken care of every element and every requirement that is, and every ingredient that is required to make an industry that is robust, an industry that makes room for the citizen to also participate, but not only be recipients of the revenue when the production starts, but to be part and parcel of the industry. What we are also advocating on a daily basis is for us to ensure that the knowledge transfer that is required, and how we are mandating is that we must be able to build skills that are sustainable, skills that we can be able not only to utilize within the oil industry, but to be able to distribute it further into the periphery of the economy and have then a national skill force that is a national skill force that is capable to serve any other sector as we have them. So with that, there is a lot of initiatives that has been taking place because of where we are already. There's also a lot of companies that have taken up also the provisions of the policy in its draft format to already produce those results that we are seeing. The MOU that was signed today between RMB and Petrofund, that shows an engagement that goes further to RMB is a service provider to this industry. And they are contributing to building their capacity, not only waiting to say that the license holders should be the one that contribute to the Petrofund, but as a service provider, they have already gone beyond what is already captured in the draft policy to be able to do that. And this is a call, and this is the call that you are making to all service providers that are starting to come into Namibia. that you must already design your business case and your business plan for Namibia to be incorporating the requirements of the petroleum agreement in terms of the local content and the requirement of the policy itself as we have it. Now, coming back to the policy on its own, we have taken a lot of time to look at this policy simply because the Namibian government doesn't, our approach to lawmaking and our approach to legislative review is the one that makes sure that we have taken into consideration the input of all players that are affected. With that being said, we have had such a long consultative process with the industry and with all the players that has been involved to ensure that we shape a policy in such a way that it should be an enabler of the industry to propel, it should be an enabler for the Namibian economy to grow, and it should also provide a catalyst of how it can be easy to do business in Namibia. As has been stated by McDermott, all those small elements that the Namibian environment must provide to ensure that the investment that comes in Namibia is welcome, the investment that comes in Namibia has an ease conduit to come through, and the whole system must be able to collaborate to help that. So in taking those elements, it's not an easy work, it's not an easy task to ensure that you have met the desires and the objectives and the mandate of each and every player and put them into that policy so that you create a policy that creates a win-win situation that we are targeting as government. It's not an easy task. It's because of that that we have taken long in terms of listening to all our stakeholders and taking all the inputs that we are receiving in trying to shape that policy. Of course, the mandate is, or the main objective is to ensure that the Namibian people are the main beneficiaries of this industry, but we want the Namibian people to benefit from an industry that is thriving. And it's because of that that we had to take time to be able to create a tool, an instrument that is achieving that. With that being said, we are still not finished with the consultation of getting all the inputs that we are doing. So for that, in order then to achieve that target, we have in principle received the cabinet approval. Cabinet have endorsed the policy in its draft format, but we realize also that apart from some concerns that are still coming from the industry, there's a big element that is missing, which is the policy is earmarked to assist and help the Namibian person, a Namibian citizen, to participate. But the understanding of how they are going to participate in this sector is still lacking. There is that gap. And we realize that we need to close that gap. We need to close a gap of some elements that we have incorporated into the policy that are not pro-growth of the industry. We have to close the gap of those elements, of those conduits that we have put in there for a Namibian citizen to uptake. The Namibian citizen need to be aware of them, and they need to be ready, and they need to be prepared to take them up. So because of that, we therefore now going to have one last round of stakeholder consultation. It's earmarked for the month of, from the 1st of September up to the 15th of September this year. And immediately after that, we will then make the final amendments and inputs into the policy. And then from towards the end of September, the policy will then be ready for gazetting and we'll take it as adopted.
Okay, thank you. So you're looking at end of Q4 or Q3?
Q3 of the financial year.
Of the financial year.
Yes. Q3
Thank you.
Financial year.
Yes, Adriano, I know you were very economical in sharing some information. I hope you share a bit now. You know, the Mupani discovery is a very well talked about discovery, and I wanted to hear from you when is GAP likely to start engaging on the field development plans, which obviously will lead to the FID on that discovery? Is there another opportunity apart from your discoveries, apart from the Mopani? What else is there which is promising or which might be very valuable?
I like your difficult questions. So it's simple to answer difficult questions. But before I go there, let me touch on two interesting points. My good friend Travis boasted that it has the highest operating efficiency. Eduardo got offended, said, no, we are the master of the basin. And Laurent is quiet, but is there on his chair saying, no, we do better. But the good thing is, and my guys just text me, say, no, we are better than they are. But the fun part of it is it's nice to be part of an industry that at least we're top quartile against the rest of the world. So it's good to show the quality of the operations, because when we do a project like that, then the first concern is safety of our people, safety of the environment, and safety of the assets. So we drilling here so many wells without problems. So this is a testimony that we are serious about what we do in our commitment that we made to the people, to the environment, and to the country. That's good. I like that friendly competition. And why I say friendly competition? Because we are not competitors. We compete to secure the block. After that, we shall collaborate. Eduardo mentioned that it's a difficult place to operate, it's far away, we have some 3,000 meters, we have some mid-ocean issues, and there's no reason why should we replicate the inefficiencies of other areas. There's no reason why we should not share facilities, resources, in order to make our project. If Lohan allows me, because it was written there on your presentation, Mr. Shakwa, $20 a barrel to approve the project. To get to $20 per barrel in those conditions, not easy. So it's a lot of efforts to get there. And the best way to do that is to collaborate. And collaborating every single axe of the problem. It's not three-dimensional, maybe it's multiverse, the amount of issues that we need to resolve to get to those targets. And one of them is, of course, local resources. Come with a local content, come with a skillful local workforce, that infrastructure, how we best use it, and how to help, not help, I hate the word, we don't help, we collaborate. How to collaborate with the rest of the country. The country has other industry that needs to survive. If we pull, because of economic power, our gravitational force, all the skillful workforce from the other industry, the country will suffer. So we need to collaborate not only within the industry, but with the rest of the country. There's a lot of people that needs opportunities to find their own way. The industry will provide a certain level of empowerment and employment to a limited amount of people. But we need to create, or not create, but take the opportunity of that platform to enable others, to enable other, they call economic development. And take the opportunity that we bring in more skillful personnel and bring a different way of looking at business, maybe on the agriculture, on the tourism, continue to develop everything in a collaborative manner, not thinking only oil and gas centric. And that is really, really important for the sustainability of the future. Answering your question, okay? What are we going to do with Mopane? As I mentioned before, we need to complete and receive, complete the processing and receive our assessment to fully understand what we have. We drilled first where we thought would be the sweet spot of the whole complex. And the word complex is probably properly allocated, because it's not a single reservoir. It's a series of several reservoirs that are, some are connected, some are not connected. And the best way to drain the whole complex is still not fully understood. And the latest discovery, the 3X, also made us think that maybe we should focus on a little bit on what we call the southeast area of the block initially. And that probably will create opportunity to the first development center of the whole complex, and that will lead probably to a second, third, depends on how we find. But the PEL 83 is a large area. We have other targets on the north. Some of them is unknown by the industry, like Gerbil and giraffe, and we have cheetah. And cheetah was the reason why we kept the block for the in the first place anyway. So there's lots of work to do. So we are here, we've been here for 15, and we're looking forward to be here for the next probably 30, 40, 50 years. So yes.
Thank you. We want to have you here for the next 100 years. Let's start production.
I hope I can survive to 100 years, so I'll be here.
All right, Adriano Mongini, talking about collaboration at all levels of the full cycle of the upstream petroleum sector, you, Azul, operates a couple of blocks in Angola. What lessons can you share with Namibia, having operated blocks across the border in Angola? Share with us as we approach different stages now, looking at field development plans, FID, then eventually production.
We are operating more blocks in Angola. 3 are in production, but there are many other exploration blocks that we operate. But I believe that Angola could be a very good example or could be a lesson learned that could be applied in Namibia as well. Namibia has this peculiarity to be one of the, in the African environment, the last one to develop the oil and gas system, so they can get the benefit of the lesson learned of the other countries around. And I believe that there is a great relationship between Angola and Namibia. What we can say that in 2018, there was a big reform of the petroleum system in Angola. Beyond the very early big results that the beginning of the centuries, there was a lack of prospectivity in terms of willingness of the company to invest more, because there are a series of reasons. And in 2018, the new president reformed the whole system and create a very clear system in terms of how the petroleum resources were managed in the country. And through this and through also local content laws and other regulations that are telling how to operate in Angola, but the attractiveness of Angola is increasing. And last year, I would say that it is one of the African countries under the spotlight in terms of investment, and new and old operators are bringing back, companies are bringing back in Luanda. It's a very successful reform. And this is through mostly, more than the fiscal system. The fiscal system is important, but more than everything is how the relationship between the operator and the government, and the transparency and the flexibility, and also how the interaction with MPG, that is the agency that is basically making the interfaces, the first contact point of all the operators with the government, is creating a collaborative environment that led to a completely different attractiveness of Angola. In terms of local content, also on that, Angola had different local content laws that are progressing. I cannot say that is perfect, but we are more than 1,000 people company based in Luanda, and we are more than 85% Angolans. And this is rightfully so, and also willingly so. And we would like to even increase the local content, and we are working on that. But that is in terms of the employees. But then there is also the system that involve the local industry in order to evolve, in order to start to as a partner with international companies, but to grow internal capabilities in order to increase the amount of capabilities that can be done by local companies. It is a long process. It's not yet finished. Actually, there are always some hiccups and some situation, but it is well managed, and it is very, very clear. And I believe that Angola could be a very good example of how a country that has lost its attractiveness can build again a very successful petrol, oil and gas environment.
All right, thank you. Anthony, NAMCO, just share with us, why is it important, relevant for the national oil company to partake in these activities? And also, what are the growth plans, in terms of growth? Where does NAMCO want to see itself in some years to come?
We would like, we have first of all done sort of a gap analysis of the company. So we try to identify where are the gaps that we need to fill. We know we have a very big and serious job that we have to fill. We are also having very few staff. As you can see that we are taking part in all the blocks. At least we have to have maybe an individual working on each and every license. And while other companies, the whole team, they are working on that asset. So we have a lot of challenges that we have to fill currently. And we want NAMCO to be one of the companies that is able to explore, to be able to drill appraiser wells in future, and also able to take over operations. So most of these companies are given licenses maybe up to the initial 25 years, then another 10 years. So after 35 years, we want to see ourselves able to operate these assets that are left by these companies. And also we want to be able to do the whole life cycles in future. We have examples of companies that have moved from being just a participant as a national oil company to active investor in the oil and gas industry. We want to see ourselves in future playing that role and ensuring that our Namibian people are skilled, capable to execute these operations.
Thank you so much. We have run out of time now. Just in conclusion, I'll give each panelist 1 minute or 2 minutes to comment. We'll start with you, Anthony. What is your message to the Namibian nation?
My message to the Namibian nation is that, of course, yes, we have discovered oil, but we should be patient. there are systems in place which government have put which will allow us to benefit from these resources, and we intend to be very transparent on the processes and how the public can benefit from these discoveries.
Thank you. Adriano, what is your message?
Yeah, the message also yesterday was saying that the oil and gas business is a marathon, it's not 100 meters. So that requires patience, and in the building we have to also to remember that the real value of the oil and gas is through the participation during the project, but more than everything is the revenue that are generated by the project themselves that can be used through the nations, to the government, for everyone, not even the one that is involved in the oil and gas the project. So what is really important, I believe, that is progressing faster in order to have a project, in order to have production, in order to activate this generation of revenue that can be really used for the country itself. And in the meantime, using the most and as much as possible local population in order to improve the employment, but that is a middle step. Is not the target. The target is to generate the wealth for the country itself.
Thank you. Thank you. Adriano Bastos, your message?
I will split in two, if you allow me. I will hold this one. First of all, allow me to challenge my good friend from NAMCOR. I think they need to be more ambitious, not take over operations in 25 years, by find your own way to become an independent operator in a much shorter time. And that will give Namibia an opportunity to decide their own future and give them an ability to become self-sufficient on their decision, and could definitely collaborate with existing and newcomers, in order to get there. That is my first challenge to you, be a little bit more ambitious. The second one is, my message would be the following, complementing what's been said so far, is we found some good rocks. So we found we resolved the first challenge, that is to have a good how do you call, below ground issues. Now we need to protect the above ground. At the same time, we develop all the policies and develop everything that we need, all the framework to lead to a development. We need to retain competitiveness. We need to continue to be competitive in a global scenario. Okay. We all have global portfolio, and my largest competitors are not Travis and Lohan or Eduardo, is internally. Now, where projects in other geographies competing to the same dollar. We need to make sure that the dollar in Namibia continue to be the most attractive, the most competitive within our portfolio. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Maggie, message from the regulator and the government.
My message is going to not only to the Namibian citizens, but to everybody and all the industry players. This industry cannot work unless we collaborate, all of us. It works like a car. The Namibian government is the steering of this car. With our policies, with all the regulation that we are putting in place and all the regulatory instruments that we are putting in place, we're steering this industry in the right direction. But for us, even us, as a unit, together with the Minister of Mines, Industry, it takes long for one to get to move from the name. As a ministry and as a unit, as we work, we cannot work in isolation with the support system of the rest of the government. The whole government needs to prepare itself. Each and every government institution needs to take a clear look internally to see what is my role, how can I support the oil industry, what's my role into this industry to make it work. And that's how government as a whole, we can then collaboratively be able to steer the industry. With the government steering the industry, we also need the private sector to come on board. There is a lot of infrastructures that are needed for us to enable this industry to take off successfully. If we are to target the production first oil 2029, 2030, we need to have infrastructures that are ready to be able to allow us to move these molecules. In addition then to the infrastructures, we also then need the private sector investment to come in. As has been said, the geology is what it is. There's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of unknowns, but we need a lot of investment in technology, a lot of investment in the expertise, and we also need all the license holders in Namibia to speak more strongly. When you are in your boardroom, every dollar that we are competing with the world, make sure that it comes to Namibia. Because right now, Namibia is a frontier, and it's the one that is ready to receive your investment. In addition to that, we need also then to work together, all of us, to ensure that we develop a skilled workforce for this country and for this industry to thrive. With that, we cannot do without the brakes, which is environmental management. We need those safety brakes. And therefore, that element needs to come to the table. Plus then, the public institutions need to keep us in check, all of us. Governance need to be to the fore of what we are doing as an industry. And if we all therefore take part, pick and choose a role that we can play in ensuring that all those elements come to the fore in the Namibian industry, we will have success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mahesh, a brief message?
Yeah, I mean, briefly, I think it's been said in the morning, and I'll reiterate the message. We said it's not about the number of barrels you uplift, but it's about the number of lives you uplift, right? It's a very powerful message for a nation. And I think, as I said, we probably have a seed in the ground, and using the bamboo example, but it is important that we make sure that we nurture the seed and then wait patiently and have all the safeguards in place so that it's not just becomes one bamboo tree, but we have a bamboo forest, right? That's what it's all about. So to me, I think it's about, there's a lot of discussions happening, but it's about collaboration ultimately. And then in terms of making sure that this industry, everybody comes together in the government and in the private parties, etc., all for one, which is this industry, which can then become the industry, the one industry that's for all in Namibia.
Thank you. Travis?
I think my message to the Namibian populace is that your government has been very clear. I think their ambition, their drive, their desire to serve the people is unbelievably unwavering. So I think from my perspective, and maybe as an industry perspective, I think it's now about collaborating, but building trust, having transparent and sometimes difficult conversations. But if we have the spirit of Uvantu, which is effectively that no individual company is going to unlock the prosperity of Namibia, but like Mr. Barstosh has said, together we can build an industry here for the benefit of Namibians, with the custodian, which is the government, overseeing this, providing the governance structures, providing the legislative structures that allow us to play within those borders. I see Namibia absolutely skyrocketing in its ability to provide economic security to its citizens, energy security, and quite frankly, be a leadership baton for Africa.
Thank you. Eduardo, last one?
Last one, yeah. So I'm going to repeat, which is coherent, which is great, but 4 things. Emphasize working together with capability to adapt to whatever lies in front of us. If we have that flexibility and work together, it's key. The second one, just plain trust. Let's work on building that trust, because we all have challenges and we cannot ignore each other's challenges. And we gotta find a common solution. More exploration, more seismic, more activity. That's the only way that it will increase our chances of increasing the size of our pie. There's licenses out there that still need to be awarded. There's companies that are willing to acquire seismic and start, we need to take advantage of the current situation where the oil and gas industry is. And the more wells, the more seismic we do, the bigger the chances are. So let's don't lose the focus on that. And last and fourth, but not least, let's not be that hard on us, on each other. You know, I think Namibia is doing a great job. There's a lot of best practice. We tend to see what we don't have, but sometimes we forget to see all the great accomplishments that have led us to here. All the service companies are in the country. All the major oil companies and independent companies are here. We've done 26 wells. Most of them have been discoveries. There's still more exploration to be done. We have done industry baseline studies. We have Petrofund. And even yesterday, it was remarkable in the SME session, a very small session that we had the pleasure of attending. After all these young entrepreneurs were pitching, this Angolan gentleman stood up with a shaky voice saying, wow, I wish in Angola I had this 10 years ago, that I could go to a session and hear from firsthand what we should be doing. So let's pat ourselves a little bit on the back, and I think we're doing a great job, and let's continue doing the great job that we have been doing.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give another round of applause to my panelists. They did a great job. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the great work. As it was a great session. You know, it's a long panel, not easy to manage, but I hope we covered most.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's also give our moderator, Shakwa Nyambe, a round of applause. We are ready to break for lunch. Please note that lunch will be served in the following restaurants on the southern side of the building, so of this venue. So the Nosop, Namib, and Nomad. Please remember to present your delegate ticket and enjoy lunch. We'll reconvene at exactly 3:30. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, dear delegates, I think we are ready to kick off our second session for today. Whilst the rest of the delegates make their way inside the venue, I'm going to call upon Mr. Theophilus Awiring, the former Chief Executive of the Petroleum Commission of Ghana, who will give us best practice scene setting. And thereafter, I'm going to invite the moderator for the session, Ms. Stephanie Bush, with the theme, or the role of gas in Namibia's energy future. Ms. Bush will also introduce her panelists. On that note, let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Theophilus Awiring. May I also just recognize our sponsor for this session. Let's put our hands together for SIPEM.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. We have quite an empty room, but we have to try and start because of the schedule. I'm delighted to be here today, ladies and gentlemen, and as you've been informed, I'll be setting the scene on the gas conversation. Okay. Could you please give me a moment? I think we have to bring technology under control. Apologies, we will get back to you soon. I sent it to Paul.
We sincerely apologize for that glitch. We are going to start with the panel discussion. Stephanie, do we have all our panelists here? So I'm going to hand over to Stephanie Bush. Thereafter, We will then give an opportunity to Mr. Theophilus. Stephanie, you'll also introduce your panelists. Over to you.
Yes, I can do that. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to, before I introduce the panel, just give a bit of an introduction of myself. So I am an executive at ENS Africa, which is the largest law firm in Namibia. We have offices in Namibia. I'm a homebred Namibian, and specifically focusing in the energy sector. So having said that, I would like to just call upon my panelists to have a seat. So this will be Andrea Pellegrini he's representing SAIPEM. Gilles Pantanache is representing Rhino Resources. Yes, a round of applause, please. Then next we have Paul Eardley-Taylor. He's the gas sector lead for Standard Bank. We'll also be joined by Tony Paul, who is an energy policy and strategy advisor at Future Energy Partners. This is Tony's first of 3 sessions, I believe, today. And then lastly, we'll be joined by Martin Ngonga, who's the asset manager at NAMCO. Do you want to maybe shift up one? Yes, there we go. Okay, so my panelists will introduce themselves as they receive their first question, just because, sometimes it's always good for people to introduce themselves. They can then decide what it is they would like to highlight. So, being faced with this question, the role of gas in Namibia's energy future, it is as we all know, very complex. It's a very important topic. And what we like to do, especially as lawyers, is if we're faced with a complex instructional question, we like to unpack the question. And as my mentor would always say, you need to have structure, structure, structure. So today's conversation, I really want to lead through 3 different subtopics. So it will be the who, it will be the what, the how, and the who. So firstly, the questions will be, what are the opportunities that natural gas brings to Namibia? How will we practically unfold and unlock these opportunities? And then lastly, who are the main stakeholders to be doing so? So then my first question, and I want to pose it to Martin, just because you're the only other Namibian on the panel, and but also not just because of that, but it's because you're also representing NAMCO in the state. And before we talk about opportunities and the way forward, I think it's important that we lay a basis and understand what is the current status quo. What is it that NAMCO and the state and government is looking to achieve, what is currently happening, and what are the core strategic partnerships you're currently forming?
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon. I'm going to try to be brief because after lunch, I know it becomes a graveyard. But nonetheless, I think from the discussions this morning, I think that's where we're going to take it from. Just to introduce myself again, my name is Martin Ngonga. I'm currently the asset manager at NAMCO. Essentially, my role, I'm more involved in data management, as well as the linkage between the joint venture partners, where we have a minority stake as far as the operations are concerned. I think in a nutshell, that is really my role at NAMCO. To get into the discussions, my colleague have been here, my MD has been on the podium, she gave a speech, and as you can appreciate is that we are really in the heart of the operations with our joint venture partners. Rhino is on my right, together with Azule. So these are not just our partners, these are relationships that we have forged over the years, not just Rhino, but as well as Total, Shell, Galp, and as well as BW in Pelo 3. So as we can imagine, most of the activities and our discoveries have been in the Orange Basin. So that is where the heart of the operations are at the moment. And with those discoveries, apart from Kudu, which is an exception, because when you look at 1974, when that gas was discovered by Chevron, nothing really much has really materialized, from the full monetization of that gas. In 1974, maybe the market was just not there. And as well as when you look from the legislation part of our country, the way our legislation is set up is not really set up to actually go after the gas. It's more to go after the liquids. So in that in itself, the industrial has evolved over the years. New players came in, new ideas came in. The Orange Basin now is sort of pulled a rabbit out of our head. Now we are finding liquids which have an element of associate of gas. So what do we do with that gas? So that's essentially the question at this point in time. It's really interesting to know that through the discussion this morning, gas was not even being discussed. So that should already ring a bell to our mind, really. What are really those opportunities which we're going to be discussing later as far as gas monetization is concerned? I think from our side, as NEMCO, what we have essentially done is that at the beginning of this year, my colleagues who are more into development and production, we came out with a term of reference that went to the market as far as the gas monetization strategy is concerned. Because we took it upon ourselves to be that seed that we need to plant as far as the conversation of gas monetization is concerned. So essentially for us, what we are trying to achieve with that strategy is to establish that environment that can be set already ahead when the conversation of gas monetization comes to the fore. One thing to keep in mind is that during the launch of the NDP6 by Excellence, there are targets that are set for the country as far as the oil and gas monetization is concerned. For gas, there's an expectation at least to produce 130 million scf of gas per day. That is really not really much of a gas in comparison to what the gas is going to be used as far as the recent discoveries are concerned. Because one thing to keep in mind is that based on the challenges of some of the operators that have already been on the panel this morning have highlighted, the gas has to be reused, to be re-injected for us to enhance the oil production. Because if we don't do that, then it means that the oil that we're anticipating to produce is gonna be quite challenging. Now, the question comes in mind, then what happens to the gas thereafter? For us, it's not as NEMCO, I'm talking as NEMCO now, it's not to allow the operators to just re-inject the gas into the future. We also need to have a plan as far as how do we ensure that we understand the full cycle in terms of the value chain of gas monetization. So that's why we are coming up out. That's why we came out with the gas monetization strategy, which we believe is going to be a springboard to be able to set up and to understand the economics of the gas market. And obviously this strategy for us is to ensure that we pass it on to the government for them to be able to develop it into a gas master plan. So that is essentially our role there as far as the strategy is concerned. Now, coming to government, I'll try not to repeat what my superiors have said, because in our culture, you do not speak after your parents have spoken. So I think Master McLeod has really clearly articulated what the government strategy is as far as the full use of the oil and gas is concerned. So those 5 pillars, I think those 5 pillars should be the anchor that should drive the industrials as far as both oil and gas monetization is concerned. If I can just highlight on one, which is really in terms of industrialization, how do we enable and to facilitate the creation of other industrials? We believe gas is that fuel. Because from gas, we can go to gas to power. If we want to think about petrochemicals, we can also do that. Refinery, again, if you want to think about setting up a refinery, you also need power. In that power, you can use gas for that. So essentially, that's really essentially from the government point of view. I don't want to mention the 5 pillars. I think they were really key. Governance framework, local content, and then so in revenue management as well, which is really key. So when we look at When we look at the partnership, I think we have the right partners. I don't really want to go too much into the details of that. I think we have the right players in the country. We have the right service companies. The question is that how do we ensure that all these companies and the service companies, as well as the local participations, how do they collaborate together? So that is the conversation that we need to have, and as well as the skills and knowledge that they bring into the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I think that really sets a good basis for the rest of the conversation. I've heard a lot of the key words, gas to power and so forth, that we will be discussing much more. So my next question then is for Paul. As the sector lead for gas at Standard Bank, much of your job description, I would imagine, would be is assisting clients in identifying strategic plays within the gas industry within Namibia or the region. So then my question is, what would you identify as the key opportunities for Namibia, as well as the region, in unlocking the Namibia's gas potential?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we would divide the question into two. So there's the long-term bit, which Martin has talked about, and there's the short-term bit, which is arguably more pressing. So the long-term, we're largely in alignment with what Martin's discussed. Namibia is primarily an oil play at this stage. Oil will lead, gas will follow. If you look at Guyana, which is our role model we follow in the bank, gas is going to start being produced by the end of this year. That's 6 years after oil production started. A gas master plan was designed within the fourth project that took FID, and then the seventh and eighth projects will involve a lot more gas. So that sort of sequencing that Guyana's done and Martin's just outlined, we would be largely in support of. And some of the options are obviously piped gas, LNG, whether it's floating or land-based, among others. Where I want to talk, though, really is about the short-term challenge for Namibia and integrating a big challenge that we see with also a medium-term opportunity. And if you look at the consumption of gas around the world, it's 24% of global energy. It's without a doubt a destination fuel for the rest of my lifetime, not a transition fuel. About 40% of global gas supply goes into electricity. Southern Africa, apart from some limited exceptions in Mozambique, there's no gas to power, so gas to power must take off. So in particular, if we focus on Namibia, we've got to think about Namibia's power sector challenge. So at the moment, demand is about 670 megawatts. NAMCO power sales went up 11% last year. Peak demand went up 6%. But the big red flag, the massive red flag for Namibia is its dependency on foreigners. Security supply from Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa. And clearly for a country that's going to produce lots of barrels over the next future, it is arguably ill-advised to be dependent on foreigners for your electricity supply, especially as the electricity challenge is working on a different time frame from the oil production. So we've kicked around a few things internally. Clearly the Kudu project, which we're big backers and supporters of, they're drilling a well soon. I don't want to prejudge the results, but whatever the well comes up with, it comes up with more resources, that's great. It'll be a bigger project, it's a more certain project, but it'll probably be later. And that's got implications for Namibia's security of supply. So certainly one of the things we've been kicking around is whether, and this sounds a little bit daft at first blush, but it's not intended to be, is whether Namibia could actually import LNG. If you look at the priorities facing the country, selling oil at $70 a barrel is fantastic, but running out of electricity is not fantastic. As someone resident in South Africa, we know this, and obviously we've seen examples such as Spain this year. So possibly one of the things to consider, albeit for 5-10 years, something like that, is for Namibia to import LNG. There's a scheme in Walvis Bay, and clearly the entire members who are present in the Orange Basin roughly supply about 2/3 of the world's LNG market, so they're probably the best people to supply LNG to Namibia for a few years. Beyond that, just a brief comment. I've got a minute and a half left. Local content, extremely important from a gas perspective. We have seen, not so much in our markets, with a couple of exceptions, but certainly in the examples, the big ones being Qatar, US, the sheer scale of employment that associated gas, which Namibia certainly has, can create. Petrochemicals have been mentioned, gas to power has been mentioned by me. Industry and industrialization is also a big opportunity. And here to finish off, we'd say one of the things Namibia needs to think about is really the future course of Africa. So I've mentioned gas as a destination fuel, so yes, it comes along in 7-8 years in Namibia, but the planning has to start now to get there. But the second one is really the scale of Africa's population. It's envisaged to be about 2 billion by about 2050. It's about 1.4, 1.5 now. Namibia is ideally placed to supply the whole of the Atlantic seaboard with lots of goods and commodities, but it's also ideally placed through its use of gas and through its extensive use of gas, potentially to beneficiate the commodities from other African markets. And I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul, for that, and also for mentioning what is actually like a segue into our next question relating to associated gas. And that's where I'll be turning to Tony. Tony, Paul, it's always a bit confusing, but Tony. So in pursuing the opportunities that we currently have, especially in the petroleum industry, the wider industry, as a country, we still have to be cognizant of the environmental impacts that we could face, specifically relating to the flaring of gas. And that's where we're seeing actually an opportunity coming with the associated gas that comes with that. And so therefore, my question is, if you can please share with us, what are the best practices for harnessing associated gas, also to reduce flaring, but also for opportunities? And how can we apply this in the Namibian context so that we can drive our own industry?
Sure. Thank you, Stephanie. And again, thanks to the organizers for having me here. I'm always happy to be in Namibia. My name, as we heard, is Tony Paul. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. You would have heard me say this before, some of you who know me. I've been in oil and gas for all my career. I spent my first years in the government as Director of Geology and Geophysics, managing licenses wrong, overseeing exploration and so on. And then I worked in the state company, setting up a geophysics department. I became exploration manager for Amoco. And then when BP took over Amoco, I went into strategy in London. And then I came back and I managed our oil operations for production, for divestment. And then I went into developing our natural gas fields. Now, at that time, Trinidad was BP's biggest asset in terms of expenditure and revenue and profitability. So we had some major gas fields to develop. My specific title in field developments was Sustainable Field Developments Manager. Why? Because we had a series of gas fields to be developed, and we wanted to do it in a way that satisfied the country's needs. Now consider this. Trinidad and Tobago is an old oil and gas producer with over 100 years of refining of oil and producing oil, over 60 years of using natural gas for power. In 1959, we had our first natural gas to ammonia and fertilizer plant. We have 4 LNG trains. We have a lot of natural gas. But LNG only came into being in the 1990s. After that point, Trinidad and Tobago never exported raw material. We refined our oil, we processed our gas, we added value to our gas. We took it to power, to fertilizers, to iron and steel. So when we got into LNG, the country asked the question, how do we make back the value we're giving away by exporting a raw material? And my analysis of the work oil companies did showed me that oil companies, when they sell oil and gas, have to pay their bills, pay taxes, pay their staff. And 80% of the oil and gas revenue goes to paying third-party goods and services. So my focus was on how do we get some of that 80% to stay in country? Because if you think about that, government take in taxes is a lot less than the 50% headline. So we worked on doing ways to get gas to be developed to make the country capture value from another part of the chain. So long story short, after that experience working for government and companies, I've ended up advising and helping governments who are new to oil and gas to build the capacity to improve their governance systems and to capture more value. So as an example, I've helped shape local content policies for Ghana, for Kenya, for Trinidad and Tobago, and for Guyana. I've also spent a couple of years working in Ghana, helping build capacity in the ministry and the regulator. Spent a couple of years working in Mozambique, building capacity with the regulator, the ministry. So I have a lot of experience there. But the Trinidad story is one I will draw upon to answer Stephanie's question about associated gas. Like I say, we have an old oil industry. Our associated gas onshore, we have onshore production, in the 1950s was captured to make electricity. Very early on, to prevent flaring. And that was easy because it was onshore, it was no value to the company, they could give it to a power plant. Then when we went offshore, we had companies producing oil, And in the company's economic evaluation, natural gas was not economically viable. So it was worth flaring it. Well, luckily, we had our own economists, and we computed, if we got that gas free, what can we do with it? And how can we help that get value for it? So if you look at the way companies do economic modeling, they do it based on some cost of capital, which is quite high usually, right? And some rate of return. But for a country, even if a project breaks an industrial estate, so here you had a wasting asset, water going into the ocean, doing nothing. They dammed it, converted it to power, and used it. We had a wasting asset, natural gas, going to waste. We captured it, converted it, and used it. So what you do with associated gas depends on your circumstances and where you are. Let me come back to Namibia. Namibia, as Paul was saying, is about to be an oil player, and then eventually a gas player. In between, you'll be an associated gas player. How do you manage the different reservoirs and the infrastructure and the use for that? Now, you would think a gas master plan considers these things, and maybe it does. Now, Guyana is going through that process, and Paul mentioned what Guyana is doing. And looking at Guyana from where I sit, I see some challenges in the approach being taken. And if Namibia was to follow that path, Namibia should learn what Guyana is doing well and what else it can be doing. For instance, when associated gas comes out and is being injected, we're all told it benefits the reservoir for performance. In truth and in fact, it makes the economics really bad. Because for every molecule you push down, more it comes back up. So every molecule, we compete. My colleague, Les Anthony, is doing a session next, very experienced reservoir engineer, computes that every molecule of gas in Guyana gets recycled 6 times. So the cost goes up. So my point is, if you want to use associated gas and gas, have a plan to use it, have the right economic model to use it. In other words, what is the price people will pay for gas? How do they get gas that's affordable? You want to have small industries, they need cheap gas. Big projects require big gas. The government of Namibia has choices. You can set a domestic market price based on a cost plus for domestic market. You can put in place what people like Australia and others do, a domestic market obligation, meaning some portion of gas must meet the domestic market. And you can do several things to, one, ensure that you can get use of the gas that's affordable, but you must have it in very clear policies that people are aware of beforehand, and you must have the right contracts and legislation in place to enforce it. But most importantly, and we get this wrong all the time, we build a very strong regulatory body in the beginning, and then later on, they get weakened because of attrition, and we don't sustain it. So building a strong, capable regulator that is well maintained is very, very important. And I've run out of time, but there's a whole lot more I can say. But what I would end with is associated gas is the tip of the iceberg. There's more to come. The transition, and I'm talking about transition about associated to pure gas, is very important to consider. I won't address the transition away from gas, but as the infrastructure you build, the size and the scale is critically important for that future gas development. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's a lot of very good tips that I hope a lot of important stakeholders took notes. And every time you were talking specifically about the associated gas, all I could think about is that this was basically circular economy already being practiced many years before it was brought forward by from an ESG perspective. So having touched on domestic gas, that's when I then want to move over to Gilles, because this is a topic that is, I think, you seemed very passionate about it when we first spoke about it. And just really to understand what are the opportunities that you can see for domestic gas within the country. So what we're seeing currently is that there is, from a regulatory perspective, there is more importance being placed on gas. So we're having a gas bill that's being developed, and regulators also supposed to be established. So having considered that, then again, what is there need for domestic gas market, and what are the opportunities within Namibia and the region?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
it's a very interesting question because you could look at it as you do a full dumb gas and a development of gas network and system to make a local economy out of the gas. You can take actually a very radical approach that is the exact opposite. And obviously, because I would like to portray the two ends, right? So I will start with the extreme approach first, and then I will come back, obviously, to the local thing. One extreme approach could be that the gas that is going to be produced is actually sold to the market at the highest price that it can reach. And like Honorable Deputy Prime Minister Itete mentioned, Namibia will benefit out of it because it will be yielding the highest revenue, highest price, yielding highest revenue, and obviously the highest tax. Now, this will generate a significant amount of cash. It could allow then the government to decide to do what they want with that cash. Cash is king. If they want to then develop other things, healthcare, why not? Or any other things, that could allow the government to have an alternative, right? This is an extreme end, right, that I'm giving you as an example. When you want to do a local development for gas, it's one thing to say, would like to have that, but the physicality is that you need to lay pipeline. Laying pipeline is extremely complex. It has actually an environmental impact when you do that. It's not like, well, let's do it, and then you lay pipeline. It's not as easy as that. And I will tell you a story that I witnessed that 20 years ago when I started to join the industry. So 20 years ago, I've been fortunate enough that Schlumberger gave me my very first oil and gas experience where they sent me as a trainee in Congo. So 20 years ago, here I am, fresh from school, landing in Pointe Noire, first time in Africa, I would say southern part of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm arriving in Pointe Noire. Everyone around me have a cell phone. I am coming from France, you can hear from my accent maybe. My parents were not having, 20 years ago, all of them cell phone. My mom was not having cell phone, my grandparents were not having cell phone, but everybody in my family though had the telephone line, right? The telephone that is at home, the hard line. Because in Europe, they developed that as the technology. In Congo, because they didn't develop that technology, instead of looking at doing that technology, which is, let's put a telephone post line, all the lines connecting all the houses, they literally skipped that technology and jumped it straight to the cell phone, which is way more efficient. So that's why I'm giving you the example that is extremely extreme, where sell the gas externally, take the cash, and do something with it, but you skip the technology from a pipeline perspective, and you rip right away the cash that you can do anything else that you want. I will give you a different perspective. Namibia is having a fantastic project right now where they want to do renewable energy, hydrogen, and all of that. Well, maybe you inject that cash which is actually a carbon source, right? Gas, even though it's low carbon, still carbon source. But you take that cash, you re-inject it in project of the future, but you skip already the technology that is starting to date, right? Even though I love gas, right? Don't get me wrong. But fundamentally, you might be able to jump a technology the very same way I witnessed that 20 years ago in Congo, where the line for the telephone were not there, but everybody was having cell phone, while everybody in Europe were still having phone in the house, but no cell phone. So you can jump a technology. Namibia might have that opportunity. Obviously here what I'm telling you is an extreme scenario where it's not what people want to hear because you are not doing the local gas that is in the mind of people. I'm just trying to portray an extreme end. With all the people here who have been speaking about associated gas and actually fields that are gas field. It happens that Namibia has been fortunate enough to find a field that is a true gas field. This is the Kudu gas field. It's dry gas, very limited amount of liquids in it. That's actually a perfect candidate field to be used for doing this local gas thing. So that's why I told you I want to portray you an extreme scenario that is cash is king, take it out of the benefit and then reinject in the economy. But the reality is that you still also have an asset today, a known asset, that can also help you to achieve some of your local things. And in that case, when you select the right asset for the right development, it's actually a fairly easy development to execute. And then you can start to develop all the small projects that can be there. So I believe that thinking of only the gas has to be local or a mixture of the two, like international and local, is nice, is really good. And as Martin was saying, is down the road when the oil has been produced and then the gas has been reinjected, then you will go to what we call either a gas cap blowdown, or you are depressurizing the field, the gas will come and you will have big quantities of gas. That's where maybe you will have actually a fantastic international project for gas. And that would be good because you have a lot of fields and you will have left enough time for the industry to mature enough and have actually structure to handle that much amount of gas, because then the oil and gas is there, the terminals that might be there, maybe the Luderites will have been developed even more. I mean, why not thinking that Oranienburg as well has been developed? So now, all of a sudden, you have plenty of outlets that are possible for your gas that would work out very well. So, but I wanted to portray an extreme end and a simpler, a more traditional end.
It's very interesting from the perspective of the energy transition, what you're basically saying. Yes. We can...
you can literally skip it.
We can skip it and go straight.
You have an opportunity to skip it today. But with the money of it.
Yeah.
Thanks to the money of it.
Absolutely. A lot of opportunities. And with that, our first subsection has been completed, just really the what. And we've identified quite a few opportunities. But with every opportunity, we have to also find ways of implementing it. And that's where things can go really wrong, and we can see delays, and it just has to be done in the right way. And so that's why I then want to pose my next question to Andrea. So from your experience in developing fields in challenging landscapes such as Guyana, what are the critical infrastructure requirements that you can see for gas transportation processing? And how can Namibia overcome the logistical and technical barriers that are associated with offshore gas projects?
So first of all, thank you all, because it's been a long day, and nevertheless I see that you are still all passionate for the subject, which is incredible, because passion is what a first driver to achieve things. So first of all, thank you to all of you. So before to answer your question, I will spend just a few minutes to remind who SAIPEM is. I'm Andrea Pellegrini. I'm the responsible for the execution and the profit loss for all the West Africa projects. And as I said previously, I was the responsible for the Guyana and the Gulf of Mexico projects. So long experience with ExxonMobil and Guyana since 2016. SAIPEM is a company of over 60 years of experience in engineering and construction. We have really a wide range of services, because you probably all know that we cover from the drilling. Our drill ship Santorini has been in Namibia until February for Gulf. But it's not only about drilling, it's not only about exploration, because actually my core of business is about the offshore construction. Being responsible for the offshore construction is where I'm more passionate about. And SAIPEM is worldwide. I mean, it's a worldwide company, but I want to focus on the West Africa. I mean, we have tons of experience in decades, but even just mentioning right now all the projects that we have in West Africa. I mean, we just finished Tortue in Senegal and Mauritania. We just finished Baleine 2, then Baleine 1 as well in Ivory Coast. We are working right now in Nigeria for Bonga, for Shell. We have projects in Angola for Total with the Camino, and as well with the Azul, with Ndungu and Agogo. So we are working, operating since years. Whenever we started, it's a reality. It's something that we gave reliability to the country and to the operators to reach until the conclusion of the projects. For example, in Nigeria, we had a yard, so we know how to integrate with the country. We know that it's not one spot. It's never been one project. It's a series of projects. Angola as well. I just actually come from Luanda. I flew from Luanda here. I have been spending my weekend in our yard in Ambrise, that is just a 3 hours drive from Luanda. And this yard in Angola, just to make an example, has been there for 40 years. 40 years is not, of course, they were up and down, but still we maintain continuity with the people. It's actually a consortium, a partnership with a local Angolan company. And this is how to build reliability in the country. And the same we want to approach, of course, for Namibia. Currently, we are tendering for Venus with the Total. So we're working hard to make sure that this will become a reality. So coming back to your question, I want to go a little bit back to the basis because you know, to build the future, you need to build the foundation. Probably all of us liked the example, the story of about the tree, yes. And yes, the right foundation allow us then to grow with a strong foundation and fast. So how we can do that? In my humble point of view, even considering the experience that we had in Guyana and elsewhere, and this morning I was pleased to have a breakfast with some students. They were all wearing green, their uniform. It was very nice. And I was a little bit envy because, you know, I'm 50 and I was looking at them. They are young. They have a lot of opportunities in front of them, which is amazing. You think I have been living outside of my country for nearly entire my life because probably I didn't find the right opportunities in my country. And I see these youngsters that they may not know, but they have a lot of opportunities ahead of them. But the key role of each of us in this room, which I hope you are still passionate about it, is to make it happen. And to make it happen, of course, we are in conversation with the Petrofund. But, you know, it's not only about Petrofund. We need everyone together really make the right steps with the university, technical institute to grow the competency. Competency doesn't mean to create all managers. I'm sorry to say that we don't need only managers. Certainly, we need really a wide range of roles, knowledge, capabilities, and so on. In this way, then we actually build to the final goal where there is a gas, oil, and so on. I also heard about the fact that there is a large unemployment. So this one shall not be then a refrain to acquire people from abroad. I mean, in our business, it's all about we are multi-cultural. So there is a lot of culture, and we need to mix together. We need to know each other. So this is the way to go in Namibia as well. We cannot change that. We cannot be afraid of someone coming from abroad because actually that will be the enabler to boost knowledge in country as well. So in terms of process for visa and so on, my hope is that things will go in the right direction to promote this and to have the right integration because it's all we need. All our companies are, how many nationality all our companies has? A lot. And that is the key of the success. Under a more practical, I would say, perspective, we know what Walvis Bay can provide at the moment. We know about Luderitz, but I'm looking this case to the Guyana example in which we start from little. I mean, mega investment, of course, is good, but it requires time. And we need to be always a little bit humble to start from little, but things that can attract competency, can attract additional investment, can attract confidence to do so. Because when you wait, I will wait the next 4 years for the next port or for the extension of the port. Yes, very good, but still I think we need to start now and not just wait for 4 years to come. Even because in my business, in the Saipem business, when you do an offshore contract project, you need to have infrastructure onshore. Does not necessarily need to be large, but good enough to feed our vessels and so on. And we know that the environment in Namibia is challenging. So that is part of the question.
Thank you very much also for highlighting the importance of people and competency. It is a message that always rings true over and over again. As my next question, I would like to ask Tony, as a national from Trinidad, you've really experienced firsthand what most of us, well, the Namibians in this room, are experiencing right now. You know, so this immense excitement of what could be, but also this crippling anxiety that like, perhaps are we even going to get there? Are we going to do it the right way? So thinking of that is that I would like to ask you to share with us, please, the lessons that Namibia can learn from countries such as Trinidad that have successfully actually developed their offshore gas industries, and yeah, the lessons that we can take along and then hopefully to bring our dreams also into fruition.
There's so many. Let me start with in the beginning. In the beginning, Trinidad and Tobago was led from independence by a visionary historian who was an economic historian who understood that we only existed because we provided free labor that was stolen from Africa and resources that made somebody wealthy. So his thesis became a book called Capitalism and Slavery. And it basically spoke about how slavery created what became the British capitalist system. And he understood very well the linkages between labor, resources, and capital. And in developing our oil industry, when he took it over after independence, his mission was to make sure we captured more value. But in that value is to build aggregate capital so that I can then expand our economy and invest and diversify. So one of the things that set us off on this mission to develop gas is we had a clear vision where we wanted to go. And that was laid out very clearly in our policies, in our national development plans, in how the development of the oil and gas industry supported national development, and in the legislation and in administration that we put in place to ensure that our activities were geared towards that vision. And among the things that we learned is to find out what we didn't know, and in particular, what we didn't know about the people we were negotiating with, doing business with. You know, I heard some very interesting comments this morning, and they're all right, you know, and the question of building trust across parties, that's critically important. But to get that trust, you have to understand that person. You have to kind of know them. And one thing that I've learned from working in governments and companies is that they have different ways of seeing the world, different values, different modus operandi. And we don't always communicate the same language. So getting to understand how companies think and work helped us a lot. You know, when we were capturing that flare gas to convert it to power, the company said very clearly that it did not make economic sense. And for them, it didn't. But we knew that wasn't the only story. So we had to create our own story. If you want to get there, what makes it work? And we had to figure it out. In doing that, luckily for us, we had an oil industry. We had process engineers, we had people who knew how to make things, convert things. But we also had a good technocrat class in the government. And they were able to think it through. But one thing happened very early on too, after independence. The Prime Minister and the government knew they didn't know it all. So they brought in expert advisors. A gentleman who was the head of the Iranian National Oil Company, and one who was head of the Austrian National Oil Company, which is a refining company. We had a refinery. During the Second World War, Trinidad had the biggest refinery in the British Empire. So we had a whole history. Yet still he brought in these experts to help us shape that path. And they designed this path for us. And we put our instruments in place, our people in place, and our process in place. And that was a critical part that helped me. Coming out of university, freshly minted degree in geology, I had no idea how to approve a well for drilling, but that was my job. Luckily for us, we got experts to take their knowledge and transfer it into procedures for us to follow. So when a well was to be drilled, we knew what information the company must send, in what format, what we were supposed to do, each individual, and how collectively we make a decision. That is best form of knowledge transfer of experience, where that expert brings the documentation, thing into a document that we can then use. A mistake we made, however, is we did not have the ability, now that we build it, to keep those current and to amend them as times change. So this was built for oil industry, we became a gas industry, and we missed some steps. So along the way, we made some mistakes with gas, but those are very, very valuable mistakes for anybody trying to build gas. We did some really good things. But having that mission, so like for instance, our Prime Minister, when he was building up his power plant, he said, there are those of us who say we should just export our oil, export our gas, collect the taxes, and live a life of luxury. He said that is in effect putting all of us on the dole. He said what we choose instead is, in spite of our small size, our lack of technology, is to get into iron, steel, methanol, ammonia, LNG. This, ladies and gentlemen, was in 1978. Yeah? And that mission, that vision is what allowed us, when the oil prices boomed in the 70s after the Arab oil embargo, to take the excess revenue and take that gas. We couldn't get investors to invest in the iron and steel plants, in the power plants, in the methanol plants. So we had to take that capital and invest it ourselves. And then we had to sell those plants. But in the meantime, we learned how to build business, how to manage major projects. So when we built the rest of that world-scale petrochemical plants in Trinidad and Tobago, they were almost entirely built with local welders, local fabricators, almost entirely managed by locals. At no point in any of our facilities did we have less than 90% locals running the plants. At no point. You know, so that mindset of we will do it in spite of our circumstances, then analyzing the industry, analyzing your circumstances, finding a path forward, getting help, recognizing you need help, and taking that forward, I think is what worked for us to be so successful. Around that, however, what we didn't do is build in place a refresh mechanism to revise that vision, to revise the organization, the operations. And what happened too, as happens in many places, when the technical people get successful and the money comes in, the politicians take control. And decisions aren't always driven by the same motives or with the same rigor. So I would say make sure and put in place governance systems that hold those who hold the reins of power to account. Without accountability of those who are making decisions, you will not get where you're heading.
Thank you. What I took a lot from what you were talking about was the importance of collaboration. So collaborating with the international investors, also coming in and learning from them. And from this, so you now talk to us about the success factors of how you can domestically do this. I would like to move on now to Jill as well, to discuss that there's more than a need to just in a country collaborate and find ways, but regional collaboration is also very important, especially when we're talking about like cross-border infrastructure, such as gas pipelines and LNG terminals. Yep. And so, Jill, can you share how Namibia and its neighbors can collaborate on cross-border gas infrastructure projects, and also what role do international gas agreements play in that respect?
Oh, with great pleasure. So, I think this morning, Honorable Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Etete, mentioned that what is happening in Namibia right now is not, it is Namibia for Namibians, but it's also going to benefit Southern Africa. And I believe that the leadership of the country is recognizing the role that it will have in the future, specifically for that. As I was saying before, I was taking an extreme case, but I'm also a project developer. I love to develop gas. And I looked at a given time on how to do things. And the simplest way to move molecule is where you bring the molecule to the end user, right? We were saying this morning that Norway is an absolute standard, right? If you look at Norway, Norway is a very big country, very small population. Is it ringing a bell to you? How is Namibia? A very big country, very small population. Norway, what Norway did is that all the gas that's coming out of Norway is shipped straight down to Europe. and they make the benefit out of it, and then they do overdevelopment and all of that. They still have some gas that they use. It's very not much different than what I said just before, actually. And if you think about it, let's say South Africa, for example, that's where the end user in terms of industry is big, but that's also where you will yield very high price. So for example, you can think that, let's say the Kudu field would be developed for local gas here in Namibia, help the development, help power generation, what is needed. But you can also think a portion of the overgas will be brought, maybe, let's say, through a pipeline to South Africa. If you do that, the only way to do that, you need to have what is called an international gas agreement. So essentially, it's cross-border. You need to have Namibia that is having an agreement with South Africa. That is saying, well, that gas will go there, will be treated that way, the pipeline will be secured. We need to have trust between the country that this will be lasting for decades, because this will be produced for decades. And this needs to be put in place. I think Martin maybe was mentioning on how they have this master gas agreement or master gas plan that they are looking at. Maybe they will consider this as well into it. And but securing these kind of things will allow the entire region, because this is an obvious one, right? Making Namibia, the Orange Basin is extremely close to the South African borders, so that's the natural one from a geographical standpoint. But once you have set in place, put the effort to develop that framework, that legal framework of this international gas agreement, it's fairly easy to then copy-paste, change the name of the countries, make sure that it makes sense, and then you can say, okay, now it's going to be Namibia with Angola to the north, or Namibia towards the, and it's easy to do. But the leadership of the country needs to put effort in putting this in place and in motion. And with that, now all of a sudden you are fostering a bigger economy that is a regional economy.
As a lawyer, I had to chuckle just now when you were saying that you just take the agreement and you copy paste and you change the names. That gives chills to lawyers.
For sure.
But no, completely. I mean, we have to look at this opportunity just beyond Namibia and see how we can unlock it in the region.
Yeah.
So having discussed the how, the last segment of this panel, and I know we're getting close to the edge of our time, is the who. So really looking at who are the main stakeholders and how do we drive partnership. And in this respect, I would then like to raise a question to Martin. So Martin, the currently is standing at this edge of this amazing opportunity. And a lot of times, especially at conferences such as like this, the question will be posed, what do investors want from the state? What can the state or government institutions provide to investors? However, I thought it's also important that we talk about what the stakeholders' expectations are for the international oil and gas industry and key players. Understanding that obviously with a new industry such as this, government needs to be quite flexible and see and adapt to what it is that is required. So what support does government require in order to implement all of these steps and all of these measures that we were talking about just a moment ago?
All right, Stephanie, thank you. I'm going to be brief. I saw Rocher with 10 minutes. I think everything has been said through our engagements today. I can recall what the Deputy Prime Minister said. We only get to do this only once, right? So if we miss that opportunity in setting up the right regulations, as well as trying to attract the right partners who can feed that capital into the sector and deploy that investment, then we may miss that opportunity. Because when we look at the gas market or the gas industry is very complex as opposed to oil. It's easy to monetize the oil, but we really need to understand if we're going to go into the space of gas, do we really as government really understand the complexity that is associated with it? The expectations are high as far as Namibians are concerned, because from what has been said, a barrel that is going to be produced must change, must uplift a Namibian. When we look at our circumstances, it's really disheartening to see somebody in Windhoek, for instance, chopping firewood to use that for cooking in Windhoek, which is a suburb city. So that in itself already, it must start already to change our mindset on how we need to visualize our vision as far as 2030. We keep talking about 2030, which is like 5 years from now. So we need to change that shared vision in what has already been said, but even by Her Excellence, that those partners who shared in the vision of Namibia will find investment in Namibia. It has already been demonstrated by the industrial that Namibia is stable. We have done it since 1974. We have never seen a situations whereby an investor's investment has been revoked from them. We have done everything by books as far as transparency is concerned. Integrity, I think with some, NAMCO is really, okay, despite other issues which I will not talk about. As far as upstream is concerned, we've really been there. We have gone across the world, we have marketed, we've promoted Namibia, and then it got us to where we are today. So in that in itself, I think, yes, the expectations are high from our stakeholders, a Namibian child, the Namibians who are looking for jobs. This industry must be able to, to enable Namibian to be part of the, to be part of the activities at whichever level it is. Experience comes with doing things physical. So if the IOCs are not prepared, as it was already said, to be able to take on those Namibians and infiltrate them into their systems, then I guess Namibia is not really a place where you're going to be doing business. But I think the bottom line is really, as Namibians, we are open for business, but we really need to understand the complexity that comes with this industry. So the expectation has to be, we need to be, to be mindful of it, but at the same time, I think things are doable. It's the land of the brave, after all. Things are possible.
So I guess it's also really about being humble in what one doesn't know and taking on the advice and trying from that perspective to move forward. We've spoken a lot about a lot of topics, but one thing that we haven't spoken about is the money and where the financing comes in. And that's where I would like to bring in Paul into this conversation. For many project developers, the most trusted support system or most trusted partner, we say, is their financiers. And that's why I would like to understand, I'm sure a lot of the also suppliers and potential companies that would like to invest in Namibia, is how banks and financial institutions can support the development of large-scale offshore gas projects in Namibia.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. So Standard Bank, we're in 20 African countries. Our particular expertise is understanding how global energy and commodity markets affect the countries we're in, many of which are new producers. So I'll have a bit of fun and challenge you because we're on the panel. I don't actually see South Africa as the best opportunity for gas for Namibia, because South Africa's got its own Orange Basin, which inshallah it will drill next year. I think the best one is actually the Copper Belt, because the Copper Belt needs huge amounts of reliable energy, 10 to 12 gigawatts equivalent, or 10 to 12 million tons of LNG, and it has zero reliable energy alternatives. So from a medium to long-term perspective, that's probably where I would be targeting. In terms of Namibia, just some quick vox pops. So the short answer, Stephanie, is we have lots of money available for good projects that especially can target international markets. I'll give the good example of Mozambique, which is possibly the best one. Mozambique so far, assuming Rovuma LNG takes FID next year, will have raised in the order of about over $35 billion of debt. So that's more than twice Namibia's GDP on markets that will buy its LNG, and it allows lots of money available for domestic gas. So that type of thing is readily available. Portions of domestic gas are available and domestic offtakes. Just a quick couple of vox pops on the country, and I'll stick to gas. The first one is Namibia is a prisoner of timelines. The oil participants have got target FIDs in line with the cost competitiveness of the projects and the global energy balances. They ought to be allowed to try and target those. Second one on local content is just a word of caution. I like to use the example of my youngest daughter. She is 13. She's not a STEM fanatic, but let's assume she was a STEM fanatic. It would be 5 years till she did her A-levels, 4 years till she did a science-based degree, probably another 2 years till she did a master's. That takes you up to 10, 11 years. One shouldn't delay FIDs because of local content. Local content can walk the path together with the FIDs rather than overtake it as a priority. It's part of the overall soup. And then just a couple of quick vox pops to finish off. The most important thing for Namibia in using the gas long term is security of supply. This is often a swear word in Africa, we don't see it. Not a single African country we're present in has got a reserve margin in electricity, not one of them. And they're getting even rarer in the United States at the moment. So focusing on that is to be encouraged. And then the last point, which hasn't been mentioned at all tomorrow, but I eagerly await the Namport session, is the issue of what is the long-term gas site for Namibia. And I'll pause there.
Thank you for that. And then last question for Andrea. So we've spoken a lot about, we've spoken from a public sector perspective, a financial perspective, but from the perspective of somebody representing offshore service providers and the IOCs, how do you believe Namibia and its neighbors can foster effective partnerships with IOCs as well as technical providers?
So, under Saipem perspective, indeed, for what we do and what we needed to do and what we will, I'm sure, do in Namibia, certainly the most important partnership that we need to look at, I say we, because it's not something that is coming from the authorities only. It has to come by all the contractors, operators, and so on. It's partnership with the fabrications, yards and parties that knows how to do fabrications, and logistic providers. Fabrication and logistic are key for the success of projects offshore like the one which Saipem is looking to do in Namibia. And again, it's not something that will come from the authorities. What I hope for the authorities is not to put constraint, which then may actually stop this partnership to be created. Actually, there must be an overall system that allow the partnership to grow. And I like what Gilles was telling, that it's more like a region. Angola is an opportunity. Nigeria is an opportunity. What the realities there can be an opportunity for Namibia and not something that could endanger. So partnership is with international realities, but as well with other countries that can enable, under fabrication, logistic point of view, those things to grow step by step, but as such as then to feed from the first project, the offshore.
You make it sound also very easy and doable.
If I may, in Guyana, and sorry if I go back to Guyana, for example, we established a very, very small fabrication yard, and it was thanks to the, let's say, partnership with the Trinidadian. So from Trinidad, a very established fabrication yard, and we made an agreement in order then to develop something in Guyana, and it worked. So you need to, small steps, because if it's good to look ahead and big, but you need to start from small and reliable as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And let's give a round of applause for our great panelists. And I feel like you need to give yourselves a round of applause for after lunch and everything. And thank you very much for listening to this very, very interesting conversation.
Thank you also to our moderator, Stephanie Bush, and of course, once again, our panelists. Thank you. You may leave the stage. I would now like to call back on the former Chief Executive of the Petroleum Commission of Ghana, Mr. Theophilus Awiring, for his presentation, and straight after that, we go into our third session. Please welcome Mr. Awiring.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I think the technology is going to work this time. This session was supposed to set the scene for this conversation, so most of the issues I'll speak about has been delved into in great detail. But I think it's always very important to look at the flow of what one expects in the oil and gas development. My name is Theo Eshiring, as the presenter mentioned, and I used to work for a national company. I've been in the oil and gas industry for 35 years. I am a geophysicist. So I'll be talking about the untapped potential around the world when you talk about gas and the systematic approach that one needs to go through to be able to get great value from that resource. Now, I think the discussions in the last few minutes have made it very clear that gas is not as simple to deal with like oil, but once gas is handled very well, the value out of gas, from my viewpoint, exceeds that of oil. Now, to be able to have a good control of oil and gas, there is always a need for us to look at it from a very, very different perspective. As I said, until recently, there were jurisdictions that when gas was found, they were basically given to the state because at that time there was no value for that. That has changed, and with a lot of planning around the world, it has become very clear that it is a powerhouse on its own if a lot of effort is put into planning. The conversations a moment ago show that the complexity of this business requires a lot of multi-stakeholder approach. You can tell among the panelists the extreme ideas people had about what to do with associated oil. That is what happens, and I think those discussions are very healthy. They must be encouraged, and somewhere in the middle, a very good value for that resource would be attained. So, gas can be looked at from many perspectives, some of which, more often than not, do not come very natural to other people. By developing a system of monetizing gas, that alone becomes a stimulant for investment. More often than not, you would have a situation where gas found, when it comes to commercial analysis, the value of the gas is never taken into consideration. So in simple terms, to the economist, a field that would be NPV negative without considering the gas will suddenly then become NPV positive if you consider the gas. And therefore, all the challenges or the concerns that people have, they are genuine ones, but they could actually be monetized if the time is taken, very thorough analysis are undertaken. Unlocking the value from gas. And one key point I'd like you to have through this session is that the many nuggets that have been spoken about today must be sequenced in a way that will create value for the resource. And if it is not done in a strategic manner, you will not get the value that you require. Now, I'd like to talk about, and I'm very conscious of time, would like to talk about a roadmap, a strategic roadmap that a nation must follow when you get into these stages. Now, it would go along the line of you understanding your economy, national petroleum policy, among others, legislation, gas master plan, and I'll speak about each in a bit more detail in a moment. So I would move on to the sessions in particular. So you talk about profiling your economy. And I heard about what had worked very well in Norway, what had worked very well in Trinidad and Tobago, among others. Now, every local economy is very unique. And one of the important things that a nation must do is to thoroughly review the structure and state of your economy. Now, once you understand that local economy and also the regional one, you would know where you are and the gaps that you need to fill. So when, for example, in Norway at a point, they had a lot of clinker and wanted use for it, there was the policy that platforms had to be built with concrete. So it's very different from every environment. And the brainstorming session that you go through with different stakeholders, government, investors, other stakeholders, are very critical Most of the time very heated without a balance, but effectively, that is what brings value to the country. And you could see that the metrics that you look at, you need to look at the size of the economy, the resources, and as much as we don't know all the information below ground, you have to make some estimate for some scenario analysis. And that is very helpful. Now, there's a need also for the nation to have a vision, and for the vision to become a reality, it must be pinned in a form of a policy. Now, that is so critical. At the early stages of the industry, you might not know everything, but you know, for those who are familiar with mathematical modeling, if you don't keep some of the parameters constant and everything is a variable, you will not finish your modeling. So you need to have some kind of a petroleum policy that basically underpins your vision and how you're going to move forward. And there is always the concern as to what is feasible and what is not feasible. And in my humble few years in the industry, I've seen how what others thought could never happen happened in real life and really in our lifetime. I mean, there are things like, what do you do with the gas? And as our colleague said a moment ago, usually gas will lag behind oil about 5 to 10 years. And there is no simple way to deal with it. But there are certain things that you must make very clear. Now, if you go to certain jurisdictions, and maybe 20, 30 years ago, if you find petroleum, associated gas as a constant was just fled, and then you produce the oil. With all the responsibility about the environment, this is obviously not an option, as you would say. But there might be conditions that if you don't stand firm, that becomes the easiest option. Let us flare the gas and have production. And that really must be resisted to the point where in certain environments, the gas is vented, which means it is actually released to the environment without being bent. A strong policy would actually prohibit this. And not only stop there, but would go to the point where there is a deliberate effort for hydrocarbon accounting, where every molecule is actually captured or measured. So you don't have a situation where plants are just evacuating gas in the environment. These must be spelled out very clearly in policies. Then we move to legislation. And now that is really very important because this industry involves spending a lot of money. And I'm sure that if you go to the bank to go borrow a few tens of thousands of dollars, you can imagine the literature you have to review and sign. So imagine you're talking about developments in several $billion. One of the field developments that I reviewed for approval when I was commissioner was the ENI Sankofa Jinyame field in Ghana. That field had a capex of about $7 billion US. And you can imagine what one would expect legally to make these things forward. So having a very strong legal regime is very important. If you have that already, no matter how sophisticated your petroleum industry is, you would realize at a point that you would need some review, some amendments, some enhancements to be able to take care of things that previously your legislation did not capture. You may not have thought about what you do when you have issues of unitization. There are other issues that you wouldn't have thought about. It is important for you to continually update your legislation to make it fit for purpose. Now, it is important, however, and I say at the point, at the bottom of the slide, I say that the clarity from regulations and guidelines should not erode stability. Now, this is very, very important. You may have legislation that exists already. You will realize that you may have the mother acts, but you don't have the regulations. So you develop regulations to make things clearer. But the rule of thumb is that the regulation you develop should not contradict the acts. And it is very, very important that you do this. Having stability of your legislation is fundamental for growth. The conversations of a few minutes ago obviously brought this slide to bear. People are very passionate as a result of the experiences as to whether the way to go is power generation, petrochemicals, fertilizer, plastics, domestic LPG, among others. There is nothing that is sacrosanct about these things. Every situation is unique. I mean, if, for example, you have an environment where in today's world, biomass, firewood is still extensively used in a certain country, where our mothers, our sisters spend a lot of time cooking in a very smoky environment. As a responsible nation, whilst you look at your NPV, you're also looking at trying to bring the quality of life of your citizens to a certain point. So there is actually no straight line. You need to look at the structure of your economy, what you need to fix, what defines success to you, and have a blend of them and interdependencies to be able to get the best out of it. This situation generates a lot of heated debate, but they are very healthy. And I think nations must not shy away from them. We must have fora where people come passionately to discuss which of these and the permutations of them we must embark upon. Now, because of the nature of gas and the way we need to develop infrastructure to make it monetize, there is a need to have a plan. And as you know, pipelines and other infrastructure cost a lot of money. You can do a 1,000 kilometer pipeline only to realize that, oh, you should have one more eastwards or westwards. So there is a lot of thinking that is usually required. And this takes time, but for a good purpose, where you look at the demand, what it is now, your projection, and even think about suppressed demand. Because there are certain industries that would not exist on their own, but will be created as a result of you developing gas. And you look at supply projections, investment market expectation, and pipeline sizing. The last portion is one area where there is usually a lot of conflict between industry and governments, because pipelines are funded one way or the other, and the people who fund it want to control the architecture of the pipeline. But it is important for it to be state-driven, but allow private sector participation for maximization and to create value. And also make it open access so that it is not only the current client who is going to use the infrastructure, but also other producers of natural gas that will come into play. So as I say at the bottom of the slide, that the state must drive it, must have sustainable development in mind, but it must also be reviewed by private sector, because there needs to be a balance. At the end of the day, this must be paid for, okay? The need for redundancies are key. You don't want to build a very expensive pipeline and just one producer has an upset, and that pipeline, several $1 million pipeline, is out of use. And so there's a need for it to be multi-party access, but also have redundancies. Now, unlike oil, where you look up your internet and you can find out what Brent is today, gas is not likely to be treated that way. There are many parameters that determine the price of gas. And so one would have expected that, so why don't we wait and find the gas before we get the price? It wouldn't work. The economists that sit around the industries want to do their modeling without coming to talk to you. So they must have some indications that the gas is going to be sold within this price band, depending on whether it is associated or non-associated, whether it is onshore, whether it's ultra deep, whether it's going to be used for electricity or fertilizer. All these factors come into being, and they are put in a form of a gas pricing policy. They are indicative, but it helps you to be able to work out your numbers to see whether that destination is worth investing in. So the clear policies on gas pricing is very helpful for making the investments attractive. And I've already spoken about gas infrastructure projects. It involves quite a lot of capital intensive, expenditures. You think about a pipeline, and depending on the diameter, it's several $1 million per kilometer. You're thinking about processing plants, You're thinking about storage facilities, among others. So this is why several years of thinking goes into this to make the project fit for purpose for a long time to come. A moment ago, I spoke about in the suppressed demand. You would realize when it comes to gas monetization that there may be a lot of projects which on their own may not be economically feasible, because this might be a company that requires about 10 million scraps of gas per day, and this company cannot invest several $1 million in a pipeline. But if you create an industrial park where you pipe gas to an area, it's developed, there's electricity, there's other infrastructure, and then that company coming in there pays a small fraction of the cost of bringing that gas to that field, it makes that business profitable. And so for demand that doesn't seem to exist, the creation of industrial parks is a very powerful stimulant by making those businesses very attractive. In our world today, whatever you do, you want to be sure that it is compliant with ESGs. You know, we don't develop an industry by destroying the environment. We must be conscious of the social benefits of the project, and governance must be strong as well. Gas development must be done really to be ESG compliant. I'm told I just have 4 minutes, so I would like to share a few considerations with you. It is my strong opinion that gas presents a great opportunity for launching sustainable development. It is also important that this must be done to ensure that the investors who invest their money have a fair return on their investments. Because of the nature of the commodity, the need for a very thorough diagnostic study of the local and the regional economy is paramount, so that you understand what you have, what your future growth pattern looks like, and what you need to inject into the industry. There must be a vision behind all this, but the vision must be shared with industry partners and bring them along. This is a very thorny area, but I must tell you that with the right collaborations, we've seen it happen, where both industry, government, civil society all become aligned for a project to go on. Now, I have tried to stay high level. My task was supposed to be setting the scene, but it will be worth noting that looking at the size of the economy of Namibia, the GDP in the region of about $14 billion, and looking at about the size of the fields we are talking about, you will be developing fields that will be somewhere between 30 to maybe 50% of the country's GDP. Now, that is a very significant component of the nation's wealth, and that requires that analysis for investment and decision making must be of very high quality, because it can swing both ways. The same way this project or these projects can let the economy just boom, it can also make it go down south if the thinking was not right. So the scale makes it important that it's looked at very, very well. You go to certain countries and you realize that the oil sector seems to sit on the fringes of the economy. Now, looking at the relative size of the economy and the potential size of the oil industry, it is very, very important that this industry is escalated to national development planning, because the scales are very clear. On my last slide, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that there may be lots of discussions, and I can assure you, if you put my panelists here next week, they will be debating to the end of time. Those debates are very healthy. We must be very open-minded, and when Tony was talking, he spoke about some developments in Ghana in the 1950s by our first president. I mean, what was done at that time was that he was passionate about the country getting electricity. The whole country's electricity consumption was 300 megawatts. And he raised money to build a 1,000 megawatt plant and connected all the countries in that part of the world through what we call the West African Power Pool and provided power to them. And to be able to fund it, he guaranteed low-price electricity to the aluminium smelter Valco to produce electricity. So you need to do a few crazy things sometimes to make these things work. And that collaboration is very important. Capacity, capacity, capacity. This industry is really technologically driven, very multidisciplinary. It is important that the institutions at play, the ministry, the national company, the Petroleum Commission, are giving all the support to be able to build capacity of the institution, the people, the local companies. This is something you cannot do away with. You need to build capacity to be able to appreciate all the stages of the industry. My personal view is that the value we derive along the value chain of the upstream industry far outweighs all the fiscal incentives put together. In other words, if you put royalty, tax, government participation, everything together, it will not match up the value addition that goes along the value chain. So there is no argument that, this industry is too technologically driven and people must sit and watch. No, it is possible. As a regulator, I was able to bring industries that had nothing to do with oil in about 18 months, and they participated powerfully in the value chain of the upstream petroleum industry. It is possible, ladies and gentlemen. We need to be deliberate that as we build this industry, there are other sectors of the economy that might decline if we are not careful. The Petroleum Commission has a responsibility to work its stakeholders to see to it that other sectors that are doing well before oil do not die. I mean, what we call the Dutch disease is real. We need to be deliberate to be able to prevent that from happening. I want to see a Namibia after oil which is brighter than what it was before. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again to the former Chief Executive of the Petroleum Commission of Ghana, Mr. Theophilus Awiring. I think we can do better than that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is proudly sponsored by Galp. Again, we'd like to acknowledge our sponsors. Thank you so much for your generosity in making this conference possible. It now gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to call on our moderator, Mr. Vitumbwavi Mungunda, the Chief Executive of Ombu Capital, who will introduce our keynote speaker and scene setter, as well as the panelists. This session will focus on local content development, how Namibians can benefit from the oil and gas industry. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased to be moderating this session. I believe a very important session and a very, very critical, important topic that looks at the participation of local enterprises in a future oil and gas sector. I also believe that as we do this, we obviously need to make sure that we take cognizance of some of the discussion and issues that have been raised from this morning, including amongst others that Namibia already has a history of segregated development and has the sad record of being the world's second most unequal society. And that is obviously before oil and gas. So we have an inequality issue, as we've heard from this morning. But also at the same time, we are all very excited about the prospects of the benefits that could arise from the development of the oil and gas sector, looking at what the oil and gas development has done in other countries. So with all of this, I would like to call, firstly, Dr. Abdul Malik Halilu, Director, Corporate Services, in the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who will provide us with a short presentation and then also set the scene into this topic. Whilst we are awaiting Dr. Halilu to come forth, if I may also maybe ask all the panelists to come and join us. Mr. Carol McLeod, Deputy Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Office of the President. My good friend, where is he? Mr. Jason Kasuto, Chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia. He was here now, is he? And then Dr. Obina Isiobi. Thank you. And then if we may also call back Mr. Theo Awireng, former Chief Executive of the Petroleum Commission of Ghana. Wole Ongusanya, Chairman, Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. Last but not least, actually the only lady as well, Ms. Carleen van der Merwe from the Strategy and Business Development at First National Bank. As we've heard earlier, the topic for the discussion today is local content development, how Namibians can benefit from the oil and gas industry. And the key theme is fostering strategic partnerships for increased local participation in the upstream petroleum industry. So with that, if I may then call Dr. Halilu to set the scene for us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we're still awake. Gives us pleasure from Nigeria to share a local content story, how we've implemented local content in the last 15 years, what are the lessons learned, some of the challenges that we have seen in the implementation of local content, and in our own view, how we think local content should really bring us together as African countries to benefit from the abundance of mineral resources. So first of all, we are a resource-rich continent, accounting for 10% of global reserves. So it's usually the practice when you have such reserves to be able to ensure that it leads to economic prosperity. So local content means that you have to have a blend of revenue, also employment for your people, and industrialization. And part of the vision of NCDMB is to be the catalyst for industrialization of the oil and gas industry and its linkage sectors. And that is because of the significance of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. So with such huge reserve base, it's important that we engage our citizens to be actively involved in the productive activities of the industry, from exploration to field development, production, and even abandonment. So having established that Nigeria, Namibia, and indeed most African countries now have the resource base to drive local content in the oil and gas industry, we approach the implementation around 6 broad pillars. We ensured that we had the necessary regulatory framework, we had a gap analysis framework, build capacity, focused on research and development provided incentives, and then also ensured that we institutionalize a procurement process that gives suppliers that have capacity access to markets. When we talk about regulatory framework, it means that the right governance must be in place for you to actualize local content. We started as a policy and then evolved into a legislation. If you see the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act, it sets the clear mandate of the board, this clear scope in terms of the industry to focus on, provided dedicated funding, established targets, about 17 targets, broad targets, and 280 sub-targets. It also ensured that it identified compliant agents, because there's no point having a law that doesn't define who should do what. So it created a Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board as the sole agency of the federal government responsible for local content. It also defined local content as composite in-country value addition. So the in-word is value addition without compromising standards, and it's not at all costs. So those were the parameters, and then it also sets the definition of what a Nigerian company means, which is a 51% ownership. So all these parameters are in the law, so there's a level of predictability for people that want to come to invest in Nigeria, and also for the project promoters that have to enforce and execute local content, so you can easily know what it's all about. It's also identified benefiting communities. When we talk about local content, I didn't mention it's about prosperity for the people, creating jobs, industrialization. So you need to identify your target beneficiaries when you're discussing local content, so that as you move from law to guidelines to regulations, you have a set target and objective in terms of the kind of impact that you want to create, in terms of training, employment, new businesses, and so on. So those are the major foundations that you need when you want to set up a local content program. Importantly, you must have a monitoring and evaluation framework. We call it monitoring for results in Nigeria, where the inputs are defined in terms of the Nigerian content plans, and then the output in terms of the results that you see are also well defined, and then the outcome in terms of how that leads local content. It's also important that when you're implementing local content, to look at the linkage opportunities. For instance, when you talk about skills, the educational sector is actually responsible for building skills. So it means that local content for its oil and gas industry must speak to the educational sector, so that the curriculum that is churned out from universities, from polytechnics, aligns to the dynamics of the oil and gas industry. So those linkage discussions must happen. So in your law or policy, you must make that provision for linkage opportunities. In Nigeria, we had what we call the Nigerian Content Consultative Forum, where we have about 12 sectoral groups advising us on local content, touching on different sectors. Then you must have a plan, a vision in terms of what you want to aspire, looking at your current position as a country, the capacities that you have built, and the trajectory that you want to achieve. So we have set a 70% target for ourselves by 2027. We are in 2025, and we've been able to achieve 56%. Now, in terms of contracts awarded to Nigerian companies, we're between 80 to 90%, but that's not the in-country value. The in-country value is what is being retained in-country, and is measured through the monitoring for results mechanism, where every contract is pursued to be able to know the in-country value that has been added from that contract, and then that is aggregated across different projects, and that's what gives us the metrics. A local content program, from our perspective, also means that you must ensure that you subject your local supplier industry to a gap analysis. And that means that you first of all understand the baseline of their capacities, their capabilities across different sectors, We have picked major high-impact sectors like fabrication, engineering, well and drilling services, marine services, manufacturing, and then we did a baseline census to know the current capacities and capabilities that exist. The 17 targets and 278 sub-targets in the Act were largely aspirational targets. For instance, if you check the Nordic Act, you see 100% line pipes must be sourced in country. Definitely, we couldn't have been able to deliver that as at 2010. But it now sets us on an agenda to ensure that we put all the necessary levers to be able to attract pipe mills into the country. So that is the way the targets were structured. They're aspirational so that we can work towards that. Now, if you're working towards meeting a target, then you must know where you are as a country. And then the gap between what you want to achieve and what currently exists forms your major intervention. And that is how we were able to arrive at our gap closure interventions. We also use the gap analysis framework to host what we call Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunities Fair. Every 2 years, we bring all the project promoters to discuss their upcoming projects. From those projects, we're able to dimension the skills that are required, the inputs in terms of manufactured materials, the oil field services that are required. And then you relate it to your baseline census, which gives you an indication of your current state of affairs. And then you know that these are the improvement opportunities that you need to put in place for you to be able to ensure maximum local content in the execution of those projects. Interestingly, recently, through our partnership with the Africa Petroleum Producers Organization, we've decided to even expand the baseline census project to cover other African countries. And this is in line with our commitments to ensure that we also have a database of other capacities that exist outside Nigeria so that we can harness those capacities to do business in Nigeria and also for Nigerians to do business outside our shores. In our compliance monitoring framework, we've also adjusted the reporting framework to include Nigerians when we are reporting expatriate quota, Nigerians, nationals, African nationals, and then other expatriates, which means non-Africans. That is in line with our commitment to ensure that we also bring on board the African perspective in terms of easy mobility of labor, thanks to the efforts of the AFTA protocol. We're data-driven. This data keeps changing, so I'm sure by next year, if we're invited, you'll see a significant improvement. Operating companies get their jobs updated, 111,000, 129,000 jobs for service companies and so on. We've also automated most of our processes, so we can easily track the growth trajectory in terms of compliance, and then also instruments of authority that we give, like the Nigerian Content Equipment Certificate. We track the number of certificates issued by category, and that helps us in our monitoring to see how many jobs are given to Nigerians that have these certificates, and to what extent are the certificate holders actually executing those jobs in country. So it's a very important tool. You must have a database that is dynamic and continuously giving you latest data. The third parameter for us is capacity development. This is where we use the information that we get from the gap analysis in terms of skill gaps, infrastructure deficits, oilfield service equipment gaps, and so on, to shape our capacity building interventions. We have a dedicated fund that supports capacity building, but also we're supporting our service companies to build capacity through the intervention funds that we have. So manufacturing and infrastructure is probably the most important capacity building initiative that we have introduced, and that is in realization of the fact that a typical EPC contract, over 50% of the spend is on manufactured material. So if you want to achieve local content, if you want to meet the 70% target, then you must invest in manufacturing capabilities. So far so good. We've seen significant growth in our manufacturing capabilities. Currently, we're doing different types of cables in country, from low voltage, high voltage, fiber optics. On the back of the LLNG project, we're able to deliver 2 million meters of cables. Paints, we're not just producing locally, but we're also exporting. We have fabrication capabilities. We have galvanizing capacity in country that continues to be increased. Direct human capital development is also a very important element of our capacity development, where we do direct training interventions, again based on the gap closure interventions. We also realize that the oil industry is not a major employer of labor. However, the oil fields exist in communities, and it's not every youth in the community that can fit into the oil industry. So we've created what we call the Youth Empowerment, Employment, and Entrepreneurship Program. So we do a needs assessment for each community, understand what the youths can do, for them to be able to have meaningful income, things like carpentry, piping, plumbing, GSM repairs. They are all part of the interventions that we introduce so that the youths can be engaged and then take them off from the so-called restiveness. We're working with this Octan to ensure that we have the right centers of excellence for training. Our assets are beginning to move offshore. I'm sure you understand that most of the major oil companies are even divesting from land and swamp. So offshore operations is becoming very important. Same thing with Namibia. So it's important that you have a program that incentivizes the locals to own marine vessels, to own rigs. We have what we call the categorization scheme for marine vessels, and what that means is that if you demonstrate ownership as a Nigerian, then you get first consideration in any job opportunity. Same thing with rigs. We've also realized that some of our local suppliers need help. So we initiated what we call the Project 100 initiative, where we identify small enterprises based on a very structured and transparent process. And then we take them through what we call personal development plans. Every of those beneficiaries writes off its own personal development plans, and we implement those personal development plans, which are bespoke to individual companies, and they're categorized as financial and non-financial. We do an impact assessment over time to see how they have been able to grow their capacity. So the essence is that from small business, you're able to become a medium-scale enterprise and then a large-scale ultimately. So that is the whole idea of identifying and creating special programs for small enterprises, because they cannot compete with the big players. So it's important that government supports them. So we have a very robust Petroleum Technology Association, over 100 companies with over 13 service offerings across the different E&P segments. They boast of over 100,000 cumulative employment impacts. We also have Oil and Gas Trainers Association. So what we try to do is to standardize the qualification requirements. You cannot do training as far as NCDMB is concerned without being a member of Octan. So we've standardized how they operate in terms of people, process, technology, and infrastructure, ensuring that the trainings and certifications that they issue meets international standards. PETAN is also introducing what we call seal of quality to ensure that every PETAN member can actually boast of providing the best quality service as the industry require. That is the only way we can ensure competitiveness and being able to take them around the globe. The fourth pillar of success for us was the funding and incentives. In the Nordic Act, there is a commitment to deduct 1% of every upstream contract and pay into a Nigerian Content Development Fund. So we needed to create how to operationalize and utilize that fund. So we realized that we are not a bank, so we engaged the development finance institutions in Nigeria, the Bank of Industry, and also the Export-Import Bank for those that want to do foreign transactions. And we'll be able to create these different portfolios, which helps our service companies to access funding as single digits, medium term of 5 years, single obligor limit of $10 million for BOI transactions, and you can apply it for asset acquisition, contract financing, refinancing, manufacturing, and then community support. The Nexim Bank also exists to support our service companies that are looking for working capital like invoice discounting. So when your invoice is stuck with an operator and you want to continue to service that contract, you go to Nexim Bank to access again a single digit. If you want to acquire new equipment, you can also go to Nexim Bank. And then for women, we've also felt that it's important that we empower our women. And then so they have a dedicated fund for women in oil and gas. The Nigerian Oil and Gas Park Scheme also has a funding. It's a park scheme that NCDMB is creating to establish a manufacturing. In the last presentation, there was a discussion around industrial parks. So we are also promoting the establishment of such parks. So every applicant that wants to stay in the park can also access this fund. 2 of the parks are at 90% completion, and we believe that once they become operational, they are intended to reduce the operational costs of service companies, thereby making them more competitive. We're also very strong with research. We've created an R&D fund to support our research commitments. The 5th pillar of success from implementation thus far is to focus on research and development. We've seen the nexus between research and national development. We've also seen that most of the countries that are leading in terms of GDP growth, manufacturing capability, are also countries that spend significant portion of their GDP on R&D. So we decided that R&D should be given a prominent attention. So we worked with the industry to establish the major pillars of success for R&D in terms of infrastructure, working with operating companies to ensure that we establish centers of excellence in universities to be able to execute research, to also making sure that we provide the necessary enablers for researchers in the universities to have the right capability to be able to attract research funding. And then so many other interventions. And then the incubation center is also targeted at youths to be able to create solutions, and then they go through an incubation process supported by NCDMB until they're able to hit the market. So the last parameter is access to markets. This is where we ensure that if you have capacity, you're given first consideration. The touch point between NCDMB and the industry is $1 million. So if you have capacity, this process ensures that you have access to business opportunities so that you don't lose out. Has local content been very successful? To a large extent, yes, but there are challenges. Some of the challenges we see is the business resilience, ensuring that there's continuity of business, especially the local supply chain, the way they are structured. Probably they don't have diversified ownership and so on. So we've been able to inculcate the need for corporate governance, several training programs on corporate governance, innovation culture, and so on. Access to competitive finance was also an issue when they go to bid for jobs. Because of the high interest rates, they are outbidded. But with the Bank of Industry Intervention Fund, they're able to become more competitive. Then capacity adequacy still remains a problem, but we encourage alliances and partnerships within Nigeria, but also with international companies. Now we're in Namibia, and it's important that we begin to look at local content beyond just employing nationals, beyond providing services. We have matured as a country. I can tell you So far, so good. In the last 3 years, we've done excellently well in terms of the quality of services, engineering, oil field services. When you look at the local content impact, it's quite significant. But when you look at the impact from manufacturing, there's still room for improvement. We are less than 50%. And I believe that what needs to be done is to look at it holistically, the sectoral linkage opportunities that is being offered. This chart indicates that if you have a raw material base beyond oil, and you can actually process iron ore, convert to stainless steel, the valves that we currently import can actually be a product of several inputs from different African countries. So that is the kind of narrative and discussion that the Africa Local Content Organization should be focusing on now that we have this in the pipeline, so that we are seeing substantial transformation of our raw materials within Nigeria, within Africa. So the key enablers is manufacturing capability, being able to develop capital goods within Africa, research and innovation, being able to develop the right solutions, funding, infrastructure, and of course, investment incentives. So we believe we have shared our own implementation strategy, the challenges that we've seen, and what we think should be the future. Again, we are committed to work with the Namibian supply chain to ensure that we are able to bring some of the beautiful ideas that are coming out of this conference into fruition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Really appreciated that very good insights and background context and also learnings. As we do that, I actually want to start with Mr. McLeod. And I think from what we've heard in Nigeria and also the process with respect to the development of the local content policy, the question really is, when would this policy and other regulatory subsects are going to be finalized, implemented? When is there going to be clarity on this in terms of finalization? But also maybe a second question to that is, maybe what were some of the case studies that Namibia has looked at in looking at the development of a local content policy, in terms of maybe some of the key successes that Namibia has learned from in this process?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. The process of development, where are we in terms of the local content policy? First of all, I would like to just indicate that our approach is basically to have a policy and then have provisions of the policy integrated into the Amendment Act, and then also have a regulation that kind of, give more guidance in terms of targets and phases, give more clarity to what we want to achieve. Many would say the policy is an aspirational document, true, but it is a document that will be transforming the industry, and it will be transformational in the phases that I have set out. From the policy, it moves to the Act, and from the Act, it then further goes to regulations in order to meaningfully regulate the industry. How far are we? We have heard the Petroleum Commissioner earlier mentioning that the policy has been approved in principle by Cabinet, and we have seen, and we are also glad to see that companies are implementing the policy. A lot of the companies are going beyond what the policy is requesting them or requiring them, and we are glad for that. In terms of when this document will be finalized, we have a final round of consultative processes that we will undertake in the first week, the second week of September. And after that period, we will then sit down and incorporate all the inputs that we have received from the public, the communities, from the industry, and then see how best we can, find a way to accommodate. Obviously, it's difficult to accommodate everybody's inputs because our vision should always be the one taking the precedent. We will then have the policy then ready for final cabinet approval and gazetting, and we are hoping that this is done by, let's say, by the end of this year. If I have to be very ambitious, I would say in the next 2 or 3 months. In terms of where did we get our benchmarking from? In order to develop the policy, we were fortunate enough through our participation and being a member of the Commonwealth Secretariat. As a big organization, they have assisted us in developing this policy. And this has basically been a policy that looked at jurisdictions like Nigeria, Ghana, Angola, as well as also countries like Norway. And that is basically the basis of how we came about formulating a policy that speaks to our needs, because the idea was not just to look at all these experiences and jurisdictions and copy and paste it, but to make it fit for purpose for Namibia that will speak to our vision, that what we want to achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Jason, Jasoni, I think just building up on what we've heard about Nigeria and also the policy development process, you were part of the team that undertook a baseline study that looked into the gaps in respect of skills and capacity for Namibia to be able to deliver to the oil and gas industry. Maybe what are some of the glaring gaps that came out of that? And then also maybe what are some of the specific interventions that should be implemented as a matter of agency to be able to close those gaps?
Thank you. Yeah, I was really supported by the rest of the team at Monasa to do that, and some specialists. I wish they were sitting on stage with me. But I think, just in terms of what came out of the baseline survey was that 45% of the existing skills in Namibia, because of our mining sector, are able to be ramped up with minimal investment, just 45%. But significant investment is required in your HSSE area of security, safety, and environment. And then you have some key gaps where qualifications are not offered in country. And a number of those are listed, and the document should be publicly available. I know that one of the colleagues from Deloitte must have presented during the masterclass the baseline survey, but things like chemicals manufacturing, certain critical skills around oil and gas maintenance services, drilling services, even I think one interesting one, even the diving licenses, if I can put it that way. I mean, from one spectrum to the other, there are some key qualifications that are not currently offered in Namibia, and that's where we find a gap. Obviously, capacitating skills development in country to provide those certifications and those qualifications, it's key to ramping up what's required. And I think I will touch on other interventions, but just from a skills perspective, that's probably some of the few highlights from the baseline that we undertook.
Thank you very much. And my panelists are really holding on to the brief to be as brief as possible and very, very specific. Thank you. I would like to move on to Dr. Mbina Esiopi, sorry. You know, the development of local content policy, laws, regulations is always a contested issue between the international investors and obviously locals and local policy makers. From your experience, what were some of the specific areas of contestation in the context of Nigeria when you were developing the policy in the first place, but later on with the maturing of the implementation of the policy?
Okay, thank you so much. And perhaps I would like to start with some introduction of myself. I am Dr. Obinna Ezobi, as earlier introduced. I'm the General Manager, Corporate Communications for NCDMB. So that means that I'm responsible for managing the information, communication, and image and framing of what we do in terms of promoting local content in Nigeria, at least as per the NCDMB. So as per the question, what are the challenges, the contestations? So from 2010, when the act was passed, the first challenge we faced was doubt, disbelief by the industry that this law will come to stay or that government meant business. And some pushback from the operators who thought, look, this is not practicable. So what did we do? We engaged in a lot of communication, a lot of collaboration, a lot of engagement. And you need to do a lot of that in any jurisdiction. Local content is a new policy in this region, in this continent. And communication and engagement is a major initiative you need to carry out. You need to distill your stakeholders and begin to engage them and convince them that, look, this policy is about the only way you can derive value for your country. So that's one key thing that was a challenge, doubt, disbelief by the industry, and we were able to overcome it. The second one was about capacity. They doubted that Nigerians were capable, if you like, competent to deliver high-quality projects. Again, we needed to disprove that conception, or rather that misconception. And how do you disprove it? Through consistent delivery of quality. And, if you like, strong political will by government. Government need to say, look, this policy has come to stay and you need to follow through. And I want to recommend that to the Namibian government and any other country that intends to put out a policy. You need to have strong political will because you have pushbacks. Pushbacks by every other stakeholder who wants to continue doing things the way they've been doing it. Again, there will be need for change of behavior. We saw companies who had got used to doing things in a certain way. They needed to change that style of running projects. Also, there was also misunderstanding by operators in the midstream and downstream who thought that this policy did not extend to them, including also Nigerian operating companies. They thought that local content suggested foreigners, expatriates, and therefore this law should not extend to them. And we have always said that Nigerian content is not trying to Nigerianize the industry. It's about domiciling operations in the country. So if you're a Nigerian company and you decide to employ expatriates 100%, or we give you a contract and you take it overseas, you have not done local content. So we needed to also change the misunderstanding of Nigerian operating companies that local content does not exclude you. So I've mentioned the fact about doubting the policy. I mentioned the thing about quality, thinking that the quality cannot be produced by indigenous players. I've also mentioned about thinking that this policy excluded indigenous players and mainstream players. So these were some resistance that we had, but with engagement and continuous communication, we're able to overcome these things. At this point, there's no more any confusion in the minds of any operator in Nigeria that Nigerian content has come to stay and that Nigerian content policies extend to midstream operators and downstream operators and Nigerian companies. That understanding has permeated and we have turned the bend about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Mr. Awireng,
Just maybe from the experience in Ghana, what are some of the examples of the specific services that local companies in Ghana were able to provide to the oil and gas sector? And based on this, maybe what the opportunities could be for Namibian companies, especially in that early stage of the development of the sector?
Sorry, yeah, thank you for the question. I guess it's very important that we understand the supply chain of the business. So the first and most important thing is try and understand the value chain and do a mapping. So for example, we say we are going to do field development. What is that going to entail? We are going to drill X number of wells. There will be companies that will provide services. There will be support vessels that will come in. There will be pipe yards. The vessels that will drill, the rigs that will drill the wells, they will be supported by vessels. So that kind of process. And you do that throughout the value chain. And at the end of it, you then categorize the services into those that we call the low-hanging fruits, that with a bit of some assistance, they will be able to deliver. The next category will be those that we call intermediate. They require some capacity building in that area. And then the third category would be what we call the third tier. And practical examples of the lower tier included things like as basic as catering services, logistics, manpower services, supply of basic chemicals, ground transportation, etc. These services, it will interest you to know that at the early part of the industry, even catering services were provided by international companies. And there would be all kinds of arguments as to the certifications that they didn't have. But there's a need for some clear roadmap to deal with these things. So that first category of services were then made for indigenous companies to be able to participate. Of course, they require some support. And the institution responsible for local content development in Ghana is the Petroleum Commission. We also realized that although we say that these services are low-hanging fruit, there were certain expertise that they require. We needed to make them understand how the procurement cycle in the oil and gas industry looked like. There was a need to give them some training on health, safety, and environment, which was a key issue in the sector. There was also issues pertaining to compliance, company registration. I mean, companies will tell you that they didn't understand why they have bid for contracts many times, but they had not been successful. But when you went through the cycle, you realized that they didn't really have good business practices. They had not filed their accounts. They thought once they haven't made any profit, there wasn't a requirement. So those basic things, and I must say that the response was phenomenal. In a year or thereabout, 18 months, these companies were ready to go and delivering services without any hindrance at all. And today, they've migrated into other areas and doing wonderfully well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Onkusanya from the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, I think just building up on that discussion earlier about the need to deal with perceptions, to deal with contestation about local content. Obviously, that means that there is a need to lessen or reduce fragmentation within the local suppliers and also within the whole supply chain, building also on the need to map the supply chain, map the service providers in that supply chain. Maybe from your experience, what are the do's and don'ts in a creation of advocacy groups that will really help to make sure that the local content policy development and implementation is as effective as possible?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been enumerated a lot about the local content policy, how it became a policy within the Nigerian National Oil Company. And in 2010, we lobbied to make it a law in Nigeria. So we're enabled. We have the law to support us to do this. Even the law, when we were passing it, there's some sections of that law that the private sector, especially Peton, which I chair, deliberately inserted in that law to ensure that local content favors Nigerian entrepreneurs and experts that want to go into oil and gas. So at the end of the day, the policy is there, the resources is there. It's left to Namibian private sector to step up to the plate to make this work. When NCDMB was talking, that they did all of this, they engaged, we were always with them. When a client tells us that, oh, are we sure a Nigerian company can run wireline to 15,000 feet? We were with NCDMB showing them, telling them the capacity that we have to be able to do that job. So the private sector of Namibia needs to step up to the plate. We are available in Peton. That's one of the reasons we're here. I gave an example that there is a company, international company that has been in oil and gas in Nigeria for 70 years. Some of us work for these companies, and we are where we are today. So what we're going to do for Namibia is to support you, not to wait for 70 years. One of the things that we do that is very important as part of our local content policy, you don't have to put $5–10 million, I'm going practical now, of equipment on the ground, waiting for the contract. It's not going to work. There is no bank that will give you all that money while you're waiting for the work to come. So we devise systems within Peton. We partner with multinational companies. We partner with regional companies. And we bid for those tenders. We show that we have the capacity to do this work. And when we win that work, we go to the bank, we show them the contract. This contract is $10 million I'm going to earn. I need $2 million to buy the equipment. They give us the $2 million, we pay from the proceed of that contract. So these are some of the things we did to ensure that the private sector in Nigeria are able to match the policy and make local content reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to the only lady in the room, I think in the country, our ladies are actually leading us. But I think on this panel, we're trying to reclaim our place. Ms. Van der Merwe, obviously, access to finance could be a significant barrier for entry for local enterprises. And especially, obviously, given the fact that this sector is quite specialized as well. What are some of the modalities of successful funding support that local enterprises can look at that could maybe be explored for Namibia in order to be able to get these local enterprises to access this sector?
Thanks, Vetu. So just to build on your point, I just wanted to say that as a local bank, as a Namibian bank, we see it as our responsibility to fund and support and enable local participation. It's very much key to what we have been looking at for the last few years. And then just to take a step back before I go into the specifics, as a group, RMB and FMB, we are within Namibia new to the industry. Luckily, we have a lot of very experienced international counterparts and colleagues that we've been able to tap into to understand how they fund and how they tackle this sector in other parts of the world. We've also looked at best practices around the world to bring that into Namibia. And then the second thing that has been really key to what we've done before we actually look at how we can enable the local participation ecosystem is really to ensconce ourselves in the industry, to understand the key players, to understand the IOCs, the local service providers, and to give training across the bank from our risk and compliance to our credit teams to our frontline staff to really build up the knowledge from the ground to the top to be able to enable the full value chain, as it were. From there, we've then mapped the local ecosystem, again, from the international players to the local players to the SMEs to the employees that are looking to or already participating in this sector. And from there, we can then enable the SMEs. To look at specifics, it's not looking at what could be done, it's looking at what we're already doing. We're already enabling SMEs through giving access to asset and supply chain financing, looking at purchase order financing, invoice discounting. There are many, many interesting and fantastic different products that we've already implemented. We've changed our credit policies to enable this as well. Something else that's very key is local partnerships. We're partnering with Moneda and Eno Harith to extend further financing specifically to the SMEs. And then the last thing, not necessarily about financing, but I also think it's quite key, is creating communities. And something that this provides, and something that we do a lot within FNB and RMB, is we have big connections, obviously, through the Namibian business, from the corporates to the SMEs to the local businessmen, to really bring them to the IOCs and the service providers and create collaboration and to further enhance local participation.
Thank you. And Mr. McLeod, just to build on that, in the development of this local content policy, has government maybe applied some consideration to certain goods and services that can be supplied by local suppliers with ease? And as a result, is there a consideration for regulations that reserve specific trades, services, or goods for what I would call local suppliers, as opposed to local suppliers, i.e. that are really indigenous suppliers?
Thank you so much. Have we considered the goods and services that will be predominantly for Namibians? At this point in time, the answer is no. Simply because we need to study the industrial baseline study. That study needs to feed our decision processes, because we don't want to make a decision of which the country is not yet ready for. That should be an informed decision. However, there are the low-hanging fruits, which obviously does not require a lot of technical skills. Fruits in areas of hospitality, transportation, welding, scaffolding, etc., etc. So you would want to see those particular jobs to be specifically for Namibians to be retained. But if you go further up and you would want to meaningfully address the issues on creating and maximizing employment, you would need a study that kind of informed your decision, that also map out as to what are the gaps in the industry, and also provide, indicators as to how you should limit, or the parameters that you should put in place in order for you to meaningfully create a policy that speaks to the needs of the country and of the Namibian citizens. So that is basically the situation. Thank you.
Okay. So now, thanks very much. So I think, to paraphrase, I'll try my luck. To paraphrase is, there could be a consideration, but the specifics of which trades will need to follow a baseline study.
Yeah, and just to add further, we did a benchmarking trip recently where we went to Guyana, and Guyana was kind of very successful in identifying the gaps and also legislating as to which specific areas are predominantly and needs to be done, carried out in terms of work performances for the nationals. And I've seen that Nigeria has also done the same. I believe Ghana as well. That is exactly the way that we would want to go. We want to be informed, but we need to first see what are the gaps in order for us to legislate and put parameters on. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kasuto, obviously for local enterprises to really participate, there is going to be a need for off-takers and established routes to market. But obviously, you know, it's never easy for local enterprises to enter those international supply chains. Maybe what could, from your perspective, could be some of the local procurement laws and local content regulations that could be effective in supporting local enterprises to enter these international supply chains?
Yeah, I think without too much emphasis on the law, I think Carlo has been leading local content even when he was at the ministry from a policy point of view, and we entrust that the necessary legislation will come in. It's the enabling mechanisms. When we even looked at the presentation, there were quite a number of lessons learned there. One issue is really the technical capacity where we've got the gap. And maybe for Namibia, we can leapfrog. We don't need to take another 40 years to address some of these gaps. That's why I think we've got platforms such as this one, so that we can see where can Namibians, where they lack the particular technical ability and capacity, because we also need to be realistic to get onto some of these vendor platforms of the major companies. Takes a lot of certification, it takes a lot of know-how, and it also requires a level of track record. So we also have to be realistic with that, so that we do not give our young people the dream that, you know, it's a company registration, this is the service I'm supplying, and boom, you're on the vendor system. I think partnerships are very important with those that have got experience where there's a gap, and then our funding ecosystem needs to be addressed. You would have pre-contract funding requirements also in some sectors where you probably need to invest before you're able to deliver the service, and then you've got like your contract funding. But I think that's the space where the commercial banks can create a partnership with even non-banking institutions of private equity, but especially even our DFIs, to see how is it that we're going to support our local service providers financially to meet that. The offtake, I'm not too concerned about, and in this sector, I think market linkages, not too concerned about, but addressing the technical capacity and the funding capacity would be key to enable foreseeable legislation.
Dr. Asiobi, I could see that you are quite keen to follow up on that question. But if I may also just add a little bit of a flavor to that. Obviously, the willingness of the IOCs to involve local enterprises and to enhance local capacities can be taken for granted. Maybe in Nigeria, what is it that what has been done in Nigeria to, in terms of specific programs or specific measures for these local enterprises to penetrate these very difficult international procurement programs that obviously include a number of things like certifications, licensing, all kinds of requirements?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I was nodding my head because I saw some kind of similarity between what you were discussing and what we faced also in 2010 and before that time. And I think that there are many things that they can actually learn from us and quickly adapt. One of which is what my director had earlier, which is the Project 100, which is identifying some serious Namibian companies and hand-holding them and actually supporting them through non-financial support and even financial support to take them up. In fact, the story was told about some companies from Germany, and they mentioned a name like Julius Berger. And they said Julius Berger was a company that the German government actually supported. And they gave other examples, and they said the government can be intentional, find some companies, intervene and grow them as a way and raise their level. I would recommend that to your government. Think about that. Find some serious service companies and handhold them and pull them up. That might work. Secondly also is what I saw today, the petrol fund. Great idea. And that was an example of what my director was talking about earlier, the fund we have, which is the NCI fund, which we give to service companies to acquire assets, to refinance, to do a few things. And I'm happy to see that you actually have something like that launched today. That's an idea you need to pursue. You need to ring-fence the fund to ensure it's not mismanaged, to ensure that they use it to acquire assets, use it to refinance their loans, use it to grow capacity so they can leapfrog. Funding is a major challenge that companies will have. So if you tackle that, and if you intentionally bring them up, like we did, you'll be on the way to improving. Then also, we also did a few other things, one of which is we did invest in some projects. So a normal refrain is government has no business in business. That's what we hear, that government has no job in business. But we said no. You can actually invest in strategic businesses that are key to your industry. For example, we in Nigeria had some challenges with refining for many years. And NCDMB thought that, look, we can actually intervene in modular refining. And we found a few companies that were serious, and we invested in their projects, and they were able to get those projects off the ground. Today, we have about 15 projects we invested in private equity, government funding, and we have membership on the board. So think about that also. Don't believe that theory that government has no job in business. No, you need to get involved in some key business that are key to your economy, key to your industry. For example, in gas, I hear this panel earlier today discussing about the issue around gas. How do you get gas? How do you monetize it? If you think that gas is important to you, invest in companies that are playing in that area and bring those projects to life. Also, we did a few things also. We thought about, look, conferencing. What about taking your companies to conferences? What about matchmaking? We take our companies, some of the, what we call Project 100 companies, we take them to events and matchmake them with OEMs. It can become your agenda too. You have a duty to grow your service base, and you need to put your mind to it intentionally. We take them to OTC, and we get business-to-business meetings. We being here with Petan is also part of that. Government has a duty to ensure that the service sector grows, and you need to put your money and your act to that effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think what I've really heard very clearly is the intentionality that we have seen with respect to skills development through the Petro Fund needs to be extended to development of local enterprises in this sector through all kinds of things. If I may, maybe just follow up on that with Mr. Wireng from Ghana. This thing about, and I'm not sure whether it's going to be a fair question, but there's this thing about the oil and gas sector being so dominant and starting to overshadow all the other sectors in the economy. And especially if there's no local linkages and linkages with the rest of the economy and integration with the rest of the economy. And that means really this question about local enterprises being involved is not a nice to have, it's a critical imperative to an inclusive economic growth and a just society. Your thoughts from your experience in Ghana in terms of, and we're kind of asking this question again, how does one at a systemic basis actually really make sure that local enterprises are fully integrated, are fully involved, but are also leading in this sector? Because if we don't have that, then the proverbial Dutch disease does then set in.
Thank you very much. Question well posed, but I think there's so many aspects of this. To start with, I think that nations might realize that the oil and gas we produce today did not happen just overnight. Typically, Cretaceous oil is somewhere between about 50 to 110 million years old. That is the age of the oil we're producing. So essentially, we have a duty to ensure that generations that follow us come to benefit from this. So it's not a charity at all. And I also want to say, to the flip side of this point, that ultimately local content benefits all stakeholders. Even the oil and gas companies who haven't taken the trouble to appreciate the conversation, the point is that if you have local goods and services at the quality and prices you're looking for, ultimately it makes business sense to be able to provide those services locally, and it becomes cheaper. I'll give you an example during COVID, when we had challenges in getting visas for expatriates offshore and all that. My FPSO that I ran in Ghana was largely operated by local people, because at that time, willing as the experts might have wanted, they didn't even have the visas, and the local content, COVID restrictions made it impossible for them to come. So even for the security of the industry, it is good for everybody. But these things will not just happen. You need to work at them. You need to look at them from the standpoint of services, of goods, and of people. And for each of them, you have to have a strategy. I mean, it's very common to find institutions, universities coming out with graduates in geology and petroleum engineering, and if you look at the content, it's far away from what industry wants. The gap between academia and industry must be bridged with things like that. You go to areas where you have a lot of experts, but young engineers who are looking for jobs. There must be, once again, deliberate programs that actually throw these young people in the industry, get their hands dirty, and get experience, which previously they lacked. Now, once you do this and these young men begin to work in the industry, you'll be surprised how quickly the small companies in Ghana's industry doing fabrication, asset integrity, rope access, etc., are made up of young engineers, some of them with less than 10 years in the industry and working to the standard that you require. It is possible.
Sure. And yeah, thank you. Mr. Ogusanya, just what would be the one or two specific regulations that you believe, or measure that you believe has made the most, or has been the most support to the development of local businesses to penetrate this sector? If you look at the regulations, if there's just one or two measures.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. What we did with the local content in Nigeria was we actually delineate the areas. You know, in Nigeria we have, we produce oil on land, we produce in the swamp, we also produce deep water, shallow waters. So we deliberately legislated it that the oil production on land and swamp will be exclusively awarded to indigenous companies. And we're also giving latitude to compete in the offshore environment. So the fact that we delineate certain area for Nigerian companies to be able to have opportunity help us to ensure that we accelerate local content. If I look at Namibia, I think the question about what services can Namibia do. If I look at your case where most of the assets are in deep water, you don't have that opportunity to delineate, but this is what you can do. You can unbundle the services. In the oil and gas industry, the tendency is to assume that a local company cannot do certain aspects of even the well services. But if you unbundle it, I'll give you an example. Wireline logging is one of the critical parts of oil and gas when you drill. That's where you actually acquire the data, find out where the oil, where the gas is. And in wireline business, you have the open hole wireline, which is very complicated. That's when you're drilling the well. But when you put casing and cement in that well, the services that you're going to do there is about 30–35% of the whole wireline budget. And once you case that well, a Namibian company with a good partner can do that work. So you need to find a way. We can assist with our NCDMBs here to delineate certain services and avoid bundling so many services together that the local company will not have the aggregate capacity to be able to do it. So delineation is the advice, that I'll give to the regulators to ensure that, you have, that ability to deliver these services across the service sector. One of the other things that I was mentioning about in the technical qualification of Nigerian companies, you don't have to have the physical equipment on the ground. If you look at oil and gas tenders, they're done 1 year ahead of, sometimes 2 years. So a Namibian company actually have the opportunity to have a technical partner that has what it takes to do that work, maybe not necessarily on ground in Namibia. And if they win that work, they have the gestation period to get the equipment in. And as it was said, the banking are here to support you. There is a $10 million project. You need $2 million. It's a no-brainer. That is easier for the bank to see that, and you domicile that revenue from that services to the bank. So the bank has a line of sight and ensure that the money can come back. So those two things, delegating the services and ensuring that you give the latitude for Namibia companies not to necessarily be disqualified just because they don't have the capacity on ground, but they have a partner that can support them to ensure that they execute.
Thank you very much. So that's the unbundling is quite a key part of what possible options to be looked at. I think we're now starting to run out of time. I think Ms. Van der Merwe, just one last question, and then I will use the opportunity that I have to ask one last question to Mr. McLeod. So you might just prepare for that. It's not an easy question. Ms. Van der Merwe, just, is there something that Namibian financial institutions could play in respect of the development of skills, especially now business skills, and the development of capacity of local enterprises?
Thank you for giving me the easy question. So there are several layers through the life cycle. We've talked about the enabling the SMEs, and the other side of it is actually enabling the workforce, as you say, the skills. And this starts from before they even enter the workforce, through financing education, through specific targeted student loans, through bursaries, to assist with the young workforce to become part of the workforce. And then leading on from that is fostering the partnerships. We've already talked about the Petro Fund. We, as FNB and RMB, are very proud to be the first private sector organization, local Namibian company, to support the Petro Fund. And we do encourage other private sector organizations in Namibia to follow suit as well. It's, they really do a lot for the industry, and they have done for many, many years. And then leading on from that is to actually ensure the individuals have what they need to grow within the industry. So once they have the skills, once they start playing, once they start working within the industry, within the sector, is to look at holistic banking approaches. Again, we've been busy targeting credit policies, changing credit policies to enable young professionals. We have a team that specifically looks after young professionals to assist them with their first house financing, the first car, to unlock their financing to really grow their wealth, and to also offer wealth planning and financial planning for the future as well. So that's where we as a bank see where we can really plug into developing the skills and to developing our young youth to be involved. And as we all know, it is a journey. And in 10 years' time, I'll be looking to retire. So it's definitely the young professionals that are going to be playing in this industry in the future.
Thank you very much. Then Mr. McLeod, the last question. I believe this is the third edition of this oil and gas conference. And I remember you presenting on the policy last year here, and I also believe on the first edition as well. So we've got a year to go to the next conference. Would this local content policy have been bedded down, implemented, gazetted, regulations in place by then? Or will we still be talking?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's actually a very easy question. And if you look at the theme of this conference, it talks about from exploration to action. I think it says a story. We should be geared towards action, less talk, and doing things intentional with the vision of building the country, building the nation. The local content policy, rightfully, as you have expressed your concern, came a long way, and it is time for us to re-energize, to put our energy into finalizing this document. This document still has a long way to go in terms of cascading it into, different other forms. It starts with the policy. The lawmaking process in Namibia first starts with the policy, and then it transitions to the act. And then from the act, that is where you put now the regulations. And at the point of the regulations is where you basically now map down which specific areas you would want to see the Namibians taking part of this particular sector, and at what point and at what percentage. So yes, the policy is a document that has been welcomed. We have seen that the industry has welcomed this policy. The industry has also expressed their own definition of how to approach the policy. I think it is important to note that from the government's point of view, we shouldn't lose sight of what we want to achieve in this policy. Yes, there can be efforts to complement the policy and maybe expand on it, but it should never, ever be a situation where there is a deduction on the policy and what the aspirations are of the government in trying to make this country a country that is bringing the necessary prosperity for the nation. I hope I address your question. Thank you so much.
No, I think the question has been responded to.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, but I really would like to take this opportunity to express my great gratitude to this really esteemed panel, to Dr. Halilu for the scene setting and the background and context that you've provided, and also to this real great esteemed panel that we have had here. So thank you for sharing your wisdom and your insights, and I hope that we are all going to take cue from all of this, and then hopefully by the next time we will have made progress as a nation and also as individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you also to our moderator, Mr. Vetumbwavi Mungunda, and again to our panelists. I'll invite you to take a group picture while I move on to our last item on today's agenda, and that is our last session, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, thank you for your patience and thank you for still being here. Please do not leave if it is possible for you to stay longer. This is our final session. And then we will break until tomorrow evening. Of course, you are invited to a braai, as we heard it earlier this morning from Jason. The English word is barbecue, but here in Namibia we talk about a braai, and that will happen right next to the swimming pool at the Mercure Hotel. Without any further ado, I would now like to welcome our moderator for our fourth session, which will be focusing on the theme Harnessing South-South Cooperation for Sustainable Energy Development in the Global South. And for that, I would like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Tony Paul, Energy Policy and Strategy Advisor, Future Energy Partners Limited from Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Tony Paul will also introduce his panelists for this session. Thank you so much. And this session, of course, I just want to double check. It's Total sponsored, proudly sponsored by Total Energies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's fine. Yeah, thanks. Oops. Thanks so much. Thanks to you for staying back. Let me please invite my panelists to come up to the podium. And I will ask each of my panelists after they sit down to introduce themselves so that we know who they are. And let me get this open here. So to save time, I've asked the panelists to introduce themselves and describe what they do, so I won't give you the names twice. So please, panelists, come on up. We have an hour, and I would like to give that time to the panelists. So by way of introduction, let me just describe what we're here for. We're here for a discussion on how we can harness South-South collaboration. And one of the questions that we always face is, why aren't we better at collaboration? And I'll put that to the panelists. But so we all know that all mankind evolved as a communal animal. We grew up, we evolved collaborating, working with each other, helping each other. And that collaboration, that communication was initially by verbal or signage, whatever happened before speech came up. And then as mankind moved and evolved and grew, the groups stayed together but didn't communicate with each other as they went far apart. So it took a while in our evolution when transportation would take us easily from one place to another. And then we communicated, and sometimes when they got together, we didn't always collaborate. Sometimes there was conflict. Eventually, as transportation became more efficient and people could move more often and faster, communication became both much easier, and communication actually facilitated collaboration in some places and conflict. But for some reason, and I guess by due to the history of our evolution as countries, the countries to the south didn't always have easy communication to each other, except if they were on the same continent and or spoke the same language. So there are natural barriers in terms of transportation. So for instance, to get here to Namibia, if I were to fly to West Africa from Trinidad, it would take me 6.5 hours from Port of Spain to Accra. But there's no direct flights anywhere across the Atlantic near the equator. So I have to go north and then come south. So it took me 36 hours to get here, flying to 3 different continents. But the point is that there are ways to collaborate, and there's value in doing that. But there are also mechanisms that prevent or debilitate our ability to communicate. And we have an esteemed panel here who I will ask to help us understand how collaboration can help them in the things that they do and how they actually are collaborating, and to give me some thoughts around the things we can do or they can do to improve collaboration, the benefits from that, and some of the barriers they see in doing that. So I think that's the key point here, is to get evidence from practitioners in that space. So first of all, I'll ask each panelist sitting there to introduce themselves, say a little bit about themselves, the institutions, and what they're doing in collaboration. And then we can get into that discussion around what is it that you do and what prevents you from collaborating more south to south.
So without any further ado, I'll start here with Precious. Introduce yourself, and then we go along the line.
Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Precious Ehiamen. I'm from Nigeria. I lead the technology and intelligence team at a company called Monida. Monida is a natural resource value chain financier. And what that means is we invest in transactions in projects within the natural resource value chain. So think about energy, oil and gas, renewable energy, green hydrogen, solar, even as far as mining, agriculture, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. We invest in those transactions, and at Monida, we believe that the true risk in investing in in transactions within the natural resource value chain is really execution, is performance risk. So if someone were to execute or perform as they should, when they should, how they should, then there really should be no problem. And a lot of the traditional financing methods haven't recognized this, and that's why there is always the steep requirement of collateral for particularly SMEs within these value chains, within these industries. And we've seen that that hasn't worked because SMEs, where are they going to get the collateral for them to access financing to execute? Even if it was the most intelligent person in the world, if he doesn't have the collateral, he wouldn't be able to access the financing, he wouldn't be able to execute, and then we've literally just wasted that ability. So what we've pretty much done is developed an innovative form of financing that is more collaborative, that we call transactional equity. So what that means is we collaborate with our customers to execute their transactions and eliminate what we call the true risk of that transaction, which is performance. And the team that I lead, the technology side, we have a team of engineers, of petroleum engineers. I'm a petroleum engineer myself. We have a team of project engineers, civil engineers, and so on. And we're able to deploy this technical team to our customers' transactions to ensure that transactions are executed the way they should, how they should, and and when they should, so that we eliminate that performance risk. We've been operational in Nigeria for about 10 years now, and very recently we've expanded to DRC, to South Africa, and and very recently Namibia as well. And our ability to scale that quickly is by leveraging this South-South cooperation that we're talking about, this South-South collaboration that we're talking about. Take Namibia for example. For us to enter into Namibia, we had to partner with a local fund manager that is a very fantastic financial institution called Harith, and that was able to fast track our entrance into Namibia, because now we are collaborating with a local entity that has a very, very good understanding of the terrain. Yes, we have that understanding of the oil and gas industry because we've been doing it for years, for about a decade. But how do you understand the local intricacies, the local complexities, is by collaborating. So that's how we were able to, to venture into the country by collaborating. And it's not just that; it's also collaborating with governmental institutions as well. We have a collaboration with NAMCOR. We have a collaboration with the NIPDB as well. And all of these have been able to fast track our entry into the country, and we're able to operate and do more and scale. And I think Tony has mentioned one of the challenges that we typically face. We're blocked by these imaginary borders. I also have to travel almost 12 hours. But I think what is the worst for me is really on the financial side as well, because it's say I'm in Lagos now and I want to get something done in Namibia. I have to send money out of the continent to the US and back to Namibia before I'm able to get something done. And and that pretty much kills transactions sometimes. It stifles growth. And that's one area that we are looking forward to addressing, for us to be able to foster sustainable development within the continent and, and the global south in general. So that's it for me, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let me pass you on to Dr. Nangula Wanja, Chief Executive of NIPBD.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you. Okay. Hello. That works. Thank you. I'm Nangula Neluluanja. I head the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. Normally, I tell people, please do not ask me what we do because the day is not long enough for me to explain to you. So normally, if you are, especially from the private sector and you are meeting with me, I tell you, tell me what is your challenge, and then I will see how can we help you within the Namibian ecosystem. And therefore, it is really because we were created as the Economic Development Agency of Namibia, the government arm that supports the growth, the development, the scaling of the private sector. So government says, yes, we have got government policies. We need to play an enabling role, but we need the private sector to be the engine of growth. And for the private sector to be an engine of growth, they need to find a stop and really an entry point. So usually you come to us as to the NIPDB, and then you tell us, I normally ask 3 questions. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Once we have passed that question, it's like, what would you like to do for Namibia? If I think you have got value to contribute, then I say, how can we support you? And whether it is supporting you to connect you to government, to connect you to the players in the ecosystem, to connect you to SMEs, to the skills, and so forth. So we normally then find what it is that you're looking for in the ecosystem so that we can then support you. So information that we keep is really about ecosystem information. And usually because everybody enters, then we would, through our door, we will then be able to see how do we form linkages between enterprises, entities, organizations, and institutions that have got similar thoughts that we think they are complementary and they can work together. Coming to the South cooperation, I think Moneda has talked about our memorandum of understanding that we have with them. And what we are really doing is supporting our small businesses and local enterprises. Oil and gas is a new industry to us. Yes, we have got an act that was written in the 90s. We were hoping and wishing that one day there will be oil in Namibia. They say they have discovered it. They say it is in good quantities. But now we need to make sure that we establish, we develop the capacities for us to partake. For us to do that, we definitely need to make sure that we follow our South-South and other cooperation. Our leaders say that Namibia is a childhood of international solidarity that was midwifed by the UN. And therefore, yes, we have got friends from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west. But we do have various cooperation, whether it is in terms of SACU, SADC, whether it is in terms of Africa in the AU, and yes, as part of South-South cooperation. So we normally follow where the government of Namibia is going because we are a government agency, and we develop partnerships and relationships based on what government is doing. And therefore, we have formed many, many memorandum of understanding, whether it is with our counterparts in DRC or in Angola or in Korea for that matter, or in Japan or in India or in China. We are building relationships with our counterparts that will help us solve the challenges that we face. We are working with the likes of United Nations agencies that are also working to make sure that they are South-South cooperation. So really a number of relationships and making sure that we understand what are the various opportunities out there and how can we make sure that the Namibian private sector accesses those opportunities, and how do we also make sure that those opportunities that are not yet in Namibia, how do we work with our counterpart to bring those opportunities to Namibia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me pass this on now to Unathi Majida from the Petroleum, it's a South African Petroleum Regulator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony, and a very good afternoon to my fellow panelists, and a very good afternoon to the audience that has braved and stayed with us until this hour. Firstly, I must thank the organizers for inviting the Petroleum Agency of South Africa to come and contribute to this vital discussion about regional cooperation for sustainable energy development. We believe it's a very, very important discussion, and I was asked to support this conversation from my portfolio as the executive head of communications and stakeholder relations for the Petroleum Agency. And on that note, my name is Unati Magida. What is the Petroleum Agency of South Africa? It's a very, very tiny agency, small agency operating in Cape Town with a lot of high-tech, highly educated engineers and scientists that do a number of things, including the resource evaluation of where our acreage is in terms of oil and gas in the country. We manage the country's data in terms of oil and gas, so we keep the keys of who gets to see South Africa's data, and we then enable those who want to see and buy the data. So once they've bought the data and they want to apply for exploration licenses, they submit those applications to us. So we also process applications, and we evaluate those applications through very rigorous processes, including environmental compliance, for those who believe that oil and gas does not care about the environment. We have a very strong and rigid environmental compliance protocol that is involved. We then also regulate the industry and also support local content or local development. In the process of doing that, we have a technical compliance department that looks after any investment that has been signed off in South Africa. So all of this has been done in the last 23 years. We're born in 1999 as the Petroleum Agency of South Africa, even though I joined them about 3 years ago, coming from downstream industry from Engen Petroleum. Well, when I looked at the word cooperation, my dictionary told me that it's about a process or an act of doing something together for the same end goal. So cooperation for me means that in terms of African proverbs is that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So the industry in its infancy stages is developing with a lot of challenges and lots of lessons to learn from our counterparts across the global south. So if we work together, collaborate together, and learn from each other, we should be able to cut off, de-risk certain aspects of the industry development through just learning from each other. I've done a few notes here. The first one, I was actually quite excited because every time they speak about the Orange Basin, I get so envious of what Namibia has done. Namibia is brave, Doc. We want to be just as courageous and just as brave as South Africans. The most important part about the Orange Basin is that it's a boundary between South Africa and Namibia, which means that we share the resources. So the first point of collaboration for me would be infrastructure sharing and development. So if we don't look at that between South Africa and Namibia in terms of how do we then optimize the current resource discoveries in the Orange Basin for both countries' benefits. We have a country that is known for the most painful history of apartheid, which has left South Africa destitute with high levels of unemployment, a growing population which is surrounded by nothing but poverty. We are a very poor country, high levels of unemployment, And therefore, we know that Namibia has got a very, very small population. So therefore, the work that's going to be done in the Orange Basin is going to need some labor. You've got neighbors that can actually work across. So there's a lot of skills development that can take place. There's a lot of capacity building and cross-pollination of knowledge and professional capacity for the two countries. So that's the first example. And I know that it's a very living and possible example for us. One of the things that we are also proud of as South Africa is the Romco pipeline. Some of you may know that there is a very long, I think it's 880 kilometers long pipeline between Mozambique and South Africa, which was a joint venture between the Mozambique CMB, Sasol, and the government of South Africa to transport natural gas from Mozambique to South Africa. And it's been doing such a great job in terms of creating employment, building industries, and also supporting localization. And I know that, the resources are just about to be depleted, and Mozambique is wanting to keep the rest that's left for Mozambique. But that opens up opportunities for South Africa to start looking at what else can we do with our own resources that we can collaborate with other countries and perhaps share with Mozambique. So we at the Petroleum Agency South Africa, we believe in collaboration. We believe in skills development. And one of the things that I'm personally proud of is the fact that we at the Petroleum Agency have struck an arrangement with the University of Witwatersrand in terms of setting up the Africa Center for Energy Leadership, wherein we're starting to groom new talent or rather grow our own timber for this new industry of upstream oil and gas. And we graduate about 2 doctorates per annum over the past 2 years, and we've got quite a number of master's students, and we're going down to professional programs as well as technical programs. We love collaboration. Again, we have an arrangement with the University of Guyana, an MOU between Wits, Guyana, and we sort of found ourselves in the process as PASA. So we really believe that we can't do it alone. We must do it in partnership with other giants and learn from other giants, even in the global north, from countries like Norway, where we've done some serious benchmarking and felt that we can learn from them. So going back to my old story of working alone, you walk fast. But if you want to go far, we work together. So that's us. Thanks.
Thank you, Nati. You gave a great example there of collaboration between two countries on energy specifically. When you get the example of Mozambique sending gas to South Africa, what you didn't say is that South Africa then takes that, converts it to power, and sends it back to Mozambique. So both parties use their resources to help each other. That's a good one. Dr. Abubakar Abbas is from the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, which is set up exactly to help countries collaborate on gas development. So please tell us some things that you do as an agency, what you do, and help us with gas and potentially with other sustainable energy forms, given what you're doing and how you do it.
Thank you very much, Paul. I first of all most appreciate the invitation to come to Namibia for the first time. Such a wonderful place, to be honestly, from the airport to the town. I feel I should have stayed another day because it is beautiful. Thank you for that. On the introduction, my name is Abubakar. I work with GECF as Gas Exporting Countries Forum. And obviously, as a senior energy forecast analyst, we are responsible particularly in the GECF in energy analysis and energy planning on a global level. We look at each and individual country energy system, their fields, their infrastructure, pipelines, as well as demographic data related to energy access, energy poverty, energy cost, and many other things that affect day-to-day lives, which obviously energy is part of it. It's obviously a 20-member country intergovernmental organization, so our main responsibility is promoting dialogue on a global scale among these 20 countries and beyond in energy, as well as making sure that we highlight current energy problems as well as the future prospect. So we do energy analysis for individual countries and for the globe on the longer term. Up to 2050, we can say with high level of certainty how we see energy system is going to evolve. And obviously, we can see there's no better place to talk about collaboration than in energy system, particularly across the South-South countries, or what we call the global South in another literature. But it's important to understand that from GECA perspective, we have seen that this global South countries do share a common problems and some sort of future prospect at the same time. Even though these countries are, even in the South-South, they have their diverse needs as well as their aspirations and energy characteristics, but we do believe that they have common problems. And just before going on to the barriers of this collaboration from energy perspective, we need to understand, first of all, why the South-South collaboration is becoming a very important aspect. We remember from the Bandung Conference in 1955, after the formation of the South Center in 1995, coming down to the formation of BRICS, and more recently in Africa, we can see the African free trade. So all these fundamental collaboration that are being said on the global stage that are mostly relevant to the South-South countries is trying to say that we do have a common challenges and we agree to push forward. But the question is, we are facing barriers, we are facing obstacles and challenges, and we have to find a way to resolve those challenges together. And just to give a prospect in terms of how we see the energy future, and obviously that will explain the needed collaboration for the global South countries. According to the GECA Global Gas Outlook we just launched in March this year, we have seen that the global South-South is expected to emerge as a center of gravity of economic growth. By 2040, we anticipate that the global South, particularly the non-OECD, are expected to overtake the global North in terms of GDP first. The GDP of the global South is meant to reach $106 trillion, which is far beyond the $100 trillion of the OECD countries. And that is a significant step. We can see how China has rose, how now India is moving, and obviously it's our turn in Africa. But just before I come back to Africa, it's important to understand not only GDP, but trade are expanding, there are economic growth, and there are financial growth in many areas that are emerging. But looking at the collaboration needed, we have seen that these countries differ, particularly Africa. While the global South comprise different regions, Africa, Latin America, obviously Middle East, and Asia Pacific, we have seen that Africa stand a bit differently, and obviously that brings us to the concept of sustainable energy development. In terms of energy consumption per capita, we have seen Africa lagging behind, with our energy consumption per capita still sitting around 26 gigajoule per person per year, which is 1/3 of global average. If we look at China, they already have 124 gigajoule of energy per person. That is 5 to 6 times more than Africa. So if you tell me Africa and China to collaborate, yes, but we need to understand that Africa need to speed up in terms of our challenges for us to now be on the same table with other South-South countries, particularly in energy access, because it's a critical problem that we all have to face. And that is simply because this Africa region, if you look at it, most of our energy access problems are more enormous compared to other countries or other regions. We have over 630 million people without access to electricity, over 1 billion people cooking with dirty fuels, charcoal and wood, which has devastating social and economic and even health-related challenges. So the question is, how do we ensure that those barriers we face in collaboration are resolved? And that takes me to the question. And the barriers we have seen, particularly for South-South collaboration, are mostly in terms of infrastructure gap. Obviously, other South-South countries do face infrastructure gap, but in Africa, we do have more meaningful challenges with cross-border pipelines, shared LNG facilities, storage, and other things. And obviously, energy demand is going to grow globally with 18% growth, and Africa energy demand is going to double. But what it means is, unless we get those infrastructures connected across Africa, looking at Africa beyond margins of territories, we look at Africa mainly as one. And then we are able to undergo those transformations in linking the infrastructure. But the good side is we have seen a massive coming up, a lot of regional pipelines, the West African gas pipeline we have, the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline, and many other things are a welcome development. And that takes me to finance. We see that finance is also a significant challenge or barrier to collaboration, particularly for the South-South countries. Access to finance is becoming a critical issue because the financing industries or the financing institutions are in the global north, and they put very restrictive climate change related clauses that are difficult to cross. And as far as I see Africa, you cannot tell an Africa that you have to align with climate change before we release finance to you, because Africa, in terms of climate finance, we are victims. We only contributed 3.5% of the greenhouse gases. We face most of the droughts and floods, but eventually we are also blamed for climate change. But what is important, just as a barrier, is we get to make sure that in Africa we use all our energy sources to resolve this problem. And that brings us to the finance. And again, the issues of policies, cross-border policies, we can now see Namibia working with different other regional countries, even beyond region, up to Middle East. We have seen in the morning, Qatar Energy is working seriously with the Namibian companies. And equally in trade barriers, we have seen challenges, but again, these are likely going to be overcome over time. But the lasting message is clear that while South-South collaboration is important, we need to collaborate more on Africa because we have more pressing problems to resolve the African issues, and then we can collaborate much more stronger with other economic giants, even in the South-South. Let me leave it here, Paul. Sorry for taking much of your time.
That was very good. Thank you very much. And you raised a lot of issues there, and some of them I think we all have similar kind of challenges to face. You raised a couple of good points, many good points, but two of them that I want to carry forward with is on how do we choose who we collaborate with or not. You mentioned Africa and China as an example. And then you mentioned the challenge of finance. That's a challenge all across every time we've spoken here on local content and so on. One of the things I know we found out in Trinidad is that because we were early movers in natural gas development, we had to invent our solutions a lot of the time. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. So for instance, when we were challenged with getting locals, and I have to admit that this this concept, this notion of ownership as a part of local content is something that came out when we were doing the Trinidad local content policy. I mentioned in an earlier discussion that our former first Prime Minister was an economist, and saw the value of capital aggregation. So we saw our local content strategy in 3 tiers. One, getting locals to contribute through technical and managerial and operational skills, doing things. Next level is to manage businesses, business development, strategy, and so on. And the third level is green capital. You don't get a lot of capital at being workers, but you get it as being business owners. And that's where we went. But we didn't mean ownership in the sense of 51%. We meant equity participation. So you can get profits, you can get part of decision making. And when we wanted to get into the big projects, we couldn't find ways for locals to get capital to invest in them. So we created vehicles that aggregate capital. People can collaborate through a medium to invest. And we have a few mechanisms, and I'll describe 2. One is something called a unit trust, a mutual fund, where anybody, a school teacher, a barber, can put in $100 TT, and get a unit, right? And those units go towards investments. And every time a new company is listed in the stock market, unit trust gets preference to 10% upfront. So everybody has a share in every company that goes on the market. So, and it's diversified, so it mitigates the risk. Then when they wanted to give people shares in pipelines, in gas plants, in petrochemicals, in telecommunications, state owns some of those. So the state put some equity, some portion of each of those plants into a fund. And then people can invest in that fund. So you had ownership. You now had an interest in how that company performed, because it affected you. So having said that, the question I want to put now to you, Precious, is in your world of finance, you would have had to have collaboration among the people you interact with. How can you see that web expanding? So you can use what you've learned in your space, or that can be used in other spaces. So for instance, is there a mechanism for an African stock exchange? Or, I'm sure they've thought talk about that, but putting products on that, like a West African pipeline, for instance, that's owned by whomever. So your thoughts on how you can collaborate around financing, addressing that finance using grassroots mechanisms. And I know we have grassroots mechanisms. I mean, in Ghana, you have Susu. We have Susu in Trinidad. I don't know if you know what I mean, but we have these mechanisms, right, that we have used historically. What of our own methods that we grew up with we can use to innovate new methods that we can spread to reach further?
All right. So I think based on any principle of collaboration, it's really just you have your strengths, you have your weaknesses, you have your strengths, you have your weaknesses. How do I bring my strength to the table ourselves that is really, preventing us from collaborating with one another? And that's just grassroots level. That's SME. That's just talking about hair. That's talking about, a piece of clothing. Now imagine we're talking about West African gas pipeline. We're talking about a whole big project like that. Say, for example, a Nigerian gas producer puts gas into the pipeline and wants to supply it to someone in Ghana. A lot of people in the south of Africa think Nigeria and Ghana are just neighbors, but there are literally 2 countries in between us. There are 3 different currencies within that pipeline. So how does the gas producer get their own money? So and that's why I'm particularly sort of excited about the Africa Free Trade Agreement that Dr. Abubakar mentioned, because as part of that agreement, there's supposed to be the Pan-African payment system called PAPS that a lot of the central banks have signed up for, that should aid settlements, so that if you have the financing body in Namibian dollars, I have the financing body in Nigerian naira, we can still collaborate, we can still cooperate, we can still trade. But also talking about the side that everybody has mentioned throughout this conference, those that don't even have the financing in the first place, and that's actually a big problem. But like I said, how do we leverage both our strengths and become stronger? And one of the key examples that I'll give, it's quite interesting the first time I was here in Namibia a couple years ago, like almost 3 years now, when I landed in Namibia, I was blown away that the loans are at, what, 10% or less? That's their interest rate. In Nigeria, it's double that. It's double that. But in Nigeria, we perhaps have the advantage of having access to US dollars, because obviously in the oil and gas industry, it's a lot more US dollars denominated. So now you think about it, that you can get access to very cheap or relatively cheap capital in Namibian dollars. I can get access to foreign currency. How do we both leverage both our strengths and ensure that we're able to deploy that capital into the industry and ensure that we drive growth? And it's that spirit that we've been able to collaborate with some of the banks here in Namibia. So we currently have a partnership with FNB where we are co-financing SMEs in the oil and gas industry in Namibia. Now we are able to bring our strengths, our experience in the oil and gas industry, our access to global markets, and they are able to bring their big fat balance sheets and relatively cheap interest rates, and we're able to blend the finance, we call it blended finance, in innovative ways. And again, no two transactions are the same. So we're able to analyze that particular transaction. Does this require more of Monida's strength, or does it require more of FNB strength? And how do we blend that and create something that works not just for Monida and FNB, but also for the SME themselves? So I believe, looking at it from that spirit, we'll be able to drive growth in the key industries, that especially energy, and I believe that's what we really need to look at and really understand that no two transactions are the same. We always need to look at each transaction and each partners in the collaboration, and we need to look at what is your strength, what is my strength, how do we leverage both our strengths for this particular use case and drive a solution that works for everybody.
Thank you very much. That was really very good. And you raised some interesting points about cross-border. And in that, the question of the regulations that may be different, and how do you get across that? NIPBD actually does that, don't you? You work with multiple government agencies, different regulations, different regulators, but you manage to work across that in one country. Do you see tackling that, or ways that, not you, or ways that addressing that might help in collaboration? Or how do you see regulation on issues like that being a challenge in collaboration? Angula. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. It's a difficult question. So from a regulatory point of view, because of course we have got different views and perceptions when it comes to regulations. And yes, when you are NIPDB, you kind of sit here in the middle between the regulator and the regulated. And the regulator want to regulate as much as possible, and the regulated want as little regulation as possible. So where is the fine balance? And in collaboration, and I think it's probably in line with what has been said here, really looking at the bigger picture. So the other day, one of the conversation I was having is, you are a private sector player, for example, you are solving for A. You are a public sector, you are solving for B. And therefore, because you believe you are solving for different things, you said the answer is A, this one say is B. But maybe if you put A and B aside and talk, and one of the questions I'm learning to ask nowadays is why? So why do you think it's A? So that you can determine really what is the other person looking for. Once you are able to determine that, you might actually end up saying, no, the answer is actually C, that the both of you agree to C. And therefore, in collaboration is many times why we find it challenging to collaborate is because we come to the table with what I need to get out of the relationship, and definitely I must leave nothing on the table, and the other person must also leave nothing on the table. And we approach it as a zero-sum game. So if it's a zero-sum game, I win, you lose, I lose, you win, and therefore the conversation is then being discussed with that at the back. If you are smiling, then you won and probably maybe I've given too much. So collaboration is about having a different purpose that is probably not me and you, but something that is a little bit outside. So how do we then approach this challenge from the same side? So for example, let's look at what Namibia has to learn in collaboration, looking at where the world is. Namibia is a very, very young nation. And yes, 35 years, it can be long, it can be short. It depends on who you are. But it's a young nation compared to many other nations around the world. So this industry that we are talking about is a relatively young industry to us. But also the players that we are coming from different backgrounds. So we come from a different background where the leadership says much has been taken away from us. We were restricted to much, and therefore we need to make sure that we access as much as possible. Somebody else could be coming from another background. So how do we put our conceptions and our presumptions and assumptions aside and approach this one and say, okay, where do we learn? There are many, many countries that have gone, whether it is in terms of regulation, there are many, many countries that have done a lot. So let's look at local content. It's a good point. And somebody, I think you have now made the point of local content. Is it about skills? It's about businesses? Or maybe it's even about ownership into the exploration activities. Who are the best where? Where do we learn? So we have seen, for example, our petroleum unit are going from, in the south, they went to Angola, they went to Guyana. We understand that Guyana is one of the first new countries that has really kind of have their industry that was scaled up very, very fast. So what can we learn from them? Was it a matter of under-regulation, or were they able to make sure that they regulate well, they communicate well, but then they still get more as a country? If we go to Nigeria and Angola, yes, I think we have heard Nigerians says, we did not bring about our local content law early enough. And therefore, we have learned in the first few years that we have lost. How do we learn from them so that we cannot experience the same loss that they experienced in the early years, because we don't have the luxury of that loss? You can go to countries like Oman. Oman is a relatively small country, maybe more comparable to Namibia. They have almost localized their industry to the extent that they've got their local companies that are involved in exploration activities. We said the Namibian economy is relatively small. Yes, maybe we don't have Namibian companies in exploration today, but how do we make sure that whatever law and regulation we have will enable Namibians to one day participate? And therefore, it is really learning and looking at who is doing what where, and how can we learn from countries that are more similar than like us, countries that are different from us, learning from country A in terms of this, country B in terms of that, and identifying those countries that we want to learn from. Which countries made mistakes where? What did they learn later? Which countries were able to get it right from the word go, and how can we learn from them? So yes, and I know regulation plays a significant role in that way, and that's why as a country we need to make sure that we have got that good balance of getting more out of our resources while at the same time making sure that the resources pull out. So maybe the last comment is actually, somebody was showing a page the other day of one of the countries where, for example, let's say in 1990, there was a lot of exploration activities happening. By 2002, there was zero. But oil was discovered, but it never came out of the ground. Why? Probably because in terms of regulation, they just went on one extreme, and therefore that findings, that discoveries never became production, and the country never benefited from those resources. So how do we balance? That is actually the question where Namibia is. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That's very helpful. Unathi, I want to take something you said earlier about capacity building into the subset of our discussion, sustainable energy. And the question is, how can we collaborate there? Let me explain why I'm coming from that. So we talk about renewable energies, and the concept that comes to mind is solar and wind. We have a lot of sun, and we have some good wind in some places. But Africa, the world, and Africa in particular, faces another challenge about food security. Now, Africa has 60% of the remaining arable land in the world, I hear somewhere, right? Now, here's the thing. The place I came from, the Caribbean, was only became a source of economic wealth for the northern countries because of climate and soil. Agriculture drove those. Sugarcane, right? Now, the question is, and during the sugarcane time, we use biomass as fuel. Where is the research in Africa on biofuels? Biofuels, bioethanol, ethanol and biodiesel can go into your car directly. You can go to your fuel stations directly. There's no capital cost for conversion. It's cheaper. Now, the research in biotechnology is today like it was, like the .com boom was for research in computer science. It's actually cheap. Where are all the scientists we're training for the oil and gas industry going to go subsequently? We know you can't develop in this modern world without STEM, science, technology, and maths and engineering. How can we collaborate across borders, say, in innovation around things like biotechnology? What can we do and what's preventing us doing that?
Interesting you asked that question, Tony. It is quite a difficult one, and I'm not going to go winded about it. Let me take one step. So one of the biggest barriers or impediments that we have in terms of growing and sustaining energy development in South Africa, it's because of the litigious environment that we find ourselves faced with. So just about every exploration activity that is approved in South Africa is met with a lot of opposition from NGOs who, in their perception, believe that oil and gas is nothing but a huge destruction to the climate, to the marine ecosystem, to the environment, to the ground. I mean, they talk about earthquakes, everything. I mean, anything that's possible that they can look at that can be damaged, it's always attributed to oil and gas. Now, one of the biggest blessings that we have as South Africa is that we've got an integrated energy plan, which is a policy that looks at all technologies, oil energy technologies across the continent, from the high carbon emitting technologies, which is your coal, oil, happy medium, which is gas, which we are advocating for very strongly, and all the other renewable energies, including biomass, wind, solar. And the issue in South Africa is that where do we strike the balance? Because the understanding of just energy transition is not clear. So it's based on where you're sitting and based on your ideologies in terms of whether we want to accept oil and gas, and also whether we want to embrace the other technologies, including biomass, renewables, and all of those, because all of them contribute to the sustainability of energy. So one of the collaborations that we have found ourselves having to look at is the marine sector. The marine sector and the ocean economy, we've got same interests in terms of making sure that the sustainability of energy that is available. Oil and gas and diesel for those big vessels from I&J, Oceano, that are basically constituting 99% of the fishing industry. They need gas and oil to get into the deep, the depth of the ocean to find the fish that they sell. And at the same time, they know that they cannot rely on renewable energies to get those big vessels into the sea and do the work that they have to do. So how do we then convince them about our safe and secure exploration activities that balance both the need to maintain the environment, and at the same time, build the industry whilst also developing the socio-economic transformation for the country, which means that articulating all the benefits of employment that can come with the industry, also ensuring that we collaborate with universities to show them, because they are credible partners, because they do research, they do have professionals that understand the industry, or that get to go and understand and benchmark the industry, then they can be able to show empirical evidence of how non-destructive, these technologies can be if they're explored carefully. So some of those collaborations include, such, partners like universities and also the private sector that has got the same interest, which is basically collaborating on the same goal. I hope that answers the question.
That's very good. Thank you very much.
Thank
There's
you.
a whole lot to do there. Just to carry that theme about sustainable energy a little bit further, let me just put one question to Dr. Abubakar. We have lots of time. Dr. Abbas, the question, people speak of natural gas as a transition fuel while we move into renewable energy fuels, Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, we took a deliberate decision, recognizing that oil and gas are finite, that we will reap the rewards of the product we're making now, and use that to invest in the next stage. So we took a windfall from oil, like I mentioned earlier today, in the 1970s, and invested in natural gas, and built natural gas infrastructure. We took the people who would experience working in process plants with dangerous fuels to run those plants. So we built an industry of natural gas, right? And then we took natural gas to go into what we describe as an innovation-driven nation. That's a different story. So what I want to hear from you and GECF, you've been thinking about this, I'm sure. How are your member countries thinking about using what they get out of natural gas? Revenue, skills, infrastructure, and how they're going to leverage that to be part of, to make a more just transition.
Thank you very much, Paul. Very interesting question. Although I know we are running short of time, I would have loved a longer time to answer this. To look at it from a very big picture, and that will help us to understand the concept of climate change, energy transition, and how diverse this topic is. Just to start, it's important, first of all, to understand, particularly for the global south, what energy transition is to a developed economy that has become industrialized, have access to electricity 24/7, have the luxury of having all type of energy running, differs from other regions that still do not have energy. So while energy transition in the global north could simply mean switching directly to renewables, because already they have used oil and gas to develop the economy, especially in the hard-to-abate sector. In Africa, we are lacking energy. So what we first of all have to think of, our energy transition, we cannot move from no energy to another energy. No, we have to have some energy, and then we transit from that energy to another form of energy. But the reality is we are being pressurized by the global north to dump whatever we have and just move on. And particularly in GECF, we don't see energy transition that way. And that is why particularly we call it energy transitions, because it differs in, for example, Germany compared to Nigeria, where I come from. I just migrated my mom from using firewood to LPG. And that has increased her cooking efficiency and has a lot of savings for me buying the firewood monthly. So that is how we see energy transition. If we remember how the world started from animal power to the discovery of coal, moving to discovery of petroleum, moving to discovery of electricity, you can keep going. You see that up to now we still use our donkeys and camels as form of energy. We still use our coal if the gas prices increase, even in the global north. So for someone to say that completely we have to disconnect and reconnect to renewables, it's not easy. And what we see, right, coming back to your question, How do we use our oil and gas resources to develop a sustainable future? First of all, we have seen that energy demand is going to grow by 18% from now to the mid-century, and natural gas is a fundamental part of it. The energy mix globally for natural gas now is 23%, is going to grow to 26% by 2050. We support renewables because we support all energy sources. Renewable energy is going to grow from the current 3% to 17% by the mid-century. What does that tell us? It tells us that a lot of things are happening. A lot of countries are moving from heavier, dirty fuels such as biomass and coal to natural gas, which is cleaner, it power electricity, it helps us achieve food security through fertilizer production. Remember, all Africa import more than half of our fertilizer. If we use our natural gas as a feedstock for fertilizer production, we can be at least agriculturally okay and be food secure. And so the concept we see energy transition, obviously natural gas play a fundamental role in helping to develop blue hydrogen particularly, and then gradually moving on to the green. But what is important is globally every country, every region, and just according to the Paris Agreement, energy transition that the countries must adopt must be according to the country's circumstances, capabilities, and respective capabilities of what they can do. So to sum it all, is something that we require more energy, and that energy will come from all energy sources, including renewables. In fact, in GCF, we do support partnership of natural gas and renewables. You have seen what happened in Spain. Because of sun not shining and no storage capacity, there was completely a power failure. And that is where we see that British today, they do not plan to get rid of their gas-powered plant because they believe no matter how they generate electricity from renewable scale up, they will still require the natural gas backup. So if Britain is talking about keeping their gas plants, why will Africa just keep it away and build renewables? It's 3 times more expensive, Paul, to have renewables in Africa than in Europe. So all we are talking about is affordable energy, cleaner energy, sustainable energy for the South-South, and that comes with natural gas, obviously, to be able to power our system. And that is how in GCF we promote collaboration, not only within our 20-member countries who control 70% of the gas reserves, but even with our dialogue partners like South Africa. We are expecting Namibia to be part of our member as well. So there are growing kind of collaboration, which eventually will give opportunity for each country to look at their circumstance and be able to drive their climate change and energy transitions according to their size of the economy and also their characteristic of energy. Let me pause here in case we have another time.
Thank you very, very much, very much. No, we're almost to the end, but I want to give each member a chance, 30 seconds, for some closing comments. I know when I'm on a panel, as soon as I hand the microphone over, I said, oh, I should have said this. Or somebody said something, I say, I can add to that. So I'll give you 30 seconds each to go there. But let me give you an example of collaboration for sustainable energy that I was supposed to present in a session earlier this afternoon. But because of the timing, the technical sessions ran different time into this. So that session, which I was jointly supposed to do with a colleague of mine, on how to maximize value from natural gas. He was going to discuss how to get more out of the ground, more efficiently, and he's drawing an examples in Guyana, some of the things they're doing, and some things maybe I should learn from that, not to do as well as how to do it. And I was going to talk about how to get value above ground. And one of them involved a collaboration of sorts that address the sustainable energy platform. So Namibia is developing hydrogen, and Namibia is developing natural gas. I want to add value. Now, hydrogen is hard to transport. An easy way to transport it is converted to ammonia, for instance, and then we use it. Well, ammonia is made from natural gas as well, right? So Namibia can make natural gas ammonia, but to get into the EU now, they've imposed tariffs because of the CO2. So if they were to maybe find a way to co-locate the facilities, they could blend the green hydrogen and the carbon and get access the markets. So collaboration between two different industries in a space, and there are many things, examples that I had in my presentations I didn't present, like that. So I think if we think about it, we can find solutions. But Africa has to find solutions for Africa.
Absolutely.
So who wants to go next in terms of closing comments?
With the mic, I can.
You have the mic. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you
30
very much,
seconds.
Paul.
Yeah.
Okay, I will
Yeah.
try to keep it very short. Honestly, you have raised a very fundamental conclusion to this panel, that the way that natural gas can be transformed into different sectors, petrochemicals, electricity generation, numerous. And equally, we do have opportunities for trading and collaborating with other, even the global north and the global south partnership. Of course, we have seen those opportunities. But what is clear is some of the prospect, and again, that takes me back to the first point. The global south, particularly Africa, the challenges we have are unique. And for us to be directed on what to do with our resources, I don't think is fair. I think countries, according to the Algiers Declaration of GCF, have their sovereign right to utilize their resources for the development of their manpower. So those EU restrictions in terms of EU CBAM, methane emission regulations are not helping cross-border partnership. Obviously, we see it as a trade disruption. But again, there are opportunities for Africans and more of South-South to collaborate. And what I can see is, particularly in Africa, we have a huge demand center. We need fertilizer. We need power. Our electricity generation is going to triple from now to the mid-century. So that simply means we have vast gas resources. We sit on 8% of the global gas reserve, and that tells us that Africa, we have the natural gas to develop our own system, electricity, obviously, clean cooking, and many others. And if we do that, then we are able to have developed our economy, and then we can gradually find a way to interact and collaborate with other countries. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I'll just very quickly, so for my final statement, I'll just say that for us to be able to foster the South-South collaboration, we all should be willing, willing to take a chance, and not just political will from the government, even individuals, because as a financier, I get to speak a lot with business owners, and I'm like, okay, what are you working on? What transactions do you have in the pipeline? And they say, no, I don't want to tell you so you don't steal my idea. And I say, I look through, on average, 100 transactions a year. If I were stealing ideas by now, I have 600 companies. But I just feel like we should just be willing to take that chance and willing to collaborate with people, because the funding might be available, the regulations might be available, but if the individuals are not willing to take that chance, then it's all for naught. So I'll just close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. The gents have taken most of the 30 seconds. So my understanding, and I'm told, Dr. Nangula, that geology knows no boundaries. So I like to be practical in my closing remarks and say, we've got this Orange Basin that we share. We need to think about collaboration on a big and practical scale in terms of how do we then make sure that the two countries collaborate very effectively around skills development, employment, sharing of the infrastructure, and also sharing of the risk as well. So for us, let's focus on the Orange Basin, and also for me, most importantly, I want to learn how your appeal processes are handled so that we can be able to learn how to make sure that South Africa's exploration and development is not hijacked, and that we can be able to sustainably ensure energy security for the country. So on that note, thank you very much for inviting us.
Thanks, Ranti. Angula.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Definitely, South Africa is our big brother. We will definitely share and collaborate. My last comment is really about, they say what gets talked about gets done. Sometimes they say it's conference and we are talking. Yes, we are talking, we are making progress. Let us continue this dialogue and let us make sure that it moves to action. And I'm sure that as we come up with various ideas on how to collaborate, we'll be able to deliver for Namibia and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, this conference is called From Exploration to Action. We're exploring ways to collaborate here. But I'll commit to a distinct action right now. When I was Director of Geology and Geophysics in the Trinidad and Tobago government, we collaborated a lot with the Venezuelans next door in geology and information sharing. And I would like to share that with you, Wanti, as you know, that's my commitment. There's a lot we can share with each other. We just don't find the opportunities or make the commitment. So help me thank my audience for staying with us through this. You really have staying power, and more important, and as importantly, please put your hands together for this panel. They stayed today, and I think they did a very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Tony Paul for moderating this very insightful session. I think we still have a moment for a group photo. If you would just take center stage while I make this announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, I think you owe yourselves a round of applause for having stayed throughout. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Of course, the formal session is concluded for today. We invite you to a relaxed evening braai where business cards often turn into business deals. That's taking place right at the Mercure poolside. I'm sure you can already hear the Namibian music, so please do join us over there. Tonight's dinner is proudly sponsored by NAMCOR, and again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for making this conference possible. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, just in terms of tomorrow, that is day 3 of the conference. We will start at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. I've been told that we will not be delayed, and we are hopeful for that. So from 8 o'clock, you can join for the networking and some refreshments, and then we'll start at 9 sharp. Do enjoy the rest of your evening and our Namibian braai until tomorrow morning. Good night.